Starting in a crowded neighborhood, we see many old buildings packed together under the morning sun. High up on the wall, a small window lets light into a basement room filled with mold and old boxes. On the desk, a computer displays a zombie game next to some instant noodles and half-eaten snacks. Lying on the floor, the young man sleeps soundly in his small room surrounded by piles of random stuff. Buzzing loudly, the phone shows the time is 7:05 in the morning on a normal Wednesday. Waking up with a groan, the student realizes he stayed up way too late playing video games again. Sitting up, the boy looks at his monitor while thinking that he really wants to quit going to school. Walking into the kitchen, the teenager prepares to start his day even though he feels totally drained. Stuck to the wall, a small note from his mother tells him to eat well before heading out for class. Staring blankly, the protagonist shows a face full of exhaustion while wearing his round black glasses. Dressed in his gray uniform, the student steps out of the basement to begin another boring day. Looking up, he sees the massive luxury towers that look down on the narrow alleys of his poor area. Towering over everything, the building named Palace 104 stands as a symbol of wealth. Bitterly, the boy thinks that the rich kids living there could never imagine having a life like his. Walking away, the lonely student heads toward the city while the giant shadows of the towers cover him. The story starts at Seonggun High School, where everything seems peaceful from the outside as the sun shines on the building. Suddenly, a student hits the floor with a loud thud while letting out a curse because of the rough treatment he just received. Standing over the fallen boy, several students talk about how his head almost cracked open from that last move he made. Hearing the bad word from the victim, the tall guy in the white hoodie turns around since he cannot believe what he heard. Being 18 years old, Park Songbin smiles because he thinks the loser is finally getting bold after being bullied so much. Looking towards the hallway, the bully hears a feminine voice complaining about how noisy everyone is being in the school area. Approaching the group, a beautiful girl named Han Yena tells the bully to stop picking on people who cannot defend themselves. While looking disgusted, the 18-year-old girl warns him to stop ruining the school vibe with his annoying behavior. Grabbing the victim by the neck, Songbin pretends they are just playing and calls the poor boy the official class mascot. Adjusting his glasses, Minjun remains silent while realizing that even the girl who saved him actually looks down on him too. Refusing to hang out with the group, Yena mentions a previous party in a basement that felt totally creepy and weird for her. Living in a fancy apartment complex called the Palace, the girl is a total gold spoon with very rich and successful parents. Being a popular social butterfly, she spends her time taking selfies for social media apps where everyone follows her life. Focusing on her books, the student also ranks in the top tier academically, which makes her seem perfect to everyone around. Planning her future carefully, she is already preparing to study abroad in the United States once the next year arrives. Starting with a beautiful girl who seems totally perfect but has a huge personality problem. Looking down on anyone she thinks is poor or a loser, she makes her disgust very clear. Walking home in the 8th grade, the student tries to find enough courage to approach her. Sweating for nerves, he asks if they are going the same way while feeling very anxious. Stopping suddenly, the girl speaks up and the young man wonders what she wants to say. Turning around with a mean look, she tells him he smells bad and needs to walk away. Standing there frozen, he realizes for the first time that she truly hates his presence. Noticing her expensive scent, he wonders if that is how wealthy people usually smell. Sitting together in high school, the girl complains and asks to change her seat immediately. Staring at her face, he wonders why he still has feelings for someone so incredibly mean. Looking out the window, he finds it very ironic to like a person who treats him like trash. Clenching his fist, the boy feels crushed by the bullies and her constant emotional attacks. Feeling totally humiliated, he stands there while hating how miserable his daily life has become. Moving to the schoolyard, the building stands tall under the bright and sunny blue sky. Resting on a bench, the boys talk about new shows and a gaming event called Rage Z happening soon. Minjun complains about a school day making him miss a gaming event while questioning why it happened on a weekday morning. Meeting his two 18-year-old friends who are lucky enough to be in classes where nobody ever picks on them at all. Asking if the protagonist wants to go to a concert, the buddies continue to talk about how lucky they are in this life. Feeling like the only one cursed with a terrible existence, the glasses boy hears his name being shouted from behind. Startling the poor guy, they yell his name and wait for a response while he sits there looking completely surprised. Showing off a picture of a famous idol, the friend explains they are going to try and buy tickets for the big show soon. Displaying the beautiful girl on the screen, the fanboy mentions he needs to go support his favorite star no matter what. Smiling awkwardly, the main character simply says no thanks while looking at the bright screen with a tired expression. Walking away, he claims to be done with idols, and the friends find his change of heart to be totally insane behavior. Staring at his back, the two classmates mention how he looks even more dead inside than he usually does on a normal day. Wondering if dating rumors are the cause, they talk about how only losers would let something like that ruin their day. Entering classroom number 2-3, the scene shifts to the place where the students must spend their boring hours. Sitting quietly at his desk, the boy hopes for the day to end quickly so he can finally leave this stressful environment. Hearing some bullies talk trash nearby, the protagonist tries to ignore them while they laugh about a different student. Noticing the mean guys bragging about their fighting skills, the main character wonders if they could actually win a fight. Some guys talk bad about a student who escaped from the north and survived many dangers when he was only 13. Suddenly, a tall and serious teenager appears behind them, making the group stop talking immediately. This 18-year-old named Khan Hakshil from Class 8 asks the boys what they were just saying about him. Instead of being scared, the bully gets angry and asks if the newcomer has a problem with their conversation. Songbin grabs the quiet guy by the collar while shouting insults and telling him to watch his mouth. Even with the aggressive grip on his uniform, the taller boy remains completely still and shows no fear at all. Looking directly into the eyes of his attacker, he stays silent and waits for the situation to get worse. Other students try to stop the fight and tell the bully he should apologize since he was the one who started it. Leaning in close, the quiet guy whispers that the aggressive boy should behave if he wants to stay alive. After that intense warning, the mean student walks away looking annoyed while everyone else watches in silence. Observing the whole scene from a distance, a kid with glasses looks very nervous and starts sweating from the tension. Sitting at his desk, the smart student thinks about how terrible his class is and how much he hates being there. Looking at the large school building, it seems like a normal place, but for him it is nothing but a total nightmare. While walking home, he decides that quitting this place tomorrow is the only way for him to finally find happiness. With a serious face, the young man promises himself that he will never step foot inside that building again. Suddenly, a loud voice calls out and makes the boy with glasses freeze in his tracks. Looking back, he finds the tall bully standing right there with two other guys behind him. Songbin shows a fake smile while asking for a favor to get some restricted items. But the protagonist suggests that the jerk should just ask a random old lady for help instead. Thinking to himself, he realizes that quitting school means he can finally curse this guy out. His gaze becomes sharp because he wants to show some spine before leaving for good. Minjun chooses to just walk away and ignore the shouting, which leaves the bully very confused. The friends behind him are speechless as they watch the nerd actually disrespecting the leader. Later, the scene changes to a messy construction site where the sunlight hits the tall buildings. Groaning on the dusty floor, the main character feels the pain from a very bad beating. Holding a heavy brick, the mean guy looks down and wonders if he should go way too far today. Standing nearby, the other boys watch as the boss complains about the nerd acting up lately. Songbin stops moving because he is surprised by the weird words coming from the floor. Begging for an end, the broken boy says he is tired of life and wants it to stop right now. This unexpected request makes the attacker feel strange, and he wonders why his victim gave up. Kicking the poor guy with a lot of anger, the bully shouts insults while the victim takes the hit. Close to the boy, the bully warns him never to write his name in any final letter. Threatening the victim even more, the guy says he will go after the mother of the student if anything happens. After the attack, the group of bullies leaves the broken glasses on the cold ground. Painfully, the student stays on the floor because he is too hurt to move. Slowly, the sun starts to set over the old buildings of the city. Carrying his heavy backpack, the boy walks up the stairs while feeling defeated. With a sad look, he quietly wishes that the entire world would just end the next day. Suddenly, his feet stop moving as a dark thought crosses his mind. Looking at the sky, the student wonders if it would be better to just stop everything. High above is apartment building number 104, where he thinks his pain could end. Approaching the entrance, the young man feels there is no reason to keep living a sad life. Out of nowhere, a loud voice calls out from behind and makes him stop. Confused, the boy sees a girl from his school holding her phone. Because this is not his home, she wonders if the student snuck inside the building. Looking at the student, the girl asks if he came there to steal something and looks quite suspicious of him. While clenching his fist, the young man agrees that he should not be in a place where people like her live. Noticing the marks on his skin, the classmate asks what happened to his face because he looks pretty beat up. Staring at the bruise, she asks if someone hit him, but the boy remains silent and keeps his head down. Feeling frustrated, the girl asks why he does not fight back when guys like Songbin bully him all day. Since he is pathetic, she wonders why he lacks the courage to stand up for himself in such a miserable life. Suddenly, the student starts walking away, which leaves the girl completely confused by his sudden silence. Screaming at his back, she asks if he is crazy for ignoring her while she is trying to talk to him. Sighing deeply, the girl thinks about how weak and spineless he is as she watches him leave the area. Determined to help, she decides to talk to that bully tomorrow while the lonely boy continues his walk home. High above the tall buildings, the scene shifts to the quiet neighborhood where the sun is starting to set. Inside his small room, the tired teenager closes the door behind him and prepares to distract his mind. Pushing the power button on the computer, the boy decides to just play a game to forget his bad day. Putting on his headphones, the student feels ridiculous for giving up on his dark thoughts because of Yena. Reflecting on the situation, the young man admits that every word she said to him was actually right. Thinking about his new life, the boy feels glad to finally leave school behind and avoid those annoying people. Looking at the screen, the gamer considers helping his mom tomorrow before his friends tell him to join the match. Ticking away, the clock on the wall shows that time is passing while the room stays quiet and lonely. Outside, the dark alleyway stays silent while light shines through the small basement windows into the night. Suddenly, a loud scream echoes from outside the window, which makes the young man feel very confused and scared. Typing fast on the keyboard, the protagonist keeps his focus on the match despite the weird noises coming from outside. Shooting down 3 zombies in the game, the player manages to clear the area for his team and win the round. Unexpectedly, one of the teammates says he needs to leave right now, and the main character asks why it is so sudden. Noticing that even the second friend is logging off, the gamer starts to feel a bit worried about his buddies. Glancing at the wall again, the student realizes it is already 10 o'clock and wonders why it got late so fast. Hearing that the news is reporting total chaos, the confused teenager asks his friend what is actually happening. Startled by a massive banging sound from above, the young man jumps in his seat while looking around the room. Taking off his headset, the lonely guy stares into the dark area and asks himself what is going on with the noise. Walking slowly toward the kitchen, the nervous teen looks around his home to find the source of the loud thud. Standing by the entrance, the protagonist hears more thumping and asks who is at the door right now. Loud banging sounds come from the front door of the apartment. Looking quite nervous, the glasses-wearing student wonders who could be outside. Leaning forward, the young man decides to check the peephole to see the visitor. Recognizing the face outside, he realizes it is just his neighbor from the floor above. While listening to the strange request, the boy assumes a delivery person got the floor wrong. Standing in the dark hallway, the man outside looks very messy and strange. Thinking the neighbor is just drunk again, the teen lets out a tired sigh. Slowly reaching out his hand, grabs the cold metal knob to unlock the entrance. Creaking loudly, the heavy door opens to reveal the person waiting in the corridor. Peeking out cautiously, the student tries to see if everything is all right. Suddenly, his eyes go wide with shock as he notices something is very wrong. Stumbling toward him, the older man appears to be covered in a dark red liquid. Looking closer at the torso, he sees massive injuries that look totally impossible. Panic takes over as the boy asks if he should call 119 for help. Instead of answering, the man opens his mouth wide and lets out a terrifying scream. Unexpectedly, a crazed man grabs the student and starts a violent struggle right in the middle of the hallway. Screaming with a face covered in blood, the attacker looks completely insane while lunging forward with pure rage. Terrified by the sudden assault, the boy asks why the man is acting so crazy because everything happened too fast. Realizing the danger is real, the protagonist gets serious and prepares to defend himself from this weird monster. Reacting quickly, the glasses guy delivers a powerful kick to the chest that sends the crazy neighbor flying back. Tumbling out of the room, the older man hits the floor hard while the student stands his ground at the entrance. Slamming the door shut, the young man quickly turns the lock to keep the threat outside where it belongs. Panting heavily, the survivor leans against the wood while the attacker bangs loudly, trying to break back inside. Trembling uncontrollably, his legs show how much fear he feels despite managing to lock the room just in time. Sweating and confused, the boy wonders what happened to that guy since his face looked like a total nightmare. Desperate for help, the student kneels on the floor to find his phone so he can call the police immediately. Putting the device to his ear, the protagonist only hears a strange noise instead of a signal, which makes him worry. Staring at the screen with wide eyes, the main character sees that his cell is not working properly at all. Reading the notifications, he discovers that several emergency alerts were sent regarding unknown attacks in the city. Suddenly, a loud crash from another part of the house makes the young man turn around with even more fear in his heart. Looking through the window, the young man hears a loud scream while sirens echo in the distance. Outside, the world has turned into total chaos as random people start attacking others on the street. Noticing a familiar face, the boy realizes the violent attacker is actually his neighbor from the floor above. Hurrying back inside, he immediately thinks about his mother and wonders if she is safe from the madness. She usually returns home around this time, so the worried son quickly grabs his phone to check on her. Holding the device close to his ear, he desperately hopes that she will pick up his call. Terrible news arrives when the signal fails, and he realizes that even his parent is completely out of reach. Outside the basement window, the ground is covered in red stains while the city falls into silence. Darkness swallows the alleyway and the atmosphere becomes even more heavy as the situation gets worse. Back in the room, the terrified teen hides under a blanket while shivering from the sounds coming through the door. His hands are shaking uncontrollably as the emergency sirens continue to blare outside the house. Grabbing the device again, he tries to find some information about the disaster happening everywhere. Unfortunately, the internet is not working and the screen shows that no connection can be established at all. Reaching for the remote, he decides to turn on the television to see if the news has any answers. The reporter explains that unidentified civilians are committing crimes across the nation, and he keeps the volume low. Watching the news, the reporter says the government is investigating some crazy acts of terrorism across the area. Shocked by the report, the teenager realizes something bad is happening and the screen warns everyone to stay locked inside. While updates pop up, it shows that the violence is spreading to other places where people are attacking each other. On the television, a blurry image appears where someone is being grabbed, and it looks like a scene from a horror movie. Sitting on the floor, the young man thinks this is way too insane to be just a normal attack on the public. Inside his messy room, he starts to wonder if these are actually real-life monsters taking over the whole world. Staring blankly, he asks himself if he is dreaming because everything is falling apart so fast in just one single day. Quickly standing up, the glasses guy remembers that his neighbor went outside earlier and might be in big trouble. Near the exit, he decides to check the stairwell and try to lock the main door of the building for safety. Through the small hole, he sees that the hallway looks empty, though the darkness makes it feel very spooky. Once the door opens slowly, he notices red stains all over the steps, which makes his heart race with intense fear. Glancing towards the upper floor, he hopes that nobody is waiting there and prepares to move out very carefully. With his hand on the metal handle, he tries to be as quiet as possible so he does not attract any attention. Outside in the hall, he sees a man covered in mess walking away, and he holds his breath to stay hidden in the shadows. Suddenly, the door makes a loud creaking sound and the strange guy turns around to face him with a very creepy look. Walking through the dark hallway, the main character notices blood on the floor and feels a heavy chill. Quickly locking the door, he hopes that no monster can find him while he hides inside his apartment. Standing by the entrance, the boy lets out a long sigh of relief because he finally reached a safe spot. Looking at the dark stairs, the glasses guy wonders if his neighbors are okay since everything is too quiet. Deciding to stay hidden until morning, he waits for the police or some rescue team to show up and help. While sitting in his room, the teenager turns on the television to see what is happening in the world. On the screen, the news reporter speaks about random attacks and deaths happening across the metropolitan area. Unexpectedly, the signal cuts out and the screen goes blank, which makes the young man feel even more nervous. With a terrified expression, the protagonist notices that even the emergency broadcast has stopped working now. Hearing weird sounds from the floor above, the survivor looks at the ceiling and hopes to stay unnoticed. Wrapped in his blankets, the main character tries to get some rest, but the situation is too intense. Despite being exhausted, the boy cannot close his eyes because he is still processing all the recent trauma. Staring into the darkness, the lonely boy thinks about how strange it feels to be in this mess right now. Recalling how he wanted the world to end yesterday, he remembers his old miserable life before this chaos. Now that everything is actually falling apart, the survivor is fighting desperately to keep his own life. Wrapped in a blanket, the main character sleeps on the floor while thinking that his life has not changed much at all. Looking around the messy room, he realizes that whether it was in the past or now, his life is still a total nightmare. Birds chirp in the middle of the night as the dark sky hangs over the quiet city buildings during the early hours. Downward from the street view, we see an overturned ambulance and many people lying on the ground in a scary scene. Blood stains the floor near a door that is slightly open because something bad clearly happened in that specific spot. Peeking through the small gap, the boy with glasses looks terrified while cold sweat runs down his face from the fear. Observing the alleyway, he notices strange people walking around and perceives that the world outside is completely ruined. Seeing the trash and the red stains on the floor, the narrator mentions how the air feels different and very strange now. A lonely sandal sits on the dirty ground while the smell of iron fills the place and confirms the tragedy that occurred. Just by looking at the environment around him, the teenager concludes that he is in a very dangerous situation indeed. Closing the heavy metal door, he sees more red marks on the step and knows that no place is truly safe anymore. Quickly turning the lock, the young man tries to secure his home so that those monsters outside cannot get to him easily. Leaning against the entrance, he breathes heavily since thinking about stepping outside feels like a deadly mistake. Staring at the dark stairs, he wonders what else is hiding in the shadows of the building as he remains trapped inside. Checking his food supplies, the survivor finds some instant ramen and starts to plan how he will stay alive for now. Standing in the kitchen, the boy counts 4 packs of ramen and 6 cup noodles, which should last for 2 weeks. Judging by his emergency supplies, the protagonist thinks survival is possible for a month while waiting for rescue. Looking at his phone, he realizes the network is down and worries about his mom since calling emergency lines is impossible. Counting the 5 households, the teenager remembers the man turned into a monster and wonders about the others. Suddenly a thought crosses his mind about the college student living in the small room located on the rooftop. Recalling how the student brings his girlfriend over every Tuesday makes the boy think they might be stuck together. Since that day was yesterday, he hopes they are still inside that apartment at the very top of the building. Walking quietly up the stairs, the young man moves with caution while trying not to make any loud noises. Checking the other floors reveals no signs of life, so he considers the rooftop resident his last hope. Climbing higher, the survivor prays that the college guy did not turn into a creature like the previous man. Reaching the final flight of steps, he continues his search for another person in this silent place. Arriving at the top, he notices that the heavy metal door leading outside is already standing wide open. Stepping onto the rooftop, the protagonist looks around the empty space while feeling the cold air on his face. Feeling nervous and sweaty, the young man hesitates to call out because making noise could be very dangerous. Seeing that the inner door is also open, he wonders what is inside and feels a deep sense of unease. Standing at the entrance, the young man looks inside the dark room with a very confused expression. Inside the messy apartment, he notices that a fan is lying on the ground next to some red spots. Frightened by the scene, the boy realizes that something is wrong while he stares at the empty space. Quickly widening his eyes, the protagonist tries to understand the situation because it looks like a nightmare. On the wooden floor, the student sees several dark marks and wonders if that liquid is actually blood. Turning his gaze, he suddenly spots a creepy figure standing in the shadows covered in a red mess. Trembling uncontrollably, his legs start to shake because the fear is taking over his entire body. To escape from there, he slowly moves backward toward the exit while trying not to make any noise. While moving his arm, the character accidentally bumps into a small plant pot sitting on the shelf. Falling to the ground, the object shatters into many pieces and makes a loud sound that echoes everywhere. After hearing a strange scream, the main lead looks back and feels his heart racing from the terror. Turning around as fast as possible, the teenager begins to run to get away from that scary place. Suddenly losing his balance, the guy feels his feet tangling and realizes he is about to hit the floor. Crashing down, the poor kid ends up landing on his stomach while shouting after the sudden impact. Now lying on the ground, he looks terrified and prays that the person behind him does not catch him. Suddenly a scary guy covered in blood appears at the door while our hero looks completely terrified. Lunging forward as Chapter 3 begins, the monster tries to grab the teenager on the rooftop during this chaotic moment. Quickly ducking down, the young man barely avoids getting hit by the crazy person's swing. Over the edge, the attacker stumbles after losing his balance and starts to fall off the high building. Watching in silence, the protagonist can't believe that the threat just disappeared over the side. While the survivor watches from above, the bloody figure drops fast toward the ground. Looking stunned, the boy tries to process what just happened as his heart beats super fast. Inside his wide eyes, the student stares at the empty spot where the foe was standing a second ago. Because his legs feel like jelly, the lucky guy falls to his knees and realizes that the enemy finally fell down. Toward the handle, the glasses wearer reaches and decides to hide inside before anything happens. Walking down the stairs, the fighter breathes heavily because the situation was way too intense. As soon as he enters the room, the owner shuts the door tight to make sure he is finally alone. On the floor, the exhausted kid collapses because he can't even stand up after that rooftop fight. Hunching over his back, the main character gasps for air while trying to calm his racing mind. Trembling uncontrollably, his hands touch the ground and show how scared he actually is. Scared and confused, the boy thinks about the older guy from the rooftop who is probably gone forever now. Looking closely, his eyes show total shock as he wonders if he actually ended someone's life just like that. Kneeling on the floor of his messy room, the young man tries to convince himself that he is not the one to blame. Desperate for an excuse, he remembers that the older guy was the one who started the fight and attacked first. Time passes slowly as the clock on the wall ticks away while the protagonist stays trapped in his own head. Looking through the window, the sky is dark and his heart is filled with a weight that he cannot handle alone. Sitting by the door, he stays quiet and lonely while his small apartment feels like a prison for his soul. Throughout the entire day, the feeling of guilt eats him alive and makes it impossible for him to relax. Thinking about the fall, he wonders if his actions really caused that person to meet such a terrible end. Finally getting up from the cold floor, the guy decides he needs to face whatever is waiting for him outside. When the door opens, a dark liquid is spread all over the floor and points toward a scary situation in the hall. Stepping into the alley, he sees several people lying on the ground while a strange figure stands in the distance. That tall person is covered in red stains and has a weird glow around him that makes the scene feel like a nightmare. Slowly, the creepy walker turns around and shows a face that does not look human anymore, which scares the kid. Standing still in his slippers, the boy stares at the horror in front of him and realizes things are getting worse. Looking quite pale, the main character stares blankly while sweat drops down his face. Right in front of him stands the rooftop neighbor, who is now a monster covered in dark stains. Watching the creature stumble away, he understands that these things are definitely not human anymore. Feeling a bit sad for his old friend, the student knows that surviving is now his only priority. Suddenly, a loud groan echoes through the hallway as the heavy blue doors slowly swing open. Walking past the entrance, the beast wanders off and the young man notices his own fear is starting to vanish. When the sun rises on the third day of this nightmare, the city looks completely abandoned and silent. Inside his safe spot, he prepares a small pot of warm soup to keep his energy up during the crisis. Sitting among piles of boxes, the boy wonders how long the gas will stay on before everything shuts down. Thinking deeply, he questions if staying hidden in this basement is really the best plan for the future. Maybe going back to the roof to light a signal fire is the only way to get some real help. Glancing through his cracked lenses, the survivor focuses on the next step of his dangerous journey. Looking at the door he blocked with green tape, the lonely teen decides to leave his room tomorrow. Remembering the chaos from the previous 2 days makes him feel strange because he is no longer terrified. Resting quietly with his simple meal, he realizes that those monsters do not even scare him at this point. Suddenly, the boy looks stunned because his phone begins to vibrate loudly on the table. Looking down, he notices a call from his mother popping up on the bright screen. Grabbing the device, he quickly answers while his mom asks if he is doing okay right now. Responding to the call, the protagonist explains he is hiding alone as she stays safe in a shelter. While trying to explain the rescue plan, the signal starts to fail and the voice cuts out. Shouting into the receiver, the young man tries to reach her, but the line goes completely silent. Despite the call dropping, he feels a bit of relief knowing his parent is out of danger. Seconds later, the phone buzzes again with several new messages appearing all at once. Reading through the chat, he sees that his 2 best friends are also safe and sound. Checking the screen, he realizes those guys are actually staying very close to his current location. Staring blankly, the main character begins to think about someone else who might be nearby. Appearing in his mind is a girl named Hanyena who he remembers from his school days. Thinking back, the boy realizes that she is actually the person living the closest to his apartment. Recalling a past memory, he remembers when his friends talked about her while eating some snacks. Sitting around the table, the group of boys once joked about her wanting to see his social media photos. This tattooed guy tells his friend that a girl is coming over and calls it a huge chance for him to score. Looking very shocked, the boy with glasses listens as his buddy says the female just sent a message. Sweating quite a lot, the nerd asks if she is actually arriving and wonders if it is really true. Stepping into the house, the girl finally shows up looking very pretty while a man follows her inside. Showing a very serious face, the newcomer looks around the place without saying a single word to anyone. Entering the messy apartment, the lady sees a group of guys hanging out in the cramped living room. Walking across the room, her bare feet touch the floor while the boys try to act all cool and friendly. Sitting on the floor, the poor kid feels miserable because his home is being invaded by these rude people. Complaining about the gross smell and the sticky floor, the visitor says she is leaving because she is annoyed. Hiding in the tiny bathroom, the main character sits on the toilet and wonders if she is actually safe. Thinking about his father being a doctor, he wonders if his dad could help with a scary virus outbreak. Relaxing a little bit, he assumes the girl is doing fine since she always lived a very successful life. Widening his eyes behind his glasses, the boy suddenly hears something strange coming from the other side. Turning his head toward the door, the student looks totally confused by a sudden noise he just heard. Sitting there with his pants down, the lonely guy asks himself if someone just called his name from outside the room. Someone shouts for the protagonist to open the door quickly while banging on the metal. Surprised by the noise, the boy stares with wide eyes as he recognizes that familiar voice. Inside the dark room, he realizes that Hanyena is the one calling him from the corridor. While looking at his barricade of boxes, the banging becomes even louder and more frantic. Outside in the alley, the girl crouches low while trying to catch her breath in deep fear. Terrified, she looks back when a deep growling sound echoes right behind her location. Vicious monsters covered in stains run through the narrow path looking for a new target. Seeing the creatures getting closer, the poor girl realizes she has nowhere else to run. Pounding on the heavy door with all her strength, she screams his name one more time. Desperately, she begs for him to respond since the danger is literally at her heels now. Suddenly, the entrance swings open and the protagonist appears looking totally shocked. Panicked, the boy tells her to get inside immediately before those things reach her. Quickly grabbing her arm, he pulls the girl in and locks the handle as fast as possible. Right outside the house, those scary creatures start hitting the frame with pure rage. Finally safe for now, she breathes heavily while trying to calm her racing heart down. Entering the messy room, the guy notices a girl sitting on the floor while she lets out a heavy breath of exhaustion. Slowly, her bare feet rest on the cold ground because she seems too tired to even move a single muscle right now. Approaching the stranger, the young man asks if everything is fine, but she just wonders why he appeared so suddenly. Reaching out with a trembling hand, the lady grabs his black shirt firmly as if she is about to lose consciousness. Suddenly, the girl collapses against his chest and he falls back while trying to support her heavy weight on the floor. Holding onto him for dear life, her fingers shake uncontrollably because she is clearly going through a lot of stress. Staring in total shock, the protagonist cannot believe what is happening and he starts sweating from the unexpected contact. Stuck in an awkward position, the pair remains on the ground while the boy tries to process this crazy situation. Looking around the small apartment, we see the mess everywhere as the two characters stay huddled together in silence. Worried about her condition, the nerdy guy asks once more if she is feeling okay because her behavior is very strange. Gently touching her arm, the young man tries to be helpful, although he has no idea how to handle a girl this close. Facing him with a serious look, the beautiful woman finally thanks Minjun since he saved her from a very dangerous moment. Feeling his face turn red, the boy gets embarrassed and he listens as she explains that she almost died today. Taking a deep breath, the glasses guy feels relieved that she is safe and he tries to calm down his racing heart. Searching the place with a mysterious gaze, the lady seems to be thinking about her next move in this tiny room. Standing in the messy room, the girl asks the boy if he is currently staying all by himself. He explains that his mother left for work 3 days ago and found safety with a military unit during the chaos. Hearing this news makes the young woman feel relieved as she looks away with a calm expression. The glasses kid then asks Han Yena about her parents while she mentions that her father is safe at his workplace. Looking closely at her face, she begins to explain the situation regarding her mother with a serious gaze. She claims both relatives are fine but desperately asks for some water and a way to charge her dead phone. Looking at the wall, the clock shows it is already past 4 in the afternoon during this tense meeting. On the floor, several plastic bottles are filled with a yellowish liquid that does not look very clean. Sitting down, the thirsty guest quickly gulps the beverage because she has not had a single drop for a long time. Watching her drink so fast, the teenager feels surprised by the huge amount of fluid she is consuming. He starts to worry about their supplies since they should be rationing everything in case the tap gets cut off. Reflecting on the situation, he realizes she must have faced many dangers just to reach his current location. Curious about her journey, he asks if she really traveled all the way from her own home to get here. Scratching his head, the host wonders why she specifically chose to come to his place out of all the options. The student is completely shocked when she reveals that she has actually been hiding outside this entire time. The girl starts explaining that 3 days ago she met him near the apartment. Walking through the street after changing clothes, she noticed something was wrong. Suddenly, a loud scream echoes through the area and catches her attention. Chaos breaks out as everyone starts running for their lives without any warning. She finds a place to hide inside a shopping complex stairwell while feeling terrified. The boy is shocked to hear that she stayed in that spot all alone for so long. Looking around, she found an unlocked door near the stairs that offered some safety. That room became her temporary shelter because the other doors were completely stuck. Finding a bottle of water helped her survive until the 3rd day arrived. Hunger finally forced her to leave and try reaching her home 1 kilometer away. While walking, she spots dangerous figures lurking around the bloodstained streets. Seeing the blocked path, the survivor wonders why she chose such a difficult route. Deciding to take a risk, she enters a dark alley to avoid being spotted. Eventually, the lady reached the neighborhood where her friend lives while hiding. To return home, she had to cross the most dangerous part of the entire town. Running through the narrow streets, the girl realizes she had no other choice but to take this dangerous path. Glancing around the neighborhood, she remembers visiting the house of a friend named Minjun once before. Recalling a memory from 3 days ago, she hopes that the boy is still hiding inside his home. Dodging the scary creatures wandering the area, the survivor manages to reach the destination safely. Sitting inside the messy room, the host expresses his total surprise at her bravery for coming outside. Exhaling deeply, the guest feels a massive weight lift from her shoulders because she found someone alive. Touching her messy hair, the young woman mentions how gross she feels after running through the heat. Fixing her clothes, she notices that the long journey made her completely soaked in sweat. Staring blankly at his friend, the boy seems to be lost in thought while looking at her. Pointing out the wet spots on her outfit, the nerd suggests that she should change into some of his dry clothes. Hearing those weird words, the lady suddenly looks very offended by what he just said. Attacking the poor guy with kicks, she calls him a total loser for making such an awkward comment. Turning toward the bathroom, the girl asks if the water still works so she can finally clean herself up. Nodding his head while still in shock, the resident tells her to go ahead and use the shower. Resting alone in the middle of the room, the protagonist wonders why she reacted so aggressively just now. Inside the quiet apartment, the sound of running water echoes through the hallway while the guy sits in silence. Glancing around his messy room, the student realizes his situation is getting complicated as he waits for his guest. Staring at the wall, he wonders how to handle things now that the popular girl is stuck here with him during this mess. Looking at his small food stash, he calculates that their supplies will only last half as long with 2 people eating. Adjusting his glasses, the young man feels a sense of despair because surviving together seems nearly impossible right now. Watching the bathroom door, he finds it hard to believe that the school idol is actually taking a bath in his house. Thinking back to their school days, the teenager remembers how he used to walk through the halls being totally ignored. Passing by the beautiful classmate in the corridor, she never even glanced his way or acknowledged that he existed. Remembering her cold expression, he felt like a total nobody since she treated everyone below her like a tiny insect. Suddenly, the door swings open and the girl appears while the shocked protagonist jumps back in total surprise. Looking directly at him, the female student asks to borrow some clean garments because she needs to wash her own outfit. Hurrying to his dresser, the boy frantically searches for anything decent to give her while offering several options. Sniffing the fabric with a frown, the girl makes the poor guy blush as he realizes his laundry might not be fresh. Complaining about the musty scent, she decides to use the shirt anyway since there are no better choices available. Taking another deep breath of the material, the girl prepares to get dressed while the owner of the house looks away. Pulling her shirt, the girl complains about the smell and decides to wait for her clothes to dry. Annoyed by the stench, she tells the guy to use some spray, and Minjun awkwardly mentions that he actually washed everything. Walking away, the girl continues to complain while the boy wonders if she is just acting totally thoughtless right now. Outside the dark building, strange growls echo through the night as monsters roam the empty streets during the apocalypse. Inside the cramped room, several pieces of laundry hang on a small rack to dry for the next day. Looking at the empty bowl of noodles, the girl calls out the name of the protagonist and breaks the silence. Sitting on the floor, they discuss their next moves since the guy believes their only option is waiting for a rescue team. Unexpectedly, the boy reveals he planned to leave tomorrow, but his friend gets angry and calls him completely insane. Thinking about the danger, she refuses to leave the room because she almost died just trying to reach this safe place. Fixing his glasses, Minjun explains they will just stay here and hope for the best while the situation settles down. Worrying about their survival, the girl asks what they will do if the food supply suddenly runs out in a few days. Quietly, they both look at each other while the heavy atmosphere fills the small apartment during this terrifying moment. Although the screams nearby are fading, he mentions that breaking into other houses for supplies might be necessary. Deeply afraid, the girl listens as the guy says they must head out once the cabinets are empty and there is nothing left. Standing up, she yells that going out is impossible, so they should only worry about that problem when the time comes. Scared out of her mind, the girl explains that the outside world is filled with crazy monsters that almost killed her. Looking at her, the boy suggests that maybe she can just dodge them if she stays careful while moving around. Staring blankly, the young lady mentions how those scary things are exactly like the zombies from the movies. Sitting on the floor, the guy notes that getting bitten leads to a nasty infection which turns everyone into monsters. Looking away with a cold expression, the protagonist says he truly does not care about getting sick or dying. He continues by saying his life has no meaning, so having nothing to lose makes him feel totally indifferent. Standing tall, the girl argues that she actually wants to survive because her dream is to study abroad next year. To calm her down, the glasses guy reminds her that she already made it 1 kilometer without being spotted. While showing the creatures in the street, he explains that some walk slowly while others just lie on the ground. Turning her head, the girl listens as he says the monsters actually run way slower than a normal person can sprint. Sitting across from each other, the young man asks if she remembers playing games like tag when she was a little kid. Smiling a bit, he suggests treating the whole situation like a game to make the survival part feel more exciting. Feeling insulted, the girl calls him a total creep for making jokes while she is literally shaking from fear. Suddenly stretching her legs, the lady says she needs to sleep and asks him to get some blankets ready for her. Lying down in the small room, she admits that it has been many days since she last had a good night of rest. Looking confused, the protagonist utters a small sound while trying to understand the situation. The camera shifts to some blankets on the floor as a voice calls out to get his attention. Standing over him, the girl asks if he is insane for thinking they would sleep side by side. Pointing toward the kitchen, she demands that the boy finds a different spot to rest his head. Looking quite stressed, the young man reminds her that this is actually his own house. Sighing deeply, the guest says she finally understands and stops arguing for a moment. Walking away, she claims to be just an uninvited visitor and tells him to take the comfortable bed. Threatening to sleep in the dangerous hallway, the lady makes the poor guy panic and beg her to stay. After a long back and forth about the sleeping arrangements, the brunette finally agrees to stay inside. Lying down on the hard floor, the main character eventually accepts his fate of sleeping in the kitchen. Thinking to himself, the boy realizes he lost the argument, but at least he is still safe indoors. Reflecting on his new roommate, he feels glad to have company despite her talking way too much. Outside the room, some strange growling sounds echo through the dark and taped-up hallway. Sitting alone in the dark, a single candle flickers while more creepy noises fill the silent air. Tucked away in the comfy bed, the girl sleeps peacefully while monsters continue to moan outside. Lying on the bed, the young girl stares into space with a very sad look on her face. Suddenly, the lady calls the name of the protagonist, who is sitting on the floor looking back. Showing several bandages on his skin, the teenager looks quite surprised by the unexpected call. telling him to come inside and sleep in the room. She makes him feel lucky for the offer. Looking at the dark hallway, the hero admits to himself that being all alone is truly terrifying. From behind the tape boxes, strange and scary groans begin to echo through the quiet building. Sitting near the door, the student watches the girl sleep while he stays awake to keep guard. Recalling the times he hid on the stairs, the youth remembers those same scary sounds very well. Crying quietly into her pillow, the girl says she misses her mom while the young man listens. Staying silent by the entrance, the main character remains still and wonders what to do next. Hearing the soft sobbing sounds, the boy feels a deep sadness for his new companion. As the sun rises over the city rooftops, we see that dangerous monsters are wandering everywhere. Looking at the stained apartment walls, it is clear that many people did not survive the night. Wearing a shirt with the number 686, the lady remains fast asleep in bed. Standing over the bed, the survivor wonders just how much longer she plans to stay unconscious. Sleeping peacefully on the bed, the girl looks calm despite having said she was too scared to even close her eyes. At the wall, the clock shows that some time has already passed since they first settled into the room. Suddenly waking up and sitting on the mattress, she realizes that the place feels a bit different now. Turning her head with a confused expression, the young woman wonders what exactly is happening around her. Standing by the door, the glasses guy puts on his jacket while the girl asks where he thinks he is going. Adjusting his clothes, the boy calmly explains that he intends to head back up to the rooftop area. Worried about the danger, she warns him about the infected, but the teenager says he will just avoid them. Offering her a choice, he asks if she wants to tag along, yet the girl quickly refuses because she is terrified. Deciding to go alone, the protagonist tells her to stay safe inside while he handles things outside by himself. Walking slowly up the concrete steps, the hero begins his climb to see what changed on the upper floor. Upon reaching the top, he stops abruptly after noticing something very wrong with the entrance door ahead. Through the darkness, the survivor sees a massive crack spreading across the surface of the glass. Realizing the danger, he notes that the thin film won't hold the broken window together for much longer. On the stairs, the young man keeps moving while being careful with every single step he takes. Near the exit, the boy mentions that a terrible smell is coming from the area right in front of him. While walking through the building, the girl admits she has a very bad feeling about the situation. Looking quite nervous, the glasses guy stares ahead while trying to process what is happening. Outside, the city looks calm even though many rooftops are visible under the bright blue sky. Suddenly, he finds himself in a room covered in red stains and notices someone lying still on the floor. Seeing the mess, the student stays frozen with a shocked expression on his face. Recognizing the person as the girlfriend of the rooftop guy, he realizes that she is no longer moving. Before leaving the area, the teenager decides to say a quick prayer for the poor girl. Walking out of the room slowly, he tries to stay calm despite the scary thing he just saw. Approaching his friend outside, the young man explains that there is someone inside who didn't survive. Sweating a bit, the protagonist warns her that going into that room is probably a bad idea. Hearing the news, the girl looks totally stunned and remains silent for a few seconds. Discussing a rescue plan, the two talk about lighting a fire to attract a helicopter for help. Shouting for other survivors, the girl is warned about monsters and they realize they must survive here alone. Later that day, inside the house, she asks the boy what his personality type is to pass the time. Laughing together, the girl teases him for not having even 50 followers on his social media account. The girl asks about his hobbies while the guy mentions playing zombie games despite the world already ending. Lying on the ground, she calls him a total introvert since he stays home and eats alone all the time. Feeling awkward, the boy remembers she never even looked at him before everything turned into a nightmare. Looking away silently, he continues to process the strange situation of being trapped with his popular classmate. As she pokes him with her foot, the teen wonders if being alone with his crush is actually a good thing. The room is messy and sealed, but he feels happy because he used to dream of talking to her like this. Being distracted by her constant poking makes him wonder if any of these feelings even matter anymore. Getting kicked for ignoring her, the boy quickly apologizes while she calls him a total loser for spacing out. Checking the barricaded windows, we see that they are completely covered with boxes and green tape for safety. Flipping through a book, she looks at stories of normal school life that seem like a distant memory now. Passing several days later, the young lady remains on the floor while staying busy with her reading. Screaming his name loudly, she asks if the laundry is finished while demanding attention from the poor guy. Scrubbing clothes in a bucket, the boy feels frustrated as she complains about being hungry once again. Looking totally done with this life, he swears to leave her behind and escape this place by himself. Squatting in the bathroom, the hero feels like a slave while hiding his true emotions behind a quiet face. With no power in the house, he washes clothes by hand using a candle while noticing that the food supply is getting really low. Looking at the dark kitchen, we see how difficult life has become since everything must be dried in the shadows of the room. While preparing to leave, he tells Hanyena he is going out, and she warns the boy to return within 30 minutes for safety. The girl threatens that he will be in big trouble if he is late again, so the young man just sighs while heading to the door. A broken glass door shows signs of a struggle with marks everywhere, making the whole atmosphere feel very creepy and dangerous. Carefully peeking outside, the boy checks the area to make sure no monsters are waiting right behind the entrance for him. He patrols the neighborhood once a day, but only walks through the paths that he knows are safe from any nearby infected people. After spending several days studying how the infected people act, he finally begins to understand their strange daily patterns. These creatures act just like zombies and only attack living humans while ignoring anything that is already dead or changed. Because they have bad eyesight, the monsters cannot see him if he stays between 50 and 100 meters away from them. Even though they cannot see well, they are very sensitive to sound, so the survivor must stay as quiet as possible to survive. During the day, there are fewer enemies around because they seem to hate the sunlight and hide in the dark corners of town. Since the monsters love the dark, it is extremely dangerous to go outside at night when the creatures are much more active. While observing them from a distance, the protagonist realizes that these specific monster traits are actually very familiar. Everything he sees reminds him of an online game he used to play before the entire world ended and things got totally crazy. Thinking about his recent gaming sessions, the boy realizes the infected act exactly like the monsters from that world. Looking serious, he wonders if this is just a coincidence or the start of something much worse for everyone. Realizing the danger, he suspects that the apocalypse might actually be coming sooner than expected. Outside, the city looks quiet, but a dark shadow hangs over the buildings while the sun still shines above. Evidence of a struggle appears at the entrance since the glass is shattered and stains mark the floor. Inside a dark room, a girl sits alone and complains about being bored after finishing all her comic books. Glancing at the wall, the clock shows that time is passing slowly while the silence fills the entire apartment. Annoyed by the delay, she mentions that her friend is late again and needs to be trained to listen better. Suddenly, a loud noise catches her attention because she hears the sound of a helicopter flying nearby today. Looking up with hope, she wonders if there is any use in waiting for someone to come and rescue her. High in the blue sky, the small vehicle flies away while the sun continues to watch over the empty streets. On a rooftop nearby, two people wave their arms and scream for help near a fire that they started earlier. Down in the narrow alleys between the tall structures, everything remains still as the world stays quiet. Returning to the dial, it shows that many minutes have passed since the noise of the engine faded away. Sitting on the floor, the young woman looks worried and keeps waiting for her companion to finally return. Looking very anxious, the girl wonders why her friend has not returned yet and softly whispers his name. Pacing around the dark room, she notes that over 90 minutes passed since he left and fears for his safety. Staring at the wall, the lady gets angry while thinking about how dangerous it is for anyone to stay outside. Outside, the sun begins to set over the quiet city buildings, which means the monsters will appear soon. Sitting on the floor, the young woman looks totally defeated because she is losing hope of seeing him again. Tears start to fall as she asks if the boy is still alive or if he became a victim of the monsters. Watching the small candle flicker, she remembers that more infected creatures come out once the light disappears. Curled up in a corner of the messy apartment, the survivor feels completely isolated in this terrifying world. Sobbing quietly, the poor girl begs for him not to leave her alone in such a dark and scary place. Suddenly, a loud clicking sound from the door makes her jump, and she looks up with a very surprised face. Bursting through the entrance, the guy yells her name while looking like he just ran a marathon to get there. Seeing her state, the young man freezes because he did not expect to find his friend crying on the floor. Standing up to face him, the girl looks exhausted and hurt while the traveler tries to catch his breath. Screaming with anger, she points out he is 3 hours late and asks if he really wants to get hurt. Preparing to give him a piece of her mind, the woman raises her hand while he tries to explain himself. Explaining his delay, the boy shows a paper that was dropped by a helicopter earlier today. Hearing the strange news, the girl looks totally stunned while staring at the document in his hand. Standing together in the dark room, the woman asks what those papers are actually about. Showing the red flyer, it says that the entire city will be locked down by 18 hours tomorrow. Panicking because they live right there, the two realize they only have until the next day to leave. Looking at the back of the page, they find a list of infection rates for every single neighborhood. With a worried expression, the guy mentions that the situation will get much worse very soon. Regretting their choice to wait for help, they agree that escaping is now the only option left. Doubting the paper for a second, the student wonders if the safety levels are actually real or not. Focusing through his glasses, he decides that fleeing to the north is definitely not a possibility. Facing his friend, the protagonist claims they must cross the big river to survive this nightmare. Examining the map, he points out that they need to avoid the most dangerous zones by heading east. Starting to pack his things, the survivor suggests a safer route despite it being a long detour. Observing his every move, the girl seems quite impressed by how calm he is during the crisis. Even though she thought he was a loser before, she admits he is actually very smart and capable. Looking serious, the boy with glasses says they must escape from that place right now. The girl gets worried and suggests waiting until morning while wondering if they can really survive the trip. Desperate for help, she hopes someone will rescue them as her friend calls out her name. Firmly, the protagonist states he will head out at dawn because staying in the basement means certain death. Silence fills the room while the young lady stares at him with a look of pure shock. Covering her face with her hands, she finally agrees to the plan despite her overwhelming fear. They start talking about packing food and supplies while looking for an extra bag to carry everything. Morning finally arrives as the sun rises over the quiet city buildings, signaling it is time to move. Cardboard and tape still cover the windows, showing how they tried to hide from the monsters outside. Wearing his backpack, the guy wonders if she is ready and his companion nods while standing by the door. Walking out, the teenager feels a bit hesitant because the streets are very dangerous. Suddenly, the pretty girl asks if he is sure about not visiting the hospital where her father works. Turning around, the hero questions if they should look for the man since he might still be at his job. Her eyes show a hint of mystery and sadness while she processes the question about her parent. Forcing a smile, the female friend says it is fine and insists they should just leave the area quickly. Remembering the last talk with his father makes the glasses guy nervous since they were supposed to be safe in a shelter. Glancing sideways, the young man wonders what is happening while a voice tells him it is time to start moving. Looking up at the bright sun shining over the tall buildings, everything seems peaceful for just a brief moment. Moving quickly through the back alleys, the student notices red stains on the walls and shattered glass from the recent chaos. Hiding behind some large containers, he spots a dangerous monster wandering further down the street looking for prey. Signaling with a thumbs up, the boy greets his partner, who comes running towards him to join the escape through the city. Seeing the street from above reveals a total mess with overturned cars and trash covering the entire ground. Running past a flipped ambulance, the two survivors try to stay quiet so they do not attract any unwanted attention. Focusing on the marks on the pavement, the lady tells him to follow her as they continue their journey together. Observing the blocked roads from a high view shows how the buses and cars have created a massive traffic jam. Seeing a birthday ad on the side of a vehicle covered in red splatters makes the situation feel even more depressing and real. Walking calmly for now, the female mentions how she was terrified before but feels much safer moving in the open. Explaining the situation, the protagonist says that monsters usually stay away from bright light, but they must remain alert. Complaining about the long distance, the companion wishes she had brought a bicycle to make the trip easier. Thinking about the plan, the guy notes that communication is down, so electronic scooters are useless and all bikes are gone. Sweat drips down the girl as she asks for a 5-minute break while complaining about the fast pace. Standing in the middle of a destroyed street, her legs are hurting and she asks the boy for a pause. Moving forward without stopping, the young man says he will go ahead as the lady calls him a name. Passing by a crashed bus, the girl makes threats while the boy warns her to be quiet so the monsters do not hear. Looking at the skyline, the city seems empty and quiet under the bright blue sky. Stepping forward on the sidewalk, the girl wonders how much time is left until they reach their destination. Walking through the narrow alley, the girl complains about the distance while her companion tells her to keep going. Refusing to give her water, the boy explains that every drop is precious and must be saved for later. Blocking the entire road, a green truck stands abandoned among various piles of old furniture. Staring at the massive barricade, the two survivors are surprised by the huge wall of cars and trash. Explaining the situation, the guy says this new area looks much safer than the previous places they visited. Seeing such a large fence, the girl wonders if there are other people nearby guarding the entrance. Climbing over the obstacles, the boy notices that the air smells better and no monsters are in sight. Pointing to a potential hiding spot, the girl suggests a rest, but the leader says they must keep moving. Feeling offended by his words, the young lady stares in disbelief as he tells her to stop being dramatic. Standing among trucks, the girl looks at the man while thinking very bad things about him. They face each other in the middle of the street while the atmosphere feels heavy between them. Looking quite sad, the girl realizes they are in the same mess from Chapter 0. Wearing glasses, the young man remains silent while observing her facial expressions. Moving her lips slowly, the lady finally says she is sorry for everything that happened. Opening his eyes wide, the boy looks totally shocked after hearing those unexpected words. While the woman repeats her apology, the student notices several monsters appearing in the distance. Frightened, the guy points behind her and warns about the danger coming their way. Screaming loudly, many infected people run toward the pair while looking for a snack. Reacting quickly, the protagonist grabs her hand to make sure they stay together. Both of them start running as fast as possible to escape the group of creatures. Sprinting down the narrow road, the two survivors try to leave the monsters behind them. Panicking, the girl mentions how she thought this area was actually safe from the infection. Looking ahead, the teenager spots another person hiding near some old furniture. Calling out to them, the new man offers help while the protagonist thanks him for the chance. Pushing with all their might, the guys try to block the entrance while telling the girl to get inside quickly. Looking completely terrified, Han-yena listens as Min-jun tells her to find a place to hide right now. Gripping the wood tightly, they start counting together to prepare for one final push against the door. As they reach the count of 3, an injured attacker appears and starts screaming while trying to force the way in. Peering through the small gap, a scary face covered in red stares back and causes everyone to panic. Watching in horror, the boy with glasses screams for the monster to stay away from them. With a loud crash, the creature manages to knock over the heavy furniture used as a barricade. Since everything is falling apart, the group realizes they need to start running before the threat catches them. Screaming when she sees the danger, the girl follows her companion toward the back area. Running as fast as possible, the two survivors flee through the narrow alley while the beast follows closely. Trying to find a way out, they start climbing over some old desks and chairs blocking the path. Standing on top of the wooden structure, the young man says they must jump down to survive this mess. Landing hard on the pavement, both of them try to recover their balance after the big drop. Sitting on the cold floor, the woman cries out because her foot is hurt and she cannot move easily. Hearing a sudden noise, the student looks back with a worried expression as if something bad is happening. Suddenly, 2 bloody men run toward the couple as the situation becomes extremely dangerous. Staring with wide eyes, the main character feels a huge shock because of the terrifying scene ahead. Remembering some harsh words, he thinks about how he should have the courage to stand up and fight. Even though he feels weak, the girl once told him that being a coward is totally pathetic. Reaching for a hidden blade, the boy decides that dying like a loser is not an option today. Looking at her friend with a surprised face, the young woman cannot believe what is happening. Moving quickly, the protagonist named Yoo Min-jun prepares to face the threat to protect his friend. Holding a small knife, he stands his ground because he refuses to run away from the enemy. Suddenly, the sound of a fast engine echoes through the street as a motorcycle wheel spins fast. While someone yells for them to get down, a group of bikers rushes into the middle of the fight. Turning his head in total confusion, the teenager tries to understand who these new people are. Using a heavy bat, one of the bikers hits the attacker right in the head with a lot of force. Shouting with joy, the gang starts to beat up the monsters while the two students watch the chaos. Standing there silently, the duo feels confused while the bikers continue their aggressive assault. Carrying a bat on his shoulder, the leader says that hitting things while riding is the best feeling. Suddenly, a guy with a baseball bat appears and looks surprised to see people in the middle of the street. He recognizes the girl as Han-yena and asks why she is hanging around this dangerous area right now. Looking at the stranger, the thug wonders who this random dude could be while holding his weapon tight. The protagonist starts sweating because he realizes that things are about to get really bad for him. This newcomer is Park Songbin, an 18-year-old student who is actually worse than the monsters outside. Standing together, the gang faces the two survivors as the tension in the air grows thicker. Songbin notices the kitchen knife in the boy's hand and starts laughing since it looks like a pathetic weapon. He mocks the weird pair and asks if they just met by chance because they look like a very strange team. Yena thanks the group for showing up and admits she might have died if they had not arrived to help her. The leader invites them to a hideout with 12 survivors because there are adults keeping everyone safe there. When the boy with glasses mentions leading the city, the antagonist explains that the entire area is already shut down. Songbin tells the girl to ride on his scooter while the others have to use a small board to move along. While looking back with a strange expression, the blonde seems to be planning something suspicious in his mind. The girl stays silent and looks confused about the situation as if she senses that something is not right. The guys whisper to each other, wondering if bringing her is a good plan while she asks what they are saying. Looking at the girl, the bully tells her to just get on the bike and stop worrying. Turning her head, the young lady seems a bit unsure about the whole situation. Pointing at the guy with glasses, the biker asks how they are even going to bring that dude along. Another friend suggests just leaving the loser behind because he will only waste their limited food. Feeling quite worried, the girl hears them mocking the poor guy who is just standing there. Suddenly, the leader changes his mind and says they might as well take one more person with them. Surprising everyone, the quiet student says he is not going and tells them to just forget it. Calmly, the boy with glasses explains that he has his own place to be and will survive alone. Staring in shock, the girl cannot believe he is actually turning down their help right now. By walking away from the group, the protagonist decides to follow his own path in this mess. Because he is getting angry, the bully shouts for him to stop since he hates being ignored. With a deadly threat, the mean guy says the world is over and he can easily end him right there. Having no fear at all, the student looks back with a very cold and indifferent expression. Loudly, the aggressive teen calls him names and orders the boy to return to them immediately. In an attempt to stop the madness, the girl asks if her friend has gone crazy with those threats. Looking closely, the bully remembers the nerd and remarks how the poor boy has not changed a single bit since their last meeting. Pointing to the group, the muscular teen asks if today is the perfect chance to try something with the girl they just met. Smiling wide, he mentions seeing her photos on social media and wonders if she looks just as good in real life as the pictures. Staying quiet, the protagonist listens to the jerks laughing about her while they make some really rude jokes behind her back. Feeling a drop of sweat, the main character looks away because he knows these guys are nothing but trouble for everyone around. Carrying a heavy bat, the tattooed leader apologizes to the lady for being wild, but he tells her to stop nagging him already. Turning around, the girl says sorry to the glasses kid and decides to follow the dangerous group instead of staying with him. Staring coldly, the bully looks at the weak boy with a face that shows he is clearly the one in control of this situation. Grinning like a villain, the thug says that leaving this area is basically suicide and that everyone should just stay close. Showing the destroyed streets, he suggests going to their secret hideout while they walk past a car covered in red stains. Looking up at the tall buildings, the city looks empty and scary under the bright blue sky during this weird apocalypse. Approaching a dark entrance, the group reaches a place filled with old supplies and warnings about where not to park bikes. Walking inside, the leader asks if the nerd remembers this place because it seems like they have a history in this building. Realizing the truth, the protagonist gets terrified since this is the exact spot where the bully used to beat him up daily. Arguing among themselves, the group enters the dark hallway while the girl tells them to fix their mistakes like a leader. Minjun leans in to whisper a secret to Han Yena while she looks completely confused by his sudden approach. He suggests they should take a chance to escape from these guys because staying with them feels like a bad idea. While the boy trembles with fear, the girl tells him to calm down since she thinks the others are just weaklings. She mentions how the leader has been her servant for years and promises to protect her friend if things get messy. Even though she tries to act cool, the nervous teenager wonders why she believes those dangerous people so easily. He asks if she really views that scary guy as just a normal classmate from their childhood days. Silence fills the air as the young woman stares back with a blank expression while processing his warning. Standing right in front of the exit is the boss holding a weapon while blocking their path to freedom. The muscular guy turns around and asks why they are trying to leave so soon after arriving at the spot. Panicking slightly, she makes up a story about a shelter where her parents are waiting for her arrival. With a cold look, the bully reveals that the place she mentioned was actually destroyed a long time ago. He questions why she would go with a loser and demands they stay until tomorrow morning. Desperate to get away, the girl insists that their situation is very urgent as she tries to walk past him. Nervous laughter escapes her lips while she moves forward in hopes they can just leave without a fight. Suddenly a loud sound echoes through the hallway when a bat hits the wall to stop them from moving. One guy calls out to Yena while she stands there with her long hair flowing. Moving closer, he warns the girl to wait until tomorrow before trying to leave with the rest of the group. Staring intensely, the bully asks if there is some secret business going on with that other student. Trembling slightly, she mumbles the name of Park Songbin while looking very worried about the whole situation. Clenching her fist tightly, the girl insists on going right now despite the clear tension in the air. Watching the scene unfold, the guy with glasses realizes that things are going exactly as he predicted. Stepping forward, the smart student suggests they all just head out together to settle this matter peacefully. Looking toward the horizon, she notices the sun is about to set and feels the pressure of time. Carrying a heavy baseball bat, the tall leader walks out of the dark tunnel into the open area. Walking away with confidence, the fighter heads toward the massive construction site as everyone follows him. Arriving at the destination, the protagonist observes the barricades meant to keep those infected monsters away. Looking at the piles of wood and gas tanks, it seems like the defense was put together very quickly. Standing side by side, the duo prepares to enter the dangerous zone while keeping their guard up. Reaching out, the boy gently taps her hand to get her attention during this quiet moment. Whispering softly, the young man tells her not to worry because he has a plan for what comes next. Looking seriously at the girl, the guy with glasses promises that he will never leave her side. While the girl looks back, she feels very nervous and sweat drips down her face. Suddenly, loud noises ring out and make the poor girl scream in total terror. Behind the fence, many scary monsters appear and she wonders if they are actually safe. Laughing at her fear, the leader says there is no way those creatures can get inside. From a high view, it is possible to see the group is surrounded by many hungry monsters. Pointing to a metal ladder, the guide tells everyone to start climbing to the second floor. Reaching the top, the protagonist looks around while feeling nervous about what comes next. Inside the dark building, the blonde kid announces that he finally brought the new guests. In the main room, they find a very large man with tattoos sitting and waiting for them. Smiling widely, the big guy seems excited to see that they have new visitors in his base. Because he recognizes the girl, the large man asks if she is the famous Han Yena. Introducing himself as Lee Bongyu, he is 19 years old and follows her on social media. Feeling very uncomfortable, the girl wonders who this strange person is while looking confused. Scratching his stomach, the big man tells her to just relax because this place is totally safe. Hearing the news, they realize all roads are blocked and they must wait here for someone to save them. Looking around, we see a full camp set up with chairs and even a grill for making food. Wood for the fire sits next to several fuel cans, which shows they plan on staying for a long time. Blocked by heavy furniture and metal bars, the stairs are now totally impossible for anyone to use. Staring in shock, the main guy wonders if these people actually built all of this by themselves. Watching from a distance, he suspects that this group might have stolen the shelter from someone else. Laughing loudly, the big man says bringing a girl back is a huge win since they have enough food. Feeling totally miserable, the young lady looks stressed because she knows this situation is getting bad. Standing there, she realizes that the leader tricked her and she regrets not listening to her friend. Reaching out with her hand, the female taps the tall guy on the shoulder to get his attention. Turning his head, the boy hears her asking if they can talk for a moment away from the crowd. Begging him to stop this, she asks if he can just let her leave and go back home already. Showing her fear, she says she hates this atmosphere and the scary people he hangs out with. Looking him in the eyes, she explains that she does not believe the bridge is really closed. Walking away, the survivor says she is leaving while the boy just stands there without saying anything. A rough hand suddenly grabs the boy's arm while someone yells for him to stop. Looking completely shocked, the girl stares at the scene with wide eyes because of the sudden tension. The aggressive guy shouts that she cannot simply walk away whenever she feels like it. Holding her tightly, he asks if she still believes the entire world revolves around her tiny whims. Unexpectedly, another hand reaches out and firmly grips the bully's forearm to stop the harassment. Stepping in the middle, the glasses kid nervously demands that his friend should be released immediately. Staring in disbelief, the mean teenager looks confused as he cannot believe someone is actually challenging him. Towering over the protagonist, the muscular jerk insults his intelligence and wonders if he has finally lost his mind. Around them, the construction site looks messy and dangerous with metal pipes and old barrels scattered everywhere. Getting closer, the aggressor dares the quiet kid to use the blade he saw earlier to defend himself. Screaming with rage, the bully calls him a coward and begs for the young student to actually try stabbing him. Suddenly, a very large man arrives at the scene while asking what all this noise is about. Explaining the situation, the tattooed teen says the girl complained about the place and acts like it's no big deal. Looking furious, the heavy leader finds out about the hidden kitchen knife and gets incredibly angry. Threatening the glasses student, the big guy demands the weapon unless he wants his face smashed in. Gripping his only blade tightly, the young man realizes he cannot defeat 5 enemies alone with just a simple kitchen knife. One of the bullies explains that Bongyu is the boss while he is the second in command and warns the boy to follow orders. Highlighting the state of emergency, the thug threatens the student with death after only 2 warnings to follow the rules. Grabbing the girl named Yena by the shoulder, the large tattooed man tells her to go rest inside his private tent. After the leader asks if she just cursed, the teen quickly lies about being in a panic because of the monsters outside. Boasting about his large deluxe tent, the man claims the mats are soft and comfortable, so she should go inside right away. Perceiving that this guy is a total psycho, the young lady tries to buy time by calling him a sweet name to act friendly. Looking back with a nervous face, the friend tells the leader that she is very hungry and asks if they have any food to eat. Excited by the request, the boss shouts about having a pork belly party tonight while the glasses guy watches in silence. Observing the scene with sweat on his face, the student realizes that this whole situation is a total disaster. Scanning the empty city, the narrator explains that there are no police around, so this place has become a lawless zone. Hugging the female tightly, the creep calls her cute while she looks completely terrified and tries to pull away from him. Knowing that these thugs are just as dangerous as the zombies, the boy worries that the leader will never leave her alone. Staring intensely at the ground, the glasses guy knows he must find a way to get his friend out of there immediately. Watching the infected creatures outside, he considers luring them in to cause a panic despite the risk to other survivors. Those 3 older guys sitting there do not look very trustworthy to the nervous student at all. He wonders if they should try to escape tonight because he is afraid they might hurt his friend soon. Looking around the messy construction site, the teenager feels like everything is just falling apart. Sizzling on the grill, the meat smells great, but the situation remains very tense for everyone there. One of the guys makes a weird comment about sitting next to the girl and she clearly looks uncomfortable. Suddenly, the bully tells the 4-eyed kid to take some food over to the older men in the back. Staring at the plate, the boy realizes that they are being way too stingy with the portion size. Thinking about their hunger, the young man decides to add some of his own food to the small plate. Approaching the dark corner, the protagonist finds the group of men waiting for their dinner. Holding out the meal, the glasses guy tells them it is not much, but they should eat it anyway. Surprised by the gesture, the older man thanks the kid while looking a bit confused by the kindness. Night falls over the quiet city as the stars shine brightly above the dangerous streets outside. Burning inside a metal barrel, the fire keeps the group warm while the shadows dance on the walls. Sitting together in silence, the 2 friends look tired and worried about what might happen next. Hearing her name called out, the girl looks up with a sad expression on her face while feeling scared. Sitting near the campsite, a large man asks the girl why she stays there alone and invites her to chill with the group. Thinking to herself, the girl decides to wait for everyone to fall asleep so she can finally sneak away from this place. Getting annoyed, the bully complains about her cold attitude and starts getting aggressive, but another guy stops him. Stepping in between them, the stylish boy tells his friend that he should stop bothering her right now. Looking completely surprised, the heavy man stares at his partner because he did not expect to be talked to like that. With a serious face, the young man tells the bully to back off while calling him a name to show he is not joking around. Somewhere else, a dark figure stands over a fallen boy named Minjun and says that his life is basically over now. Dragging the poor kid across the floor, the mean guy calls for help to throw the victim down from the high ledge. Lifting the body together, the 2 criminals start a countdown and prepare to toss the boy into the darkness below. Suddenly the victim grabs onto the bully clothes and says they are going down together as a piece of trash. Feeling a sudden pull, the attacker looks confused because he realizes he is losing his balance at the edge. Falling through the air, both of them head straight for the ground while the Chapter 9 title says they go to hell. Watching from above, the blonde guy looks terrified after hearing the loud crash from the floor below them. Panicking at the edge, the friend shouts that Sunjian fell all the way down to the first floor with his target. Laying on the hard ground, the two boys groan in pain after the big drop and someone begs for help in the dark. Falling to the ground, the young man groans in pain while realizing something is wrong with his body. Looking down at his own limbs, the boy wonders why his leg looks so twisted and weird right now. Stumbling nearby, another student tries to move away, but the injured guy calls out the name Young Minjun. Suddenly reaching out, a hand grips the leg of the person trying to escape, which causes a huge shock. Gritting his teeth, the hurt guy shouts at Minjun and asks where he thinks he is going after what happened. Expressing his anger, the boy blames his classmate for the broken bone and begs for some assistance. Hovering right behind him, a scary creature with pale eyes appears and asks for help in a terrifying way. Echoing through the dark alley, a nasty sound of a bite rings out while red stains cover the cold floor. Watching from a distance, the other friends freak out and decide to just leave the poor victim behind. Staring in total horror, the girl named Yena cannot believe the nightmare unfolding right before her eyes. Turning around quickly, the young lady starts sprinting away to save her own life from the danger. Following her lead, the muscular guy also runs as fast as possible while cursing at the situation. Climbing up the construction poles, the girl moves with speed to find a safe spot high above the ground. Jumping between the wooden crates, her feet land softly while she tries to escape the chaos below. Shouting her name, the man behind her asks if she is really going to stop or keep running away like that. Looking super angry, the tattooed guy screams because the girl is trying to escape his reach. Stepping carefully, the young woman tries to cross a wooden board while the monsters crawl below. Across the narrow bridge, she spots a bright light ahead that might be her only way out. Terribly afraid, the lady hears the bully screaming that he will catch her no matter what. With her sneakers, she prepares to make a big jump to reach the next building. Through the night air, she leaps over the gap and hopes to land safely on the other side. Right after landing with a heavy thud, her feet feel shaky and she struggles to keep her balance. Behind her, the survivor hears a noise and realizes her pursuer is still coming. As he laughs like a total psycho, the man mocks her for thinking she could actually get away. Lunging forward with all his strength, the villain tries to bridge the distance to grab his victim. Suddenly a loud snapping sound happens because the fragile support cannot hold his weight. Since he is moving too fast, the criminal realizes he messed up as he begins to slip. Away from the rooftop, the enemy falls into the dark void in a split second. Down in the piles of trash, the fallen attacker groans in pain after the massive drop. From above, the girl realizes this is her best chance to finally flee the area. Shouting loudly, the girl tries to get everyone's attention by pointing towards her current location. Hearing the loud noise, some monsters look up and start heading toward the source of the sound. Standing below, the muscular man looks confused as the young woman keeps yelling from above the containers. Realizing what is happening, the fighter gets angry because Han Yena is exposing his position to everyone. Looking up with rage, the guy promises to get revenge on her for putting his life in danger like that. Suddenly a terrifying scream echoes through the dark area and scares the person standing on the ground. Running fast toward the noise, two creatures appear and start chasing the one who stayed down there. Trying to survive, the man runs away while the lady watches the chaos from her safe spot on the roof. Looking around with worry, she wonders where her friend Young Minjun could be hiding at this moment. Holding her hands together, the girl prays for her companion to stay safe during this nightmare. Appearing out of nowhere, a tired boy stumbles through the trash while the woman watches in surprise. Feeling very happy, the lady notices that her buddy is alive and tells him to come up quickly. Breathing heavily, the exhausted male looks at the high platform while trying to catch his breath. Grabbing a rusty pipe, the young man starts to climb up the wall to reach the safe area above. Struggling with all his strength, the boy pushes himself over the machine while making pain noises. Hurriedly, the girl prays to endure just a bit longer as sweat drops down her face. Firmly grabbing his arm, the companion tries her best to help the fallen boy. Groaning in pain, the student collapses on the cold floor and feels his strength fading. Worriedly, she asks if those monsters bit him, but he claims to be only feeling very dizzy. Suddenly a loud voice echoes through the alley as a mean guy looks for the protagonist. Ignoring the threats, the weak boy tells his friend that they really need to leave immediately. Looking at the night sky, the female lead wonders if he can run while the teen tells her to save herself. Stumbling forward, they move through the shadows and try not to make any loud noise. Falling again, the boy hits the ground hard as his helper panics and checks his condition. Putting his arm over her shoulder, the brave young lady supports his weight and walks ahead. Hearing screams for help in the distance, the pair hides in the narrow and scary streets. Because growls from the zombies fill the air, the situation becomes even more terrifying. Realizing the danger of the night, she notices that the infected enemies are getting closer. Looking down with blurry eyes, the exhausted protagonist whispers the name of Hanyena. Desperate to keep him safe, the lady refuses to leave and promises to find a hiding spot. Looking determined, the girl promises she will save him even if things get tough. Heading down a dark path, she notes the lack of smell, so the monsters might be far away. Above them, a single street light flickers against the dark night sky. Walking slowly through the alley, she carries the heavy weight of the injured boy on her shoulder. Suddenly stopping, she looks around as if she heard something strange nearby. Ahead, an open door reveals a dark and mysterious room waiting for them. Inside the building, the old lights blink while making a buzzing sound. Peeking through the shadows, she checks if the storage area is actually empty. Feeling relieved, she thinks that no one else is around and they are finally alone. Entering the room, she tells him they can take a quick break to recover. Collapsing on the hard floor, the young man named Minjun loses all his strength. Looking down with worry, the lady begs for him to stay safe and survive this mess. Breathing heavily on the ground, the boy struggles just to stay conscious. With tears in her eyes, she looks like she is about to break down from the stress. Biting her lip, she admits quietly to herself that she made a huge mistake earlier. Feeling guilty, the girl watches over her fallen friend while thinking everything is her fault. Staring at the boy, she remembers all the pain he went through at school because of her presence. Gripping his shirt tightly, the young lady begs for him to be okay and not leave her alone now. Hearing a sudden noise nearby, the survivor becomes alert while sweat drips down her face in fear. Turning around quickly, she tries to see what is moving in the dark and scary hallway. Watching the long shadow stretch across the floor, the woman stays silent and waits for the visitor. Wondering who could be approaching at this hour, she holds her breath while protecting the boy. Advancing slowly, the mysterious figure makes heavy sounds that echo through the empty building. Appearing suddenly, a man carrying a large axe surprises the girl, who was already on edge. Seeing it is just a human, the strangers lower their weapons and express how scared they were. Observing his face, the girl realizes she might know one of these people from her past. Remembering a snowy day, she recalls a helpful stranger from when they were in trouble. Discovering it is the same man from before, she feels a sense of relief seeing a familiar face. Exchanging words of shock, the group celebrates that they all managed to stay alive during this mess. Noticing the fallen teenager on the ground, the men point out that the poor kid is really hurt. Standing together, the group worries if the injured man got bitten, but someone clarifies it was just a knife wound. Desperate for help, the survivor explains the victim is losing blood and asks for a medical kit inside the backpack. Looking relieved, the young woman thanks her saviors while confirming she is actually doing okay now. Suddenly, a rough hand covers her mouth to stop her from screaming as the situation takes a dark turn. Laughing at their own luck, the two men decide to kidnap her since they think this is a perfect opportunity. Seeing how much she fights back, the leader orders his friend to knock her unconscious with that spiked bat. Appearing from the shadows, a mysterious guy speaks in a low voice and tells everyone to stop right there. Standing his ground, the stranger gives the thugs exactly 3 seconds to disappear before he gets involved. Feeling insulted by the threat, the criminals decide the best option is to just kill the meddling newcomer. Charging forward with rage, the first attacker swings his weapon, hoping to end the fight quickly. Falling to the cold floor, the spiked bat makes a loud noise as the owner loses his grip on it. Pulling out a sharp blade, the calm man prepares to defend himself with incredible speed and precision. Moving like a shadow, the protagonist dodges the strike and gets ready to deliver a finishing blow. Hitting his target with power, the fighter makes the thug groan as he gets pushed back by the force. Collapsing on the ground, the criminal coughs painfully while his friends watch the scene in total terror. Gripping the girl tightly, a scary man threatens her with an axe while telling her not to move a single muscle. With a small blade in hand, another person warns that any reckless move will end very badly for them. Suddenly a fast strike hits the target and sends the enemy flying back into the dark shadows. Truly shocked by the scene, the girl recognizes the mysterious person who just saved her life. Formerly just a student, this young man is Kong Hakchiel, and he stays calm during the whole situation. Quickly moving away from the danger, they head into a dark room that looks like a secret hideout. On the table, several medical tools are ready as the savior prepares to treat a friend who is hurt. Luckily, the injured boy stays quiet in the bed because his wounds are fortunately not very deep. While sitting in the office, the girl says thank you since her friend needs a full day of rest. Being quite confused, the girl wonders how a normal student could know so much about treating serious wounds. Looking straight at her, he warns that this place is dangerous and asks why they were wandering there. Due to the rumors about a safe zone, she explains they were captured by a group of dangerous thugs. After the attack, she describes the total chaos and how a leader named Park managed to escape the scene. Inside his head, the boy realizes that the scary leader might still be alive and hiding somewhere. Wiping the sharp blade, he mentions that the news about a safe place was just a dirty lie to trick people. Looking at the barricaded streets of Seoul, we see how survivors tried to stop the spread of the virus with many trucks. Surprised by the news, the young lady hears that there are now more risky people than monsters lurking in the dark. While sitting on the couch, the man explains that the northern part of the city has turned into a total lawless zone. Looking quite worried, the woman realizes that soon the entire city might fall into this same terrible nightmare. Turning toward her companion, she asks the reason why he decided to stay in such a scary place like this one. Keeping a serious expression, the guy simply replies that he has personal motives for being there at this moment. Revealing his big plan, he mentions his intention to travel toward Gangnam as soon as the sun rises tomorrow morning. With wide eyes, the girl asks if he knows about the northern closure because the leaflet said it would start today. Looking down, the survivor admits that the situation has actually become much worse than anyone could ever imagine. Screams echo through the air as several containers are piled up to block the path under a very bright blue sky. Seeing the massive bridge, we notice it is completely blocked by cars because the government stopped all traffic 2 days ago. Down by the river park, many infected monsters roam around because the bridges were closed and caused a massive panic. Curious about his sources, the lady asks how he obtained this info, and he says other survivors showed him photos as proof. Staring back with a pale face, the girl wonders if all these scary stories about the city are actually the truth. Pointing at the glowing lantern, he suggests using a small boat to cross the water while avoiding all the creatures. Inside a dark room, the guy wonders if the area is truly safe since rumors say the infected are everywhere now. Looking determined, the young man mentions his sister is in a safe zone and he needs to reach her no matter the cost. While listening, the girl asks how the two siblings ended up separated during all the chaos happening outside. Recalling the past, he explains how his family went to a temporary camp just 1 day after the outbreak started. As the army arrived, they promised to evacuate some people to the south using those large military trucks. But the soldiers only took the children and the elderly first, so the protagonist had to stay behind alone. With a look of pure shock, the boy wonders where they are taking his sibling while the crowd pushes around them. Staring at the soldier, the man hears that the destination is a specific shelter located in the Gangnam district. Returning to the present, the survivor looks down and explains that those military forces never actually came back. Thinking about the rest of the family, the woman asks what happened to the uncle who was with him back then. Moments later, the infected appeared inside the building and things got messy while they tried to run for their lives. Sadly, the relative did not survive the escape, and that is how the tragic story finally reached its end. Hearing the sad news, the girl feels bad for him because his journey has been filled with so much pain. Grabbing his heavy bag, the survivor decides it is time to move on and stop wasting any more precious time. Planning to leave at dawn, the traveler says every second counts, and this makes the lady react with total surprise. Desperate for help, the girl asks the man to take them to Gangnam, but he quickly says that is impossible. Explaining the danger, the man says that having 3 people makes the risk of dying way too high for them. Gazing at the sleeping boy, he mentions that Minjun really needs to recover, even if it sounds crazy right now. Clasping her hands tightly, the lady begs because the kid has his mother waiting for him in that specific city. Kneeling on the floor, she admits they are totally lost and have no idea how to survive on their own. Keeping a cold expression, the protagonist stays silent while processing everything the woman just told him. Unexpectedly, he tells Yena that she has changed a lot since their school days, and she looks very surprised. Walking around the room, he confesses that they were classmates, but he never actually got to know her. Grabbing his huge backpack, the man decides they will talk more at dawn and tells her to get some sleep. Sitting alone in the dark office, she whispers a small thank you while feeling relieved for the help. Gently, sunlight starts to peek through the window blinds as a new day begins in this dangerous world. While everyone is sleeping peacefully in the messy room, the birds outside begin to chirp at dawn. Slowly waking up from her rest, the girl feels confused as she hears a familiar voice calling her name. Standing by the door with a weapon, the boy asks if she saw what happened to Park Songbin during the escape. Without wasting any time, he states that he is going to find out the truth about that situation right now. The man says he needs to go back to find a motorbike and check some things. Looking worried, the woman warns that the place is crawling with dangerous monsters. Even though she says he might die, the protagonist just gives a small smirk. Staring down at his shoes, he mentions how he escaped North Korea when he was only 12 years old. Hearing that he walked 10,000 kilometers, the girl stays completely silent in shock. While explaining his past, he describes crossing rivers and traveling through several countries on foot. During that long 2-year trip, he sadly lost his younger sibling along the way. Grabbing his spike bat, the survivor tells her to watch the kid because he will return soon. Sitting alone in the dark office, she can only wait for him to finish the mission. Outside, the tall buildings are covered in blue sheets while the sun shines above the city. Reaching for the edge, the brave fighter starts climbing up the side of a tall structure. Jumping over the top, he lands safely on the concrete roof with great agility. Turning his back to the camera, the hero prepares to look for his missing friend. Standing on the rooftop, he wonders if the other guy is actually dead or still alive. Inside the quiet office, the environment remains dark while the sunlight barely enters through the small gaps in the window. Lying under a thick blanket, the injured boy sleeps soundly after the exhausting events of the previous night. Sitting on the sofa nearby, the beautiful friend lets out a soft sound as she notices something in the room. Waking up with a sudden groan, the student rubs his neck while wondering about his current location and the situation. Pointing out that Kong Hakchiel was the one who helped, the girl explains how they found the savior after the escape. Staring blankly, the teenager tries to recall falling from the second floor with that mean bully back at the site. Grabbing his hand with both of hers, the young woman expresses her deep relief that her companion is finally awake now. Looking very emotional, the lady mentions how she was terrified of losing him while they were hiding from the monsters. Feeling his face turn red, the hero looks completely stunned by the sudden affection from the popular schoolgirl. While holding her fingers tightly, he wonders why she is acting so different compared to how she treated him in the past. Suddenly, the girl pushes him back with a loud sound while the boy tries to understand the reason for her sudden anger. Shouting at the top of her lungs, the female student asks why he let himself get hurt so badly during the dangerous fight. Offering a quick apology, the victim listens as his friend complains about how heavy it was to carry him all that way. Mentioning the advice from their savior, she insists that the student needs to stay in bed for at least one full day. Looking very serious, the boy says they have no time because the northern part of the city will soon be closed off. Waking up with a groan, the young man feels a sharp pain while the girl asks if he is actually feeling all right now. Telling him to stay still, the lady warns her friend not to move because his body needs more time to recover from the fight. Sitting on the desk, we see a small box of tools and some tissues near the keyboard in the quiet office area. Suddenly, a loud knocking sound echoes from the entrance, which makes the two survivors look back with a lot of surprise. Opening the door, the tall student named Hakchiel enters while the girl realizes who the visitor actually is. Dropping a heavy black object on the floor, the newcomer creates a loud thud that catches everyone's attention immediately. Pointing at the gear, the fighter asks if this is the same bag the boy always used to carry during their school days. Explaining his journey, the savior says he found the item at the construction site and decided to bring it back here. Looking at the backpack, the protagonist feels very nostalgic because his mother was the one who bought it for him. Reaching into his pocket, the tall guy reveals a pair of round glasses that he also managed to find earlier today. Putting on his lenses, the teenager feels a huge sense of relief while thanking his companion for the amazing help. Sitting together, the young man asks about his condition and the fighter says he feels a bit dizzy but mostly fine. Looking very serious, the female friend asks what happened to that bully named Park Songbin back at the dangerous site. Staying silent for a second, the survivor prepares to give his answer while the atmosphere in the room gets very heavy. Looking ahead, the boy confirms that the mean leader was not there as he expected during his search of the area. Looking down at the street, the guy recalls how everyone else in that area was already infected by the scary virus. Worriedly, the girl mentions that the motorbike is gone and they might run into that bully Park Songbin once again. Although he might lose a normal fight, the mysterious survivor claims that he always wins when it comes to killing. Staring intensely, the fighter repeats his plan to escape toward the north while ignoring the risks of the journey. Standing in the middle of the room, the traveler asks if the two students will be able to follow him on this mission. Reacting with shock, the protagonist shouts that they must leave right now, but the girl tells him to rest for a bit. Agreeing with the lady, the tough guy says they can depart once the boy recovers, while the nerd insists he is fine. Using a marker, the leader suggests making a careful plan first because moving too fast often leads to many mistakes. Drawing on the board, the man explains there is a different way to cross the river and the group looks very curious. Showing the map, he points out the Line 5 route while the students wonder how they will manage to get past the water. Thinking about the underground river tunnel, the teenager realizes that this could be their only chance to stay alive. Questioning the safety of the path, the boy notes that the subway is usually full of monsters in every single corner. Explaining the situation, the fighter says the tunnel should be cleaned because of the special screen doors at the station. Even if the government blocked the path, the survivor believes it is worth trying because they have no other options. Outside, the sun begins to set over the buildings as they prepare to leave this neighborhood for the dangerous station. Staring at the whiteboard, the first survival rule states that no one should ever take any unnecessary risks today. Standing before them, the serious man begins to explain his personal list of rules for staying alive in this mess. Looking at the map, he warns that the north is closed, so they must never rush and should stay in safe spots to recover. Continuing the lecture, the teacher says that only 1 or 2 people should go out at once while exploring the city. Moving closer to the group, the survivor prepares to share the most important piece of advice for their journey ahead. Displaying the final rule on the board, the man states that one should never sacrifice their own life for other people. Listening carefully, the student hears that he should just escape alone instead of trying to save someone else in danger. Showing a cold expression, the leader admits that even he will prioritize his own safety over everyone else in the room. Repeating the warning once more, the fighter looks at the boy and tells him to never sacrifice himself for any reason. As morning arrives, the bright sun shines on the kitchen sink while small birds chirp outside during the early hours. Preparing to head out, the young man named Minjun wears his hoodie while the tall guy calls his name from behind. Handing over a heavy wooden bat covered in sharp nails, the fighter tells the student to take this as his main weapon. Seeing the brutal object, the two friends stare in shock while the boy wonders why it has so many sharp nails attached. Explaining the choice, the man says the weapon is for threatening bad people so they think twice before attacking them. Giving a final warning, the leader says that monsters always kill, so they must counterattack with everything they have. Hearing instructions about hitting the heart or head makes the boy with glasses feel very stressed during this moment. Decisions are made to start moving as they look at the old building sign before finally heading out to the street. Bright sunlight shines over the tall city structures while the group prepares for their dangerous journey through town. Walking through the messy streets, the 3 survivors carry their bags and weapons while staying alert for any threat. Glancing at his weapon, the student wonders if ending the life of an infected person is actually a right thing to do. Remembering that those monsters once had normal lives and families makes the young man feel very hesitant and sad. Staring at a marked door, the teenager questions if he will be called a criminal for fighting back against the creatures. Thinking about the future, the protagonist worries if the law will judge his actions after this whole nightmare ends. Suddenly, the experienced survivor calls out his name and interrupts the deep thoughts of the boy about morality. Turning his head, the leader tells him to forget those useless ideas and focus only on staying alive during the day. Looking serious, the companion explains that hardening his heart is the only way to avoid a tragic end in this world. Standing behind them, the girl looks quite nervous while she agrees with the harsh words of the strong fighter. Stopping in her tracks, the young woman tells the group to wait because she notices something strange further ahead. Pointing toward the alley, the lady asks if they can avoid that path since many monsters might be hiding in the area. Looking curious, the warrior wonders how she knows about the danger waiting for them around the next corner. Yena covers her mouth while mentioning a terrible stench that gets even stronger when the infected are around. Staring at her with a confused look, the guy wonders how she can tell if the monsters are really close to them. Walking through the empty street, the taller man asks if the glasses kid can actually sense their exact location. Adjusting his glasses, the nerd admits it is just a hunch because detecting a small group is still very hard for him. Suddenly a memory pops up showing that the girl was always very sensitive to weird smells back in the day. Deciding to take a risk, the fighter says he will check a nearby spot while carrying his massive survival backpack. Peeking from behind a yellow pole, the man scans the area while trash bags lie scattered all over the dirty ground. Widening his eyes in total shock, the survivor notices something unexpected happening just a few meters ahead. Looking into the alleyway, he sees several infected creatures gathered near some trucks covered in dark red stains. Focusing on his thoughts, the protagonist thinks about the popular girl while keeping a very serious expression. Looking quite worried, the lady asks if she was right about the danger and if he can really feel their presence. Turning back, he confirms that going through that path would be suicide and points toward another section of town. Looking up into the narrow gap between the buildings, the group wonders what else might be hiding from their view. High on the balcony, a lonely soldier appears to be slumped over, which means the military might be infected too. Showing a face full of disbelief, the man lets out a confused sound since the situation is becoming very strange. Walking forward with a heavy bag, the strong student tells the others to follow him while the group looks quite confused. Inside the dark storage room, we see many gas tanks and empty bottles scattered across the dusty tiled floor. Standing by the stairs, the fighter says the area is clear of monsters, but the lady wonders why they are heading up there. Peering through the lenses, the young man uses his binoculars to get a better view of the surrounding buildings. Observing the terrace nearby, he spots 3 zombified soldiers standing still under the bright afternoon sun. Focusing on the middle creature, the survivor notices a heavy rifle hanging from the shoulder of that fallen warrior. Sweating for nerves, the boy with glasses asks if they really plan to steal that dangerous gear right now. Looking at the target, the teenager mentions that taking the firearm is risky because they do not know if it has bullets. While the nerd worries about his lack of skills, the tall companion claims he actually knows how to handle the tool. Standing firmly in the shadows, the leader declares that the equipment is essential and prepares to start the move. Looking down at the empty street, the city remains silent while shadows stretch across the abandoned pavement. Turning around with a shocked face, the girl asks if he has gone insane since fighting several enemies is way too much. Staring intensely at her friend, the beautiful female points out that the gun is still attached to the infected man. Watching the high platform from a distance, the group realizes they must defeat those beasts to obtain the loot. Thinking deeply, the glasses wearer feels a strange sense of unease about the risky mission they are about to begin. Inside the messy room, the gamer sits in front of his computer while playing an intense action game to relax his mind. Focusing on the monitor, we see a shooting game where he aims a rifle at a scary monster in a ruined city. While the muzzle flash lights up the screen, the young man thinks about how anxiety still haunts his daily thoughts. Looking through his round glasses, the boy considers the idea that he might actually need a real weapon very soon. Back in the dark hideout, the protagonist tells his friends that they should finally start their dangerous mission. Surprised by the plan, the girl named Yena asks if he lost his mind because the path ahead looks totally impossible. Feeling nervous, the lady lets out a heavy breath while sweating from the pressure of the upcoming escape attempt. Stepping forward, the other survivor offers to help and asks what his role should be in this risky operation. Pointing at the bags, the leader tells the girl to stay hidden because 3 people moving together is way too risky. Outside, the tall buildings reach for the gray sky while a heavy silence covers the entire abandoned neighborhood. Stumbling through the alley, a woman covered in dark stains lets out a groan while wandering around for fresh prey. Sneaking behind the monster, the fighter moves quietly through the corridor to avoid making any sudden noise. Climbing the stairs, the 2 friends check on each other while making sure to hold the railing for extra safety. Curious about his courage, the teammate asks why the hero moves without any hesitation around those scary creatures. From high above, we see the duo climbing up while several monsters walk across a blood-stained rooftop nearby. Peeking from behind a tall cabinet, the young man watches the area carefully to avoid any detection. Groaning and stumbling, 3 soldiers walk across the rooftop while leaving red stains all over the concrete floor. Crouching on the stairs, the 2 survivors observe the targets while discussing how hard a stealthy attack will be. Mentioning that the girl told him about his skills, the fighter asks if the boy can actually throw those blades. Looking completely stunned, the teenager asks if they really have to finish the whole fight in only 10 seconds. Realizing he cannot face 3 enemies alone, the warrior explains that he definitely needs some help right now. Planning the move, he says he will strike the nearest target first so the others will focus their rage on him. Widening his eyes, the protagonist hears that his job is to take down one of those creatures using his heavy bat. Worrying about a potential mistake, the nerd feels nervous while the leader tells him to just stay focused on one goal. Calling him by his full name, the fighter looks at the boy to make sure he is ready for this dangerous mission. Acknowledging the fear, the man says he understands the doubt but emphasizes that the situation has changed. Focusing on the goal, he states that survival is the priority and they must do whatever is needed to stay alive. Lowering his head, the student agrees and says he finally understands the weight of the task ahead of them. Remembering the scary incident on the roof, the boy realizes those things are definitely not human beings anymore. Standing in the sun, the 3 infected soldiers continue to wander around while waiting for their next meal. Standing high on a wooden cabinet, the tall fighter looks down at the messy scene below while preparing his next move. Downward he leaps with speed and the young man lands on the floor while keeping his focus on the enemies nearby. Suddenly, several infected soldiers start screaming with rage because they just spotted a fresh target to attack. Charging forward, the brave student holds his weapon tight while heading straight into the group of scary monsters. Deeply focused, the boy prepares a very dangerous strike while aiming to take down the first creature in one hit. Moving his feet quickly, the warrior slides across the dusty ground and avoids being grabbed by those pale hands. Striking the target with precision, the hero delivers a powerful hit that sends the beast flying backward through the air. With wide eyes, the fighter shows a face of total surprise because something unexpected just happened right there. Above on the rooftop, the teenager realizes he is in a bad spot while more monsters begin to surround his location. Because the risk is high, he decides it is important to defeat at least one of them before the situation gets even worse. Slashing through the air, the young man uses his blade to defend himself while the creatures keep lunging forward. Painfully, the student struggles against a monster that managed to get way too close to him during the intense fight. Shouting the name of his friend, the scary creature grabs the boy with glasses while the other survivor watches in horror. Although he is holding a heavy spike bat, the nerdy teenager looks terrified as he tries to save his own life now. Swinging the weapon with all his might, the main Lee hits the attacker and sends it away while trying to survive this mess. Looking down with a shocked face, the boy with glasses notices a body wearing a camouflage uniform lying on the rooftop. Suddenly, the soldier wakes up and lets out a terrifying scream while lunging forward with a face full of red stains. Nearby, the strong student tries to hold back a monster, but he realizes that a single strike was just not enough to stop it. Surrounded by several infected guards, the young man fights desperately while trying to keep the creatures away from him. Gritting his teeth, the fighter uses a small blade to defend himself against the massive threat coming from the soldier. Moving his hand quickly, the brave survivor attempts to grab a heavy weapon while still holding onto his sharp tool. Pushing forward with all his strength, the hero strikes the enemy as he tries to finish the fight once and for all. Tumbling together, they both hit the hard floor while a loud noise echoes across the entire roof of the building. Losing his grip on the weapon, the boy watches as the blade falls to the ground and he lets out a curse of frustration. Rising from the chaos, another infected person screams loudly while preparing to attack anyone standing in its way. Pinned against the wall, the glasses guy struggles as a monster grabs him and another one approaches from the side. Staring with a single eye full of sweat, the fighter feels the pressure and thinks that he can only pray for a miracle. Reaching for the heavy rifle on the fallen soldier, the young man hopes that it has at least 2 bullets left inside. Gripping the cold metal of the gun, he prepares to use it as his final chance to save his friends from the nightmare. Crouching low on the roof, the group is trapped while the monsters close in and the situation looks completely hopeless. Suddenly, a zombie soldier grabs the boy with glasses while he tries to defend himself during the struggle. Screaming the name of his companion, the young man feels the immense strength of the monster holding his shirt. Across the rooftop, several fallen bodies lie around while the loud noises of the fight echo through the air. Lying on the ground, the skilled fighter praises the rookie for showing so much courage during the recent attack. Aiming the weapon with a serious look, the survivor mentions that this is only the start of their long journey. Inside a dark room, the girl jumps in surprise after hearing loud gunshots ringing out from the nearby buildings. Covering her ears, she realizes there were 2 shots and thinks the noise is way too loud for comfort. Looking through her binoculars, the young lady desperately prays for the safety of her 2 friends outside. Finding them on a distant roof, she feels relieved because it seems like both boys are actually doing okay. While cleaning the blood, the warrior apologizes for being slow, but his friend says the distraction saved his life. Surprised by the perfect shooting stance, the student asks if the fighter practiced a lot when he was 12. Checking the magazine carefully, the survivor wonders how many bullets are left for the next wave of enemies. Counting out loud, the boy with glasses feels confused by the low number of rounds remaining in the gun. Looking over the edge, they hear more groans and realize the shots are attracting every monster in the area. Moving quickly, the group decides to search the fallen soldiers for more ammunition before leaving the rooftop. Scattered around the dark room, we see several gas tanks and empty bottles lying on the dirty floor. Peering through the window with binoculars, the girl wonders if her friends have already gone down to the street. Turning away from the glass, the lady thinks about waiting inside while a loud groan echoes from somewhere nearby. Startled by the sudden noise, the student looks outside again while hearing terrifying screams from the neighborhood. From a high view, many infected people run through the narrow alley because they are grouping together in one spot. Feeling very anxious, the survivor questions if she should stay hidden or if her companions will even return safely. Focusing her gaze, the young woman notices something strange and her eye widens as she processes the sight. Lying on the ground, a middle-aged man covered in red stains stares back with a very creepy and blank expression. Showing a terrifying grin, the monster looks directly at her while a dark mess drips down his white shirt. Cowering on the floor, the terrified teenager covers her mouth while trying to stay as quiet as possible right now. Shivering from the fear, the brunette wonders if that scary smile was actually meant for her during this nightmare. Inside the messy basement, the old equipment and gas cylinders create a very spooky atmosphere for the lone resident. Looking toward the dark staircase, she hears weird scratching sounds and groans coming from the floor below her. Suddenly, a shadowy figure appears on the stairs while making animal noises that make the air feel very heavy. Stuck in the corridor, the lady hears a massive bang against the metal as the situation becomes much more dangerous. Sitting alone, the girl realizes that things are starting to feel very wrong because the situation just doesn't make sense. Looking at the shelves, she remembers that they definitely blocked the entrance with many heavy objects before leaving. Hearing a terrifying growl from nearby, the young lady wonders how a creature managed to reach her current location. Trembling with fear, she asks herself if an infected person can actually move with such speed and intelligence. Inside the dark storage area, the scary noises get louder while the female survivor tries to stay as silent as possible. Stepping onto the cold stairs, the bloody feet of a monster create a haunting sound that echoes through the silence. Walking slowly up the steps, a man covered in red stains appears while looking for his next victim in the darkness. Groaning loudly, the creature continues its climb while the atmosphere in the building becomes even more heavy and tense. Hiding behind some old boxes, the girl watches the nightmare enter the room while she prays to remain completely hidden. Facing the window, the intruder stares at the outside world while his body shows signs of a very violent struggle. Turning around with a creepy smile, the beast reveals its white eyes and begins to search the messy corners of the area. Moving closer, the monster stumbles on its own feet while leaving dark marks on the floor with every single step it takes. Covering her mouth tightly, the student tries to suppress her breathing so the predator does not find her hiding spot. Wide with terror, her eyes show how much panic she feels as the threat gets closer to the pile of cardboard boxes. Suddenly lunging forward, the scary man lets out a loud scream while the girl realizes her cover is finally blown. A sudden and loud sound of a sharp strike echoes through the dark and scary hallway while everyone stays totally silent. Covered in red splatters, the poor girl looks completely traumatized and lets out several tears because of the recent horror. Holding a heavy rifle, the tough student asks if she is alright while the boy with glasses stays right behind his back. Looking at the dark ceiling, the scene shows the quiet and dusty pipes of the hideout where they are currently resting. With a very serious expression, the fighter asks if the monster actually smiled at her during the middle of the attack. Explaining the weird event, she says it felt like a normal person or a creepy pervert, which gives her the total chills now. Remembering the barrier, the nerd mentions how the entrance was broken even though he blocked it with many heavy objects. Thinking deeply, the warrior notes that the infected usually follow only their aggressive instincts to hunt for food. Looking quite worried, the lady wonders if those creatures are actually evolving or keeping some of their human feelings. While standing by the window, the guy suggests that some monsters might be special or perhaps they are just getting smarter. Filling a bottle at the water station, he explains they might soon learn how to jump and coordinate attacks against humans. Turning his head, the leader asks how the young man could possibly know so much about the behavior of these weird beasts. Looking very nervous, the protagonist claims it is just a hunch despite the fact that his theory sounds totally absurd. Adjusting his glasses, the gamer remembers an old title he used to play that featured the exact same types of enemies. Sitting together in the small office, the three survivors stay quiet while several weapons lie on the table near them. Sitting in the messy room, the girl asks if they are inside a game while the others look at her with very confused faces. Staring seriously, the survivor mentions this is the worst pandemic in history and survival is their only priority right now. Explaining the infection, the fighter says blood contact is safe since only a bite can turn someone into a scary monster. Laying on the table, a powerful rifle with 15 bullets sits next to two sharp military knives and a small compass. Grabbing a folding weapon, the leader tells Minjun to take one for protection while they prepare for the dangerous journey. Handing the other blade to the lady, he surprises her because she did not expect to carry such a dangerous object today. Looking quite pale, the girl asks if she really has to carry it while the guy tells her she must learn to protect herself. Standing in the office, the man promises to teach her how to use the rifle later, even though she seems very nervous about it. With a dark expression, he says they might need the gear if he dies, and this makes the atmosphere feel very heavy and sad. Silence fills the cramped room as the three survivors process the grim reality of their current situation in the city. Breaking the quiet, the boy with glasses warns his friend not to talk about death because that is a total movie cliché. Looking determined, the fighter claims he will do whatever it takes to survive, but everyone must prepare for the absolute worst. Sitting on the couch, the teenager admits he always wanted to shoot a gun, but the noise would attract too many monsters. Turning his head toward the girl, the student asks if she also wants to learn how to shoot, but she just looks away. Moving to the edge of the seat, the young woman stays silent while the group waits for the right moment to finally move out. Sitting in the room, the boy asks a question while the girl looks away and says she does not really know the answer. Turning her head slightly, the lady warns him not to come any closer as she maintains a very cold distance between them. Feeling quite confused, the teenager asks why she is being so distant, but the female says she simply prefers to be alone now. Staring in total shock, the young man looks completely stunned because he did not expect such a harsh reaction from his friend. Looking closely at her eyes, the girl thinks about how he behaves just like he did back in school and calls him a clueless jerk. Sweating a little, the survivor shows a nervous expression while processing her own complicated thoughts during this quiet moment. Curling up on the couch, the lady feels totally disgusting because she has not taken a shower in many days during the disaster. Looking at her shoes, she wonders if it is stupid to worry about her personal scent while they are in a life or death situation. Showing a face full of regret, the girl admits the truth is that she just does not want to be near the boy at this exact time. Wiping his forehead, the glasses guy remains silent, although the female student wonders since when she started caring about him. Hiding her face in her arms, the companion looks very annoyed while the heavy atmosphere continues to fill the small apartment. Looking up at the sky, the blue clouds hover over the city buildings while the sun shines on the messy streets below them. Passing an abandoned white van, they notice red stains on the steering wheel, which shows that someone was attacked inside. Walking carefully, the two survivors move through the narrow alley while trying to avoid the dark spots on the cold pavement. Carrying a heavy backpack and a weapon, the hero asks if they are on the right path while the lady checks for any nearby enemies. Walking together, the trio feels like things are getting easier since the girl joined their escape today. Suddenly, the main guy notices that the tall warrior is walking with a very heavy and strange limp on the road. Worrying about his friend, the boy asks if he is okay, and the fighter admits he got hurt during the last fall. Hearing about a twisted ligament, the nerd looks totally shocked while the soldier shows a pained expression. Standing in the alley, the student tells the hero to rest because he should not push himself too hard right now. Dismissing the pain, the survivor says this is nothing compared to his past escape, but they need a place to sleep. Stopping at a blue metal gate, the young lady says something feels wrong and the group stays very alert for danger. Loudly, a bang echoes from behind the door and the girl screams in terror while wondering if it is a monster. Looking toward the sky, they hear a voice asking if they are survivors while the trio searches for the source. High on the rooftop, a man begs for help while explaining he has been trapped there for over 2 days. Observing the group from above, the guy says he went out for supplies, but the creatures chased him to the roof. Crying for help, the stranger mentions the stairs are full of monsters and he has no way of escaping alive. Pointing to the locked door, the man says another person heard his cries but just left him behind to die. Asking about the number of enemies, the fighter hears that about 6 or 7 creatures are blocking the way. Focusing on the problem, the warrior thinks that the man is truly stuck if so many monsters are inside the building. Turning his back, the fighter explains they cannot offer any assistance because the situation is too dangerous right now. Walking away with his huge backpack, the warrior says they should leave while the nerd looks back in total shock. Desperately, the older man begs for help since his family is waiting for him to return home after 2 long days. Shouting at the man to be quiet, the girl warns that the noise will attract monsters while the group prepares to flee. Focusing on their safety, the skilled survivor insists on avoiding risks and orders everyone to keep moving forward. Standing still, the boy with glasses feels a heavy weight in his heart while watching the poor man cry for mercy. Stopping the others, the student asks if there is really no way to assist the person who is trapped up there. Moving his head slowly, the leader looks back at his companion and waits to hear what the teenager has to say. Sighing deeply, the tall fighter pauses for a moment while considering the moral dilemma of leaving someone behind. Looking directly at the protagonist, the warrior asks for a suggestion since he wants to see if a plan actually exists. Showing a determined face, the nerdy boy claims he has a clever idea and believes he can truly rescue the trapped man. Above the quiet streets, the blue sky stays clear while the sun shines down on the abandoned buildings of the city. Observing a dark tunnel, the 3 survivors watch the area while holding their weapons to stay ready for a fight. Scanning the narrow alleyway, the group notices many abandoned items scattered across the ground during the apocalypse. Pointing at a white van, the student explains they will push the vehicle to block the path once the rescue is finished. Recalling a memory, he remembers pushing heavy cars with his father when he was just a little kid. Looking at his friend, the boy suggests moving the vehicle to distract the monsters while the others escape. Watching the scene, the group realizes the plan involves blocking the path to keep everyone safe from harm. Asking about his speed, the fighter wonders if the nerd can outrun the creatures during a dangerous chase. Looking at the narrow path, they realize that a single car will be enough to stop anything from passing through. Peeking inside the cabin, the survivor notices the doors are open and the brake is already let go for them. Standing there, the companion asks why they should even bother helping a stranger in such a terrible mess. Facing the protagonist, the man warns him about sacrificing his own life for people who might be dangerous. Agreeing with the logic, the girl says it is way too risky since that person could actually be a villain. Keeping quiet for a second, the teenager reflects on his choices while staring blankly through his glasses. Recalling the older men at the site, he remembers how they looked exhausted and hopeless in that dark tent. Holding the plates with shaking hands, the hero feels a strange connection to those workers from the camp. Staring at the face of the man, he notices a look of exhaustion that feels very familiar to him right now. Defending his choice, the student tells his friends that the stranger does not seem like a bad guy at all. Thinking about the past, the boy admits that the man reminds him of his own father and the workers who died. Staring intensely, the young man shows a very serious face while he thinks about the next step of their survival plan. Pointing toward a white van, the group decides to push the vehicle to block the tunnel and stay safe from monsters. Looking at the sky, the gray clouds hang over the messy city wires while the atmosphere becomes very heavy and silent. Pushing with all their might, the 2 students try to move the heavy car while the driver waits for the right moment. Straining their muscles, the pair lets out a loud shout as they give one final push to get the wheels turning at last. Creaking loudly, the rubber tire finally begins to rotate on the asphalt because they are working together as a team. Sitting inside the cabin, the person grabs the steering wheel while noticing some old red stains on the interior. From a high view, the 2 survivors look very small while they continue their task in the middle of the narrow alley. Stopping the movement, the teenager says this is enough because the path is now properly blocked against the enemies. Carrying a massive bag, the fighter tells the others he will hide to provide cover while they use the gun only if needed. Worried about the gate, the girl asks what they will do if many infected people are hiding around the apartment area. Turning his head, the tall man calls out the name of the protagonist, who responds quickly while looking quite nervous. Holding his weapon firmly, the soldier asks if the boy understands how risky this specific mission is going to be now. Sweating from the pressure, the glasses kid mentions the danger of a special monster appearing during the chaotic fight. Looking at his friend, the warrior claims he only risks his life for his sister and says this is the final time he helps. Looking very serious, the tall fighter says they cannot take any more unnecessary risks during this trip. Adjusting his glasses, the nerd agrees with a small voice and says he finally understands the whole situation. From a high view, the narrow street is filled with trash and old tents under the bright afternoon sun. Inside the quiet alley, everything seems abandoned while the group searches for a way to move through the city. Suddenly, a loud voice screams from a doorway while calling the monsters toward that specific direction. Running down the stairs as fast as possible, the boy makes a lot of noise to attract every single enemy. Bursting out of the building, the young man starts his dangerous mission to act as a distraction for the others. With a terrified face, the boy with glasses sees a group of monsters chasing him through the dirty road. Taunting the creatures, the protagonist yells for them to catch him while he sprints away to save his friends. Passing by a white van, the runner keeps moving while the fast infected chase him down the narrow street. Hiding behind some trash, the other two watch as the monsters run past their current secret location. Signaling with a loud shout, the leader tells the girl it is time to move while he holds his weapon ready. Down the dark path, the white van waits for them, and it looks like the perfect place to hide for a moment. Reaching the vehicle, the pair checks the area because they need to be sure that no threats are lurking nearby. Leaning against the car, the young lady looks exhausted and her heart beats fast from all the intense pressure. Looking quite desperate, Yena begs for her friend to stay safe while they face the madness together. Observing the narrow alleyway, we see an old white van parked right near a colorful garage door. Suddenly, a terrifying growl echoes through the small corridor, which alerts every person nearby. Running fast, the protagonist enters the scene while trying to execute the dangerous plan they made. Shouting for the others to act now, he prepares to move the heavy vehicle out of the way immediately. Pushing the van with all their strength, the three survivors work together to finally clear the path. With a loud thud, the wheel hits a yellow pipe and finally stops the car in its new position. Screaming loudly, those scary creatures run right past the vehicle while chasing the group through the alley. Breathing heavily, the glasses guy feels relieved because their little trap actually worked out perfectly. Staring in total surprise, the teenager wonders why someone else is present at this specific location. Kneeling on the asphalt, a middle-aged man thanks them repeatedly for saving his life from the monsters. Bowing low to the ground, the stranger calls them his saviors while Minjun tells him to stop right away. Keeping a serious face, the skilled fighter tells the group they should head toward a secure area now. Inside a messy room, we see a table covered in empty plates and some random bottles of soda. Showing a bag full of mini gas canisters, the man explains that his home lost fuel a long time ago. Explaining their survival, the man mentions finding food near the restaurants and using solar panels for some light. While checking the supplies, he says there are many provisions and reveals he searches for his daughter daily. Looking at the teenagers, the older guy asks where they were headed while telling them to speak comfortably now. Calling the group his saviors, the protagonist feels grateful and the man tells them to act however they see fit. Thinking the man is a kind person, the boy listens as Yena mentions the city closure and their dangerous escape. Curious about the girl, the lady asks for details and the man admits he lost contact on the day of the outbreak. Expressing his deep regret, the father says he left his family to find his child but barely managed to survive. Hoping for a happy ending, the girl listens as the man explains they stayed behind just in case the daughter returns. Noticing the weapon, the woman asks about the rifle and the fighter simply claims he found it on the street. Pointing out the sunset, the owner asks about their sleeping plans since they intended to find a random door to open. Offering a safe spot, the man says his home is large and still has water plus food for all of them to share. Grabbing his gear, the warrior agrees to the offer and the lady asks if he is really sure about staying there. Feeling quite nervous, the student with glasses asks if everything is fine while sweat drips down his face again. Asking if they need more help, the man receives a positive reply, though someone warns not to overdo the requests. Looking at the city buildings, the sun shines brightly through the wires as the group prepares for the coming night. Standing in a narrow alley, the older man announces their arrival while the boy with glasses looks totally surprised. Stopping in front of a big detached house, the group observes the green iron gate that looks very sturdy and strong. Looking up at the roof, they notice a large solar panel and water heater that could provide power during the crisis. Observing the perimeter, the protagonist sees high walls and a heavy gate that would keep any monsters far away. Pointing at the barbed wire, the student thinks that having a water source would make this the perfect refuge. Suddenly a metallic clicking sound echoes as someone prepares a weapon by reloading a magazine into the rifle. Feeling quite nervous, the teenager asks why the fighter is being so cautious while the man mentions crazy people. Sweating from the tension, the neighbor tries to calm everyone down by saying his friends are not a threat to anyone. From a high view we see the building while a loud voice yells a happy greeting to signal their return to the base. Above the entrance a dusty sign shows the name of a local manpower office along with numbers 248679. Walking inside they find a dark and messy office filled with whiteboards and stacks of files on every single desk. Right behind the door a loud thumping noise starts to happen and makes the atmosphere feel very heavy and scary. Crashing through the area a violent kick hits the object while the sound of a struggle fills the quiet room. Holding a bloody kitchen knife the person curses because he almost lost his life during the encounter today. Turning his back to the group, the bully claims that humans are now much more dangerous than the infected monsters. Resting on the floor a man holds a stained blade while thinking this spot is quite comfortable for a short break. Noticing a whiteboard on the wall the stranger wonders what kind of information is written across the dusty surface. Peering at the board he finds marks and names that seem to point toward a specific location in the middle of the city. Grinning wickedly the scarred person lets out a creepy laugh as if he just discovered a very interesting secret. Since some people were hiding there recently, the student asks himself if they finally managed to find his target. At the office the fighter wonders if the group will try to cross the big river using the number 5 train tracks. Suddenly a runner bursts through the door and shouts for his family because the father has finally returned home safe. Firmly grabbing his friend by the shoulder the survivor tells the kid to wait for a moment before moving ahead. After deciding to lead the way the warrior says he will enter first while the boy with glasses simply agrees with a nod. Running inside the apartment the older man calls for his wife as the savior worries if this is all just a trap. Inside the house with his weapon ready the tough guy thinks about taking control of the place by force if necessary. Staring in silence the teenager hears the emotional cries of the family members reunited after the disaster. Kneeling on the ground the father hugs his wife and son while everyone is sobbing because he finally came back home. Closing his eyes the witness listens to the apologies while feeling a strange emotion deep inside his cold heart. Together the allies stand in the middle of the living room and watch the touching scene without saying a single word. Introducing the group of survivors, a woman expresses her gratitude to the kids for saving her husband. High up on the ceiling the fan spins slowly while providing a bit of comfort to the guests in the warm house. Smiling warmly 45-year-old Moon Ji-yoon tells the group to relax while she prepares a delicious meal. Looking totally surprised the girl asks if they can actually use the shower to clean themselves up. Grabbing the hands of the guest the kind housewife shows a lot of affection toward the young lady. Admiring the beauty of the teenager the older woman wonders why someone so gorgeous was out in the danger. Feeling a bit embarrassed the female student blushes while thanking the lady for those sweet compliments. Suddenly the smiling face of the mother changes as she stops talking for a brief moment of silence. Thinking about her own family the lady mentions that her daughter is currently about the same age. Looking very sad the housewife explains that her child went missing only a few days ago during the chaos. Trying to be supportive the visitor tells the worried mother that she is sure the girl is still alive somewhere. Expressing her thanks the lady heads to the kitchen while the student offers to help with the cooking. Refusing any help the host insists they just rest and even offers to find some clean clothes for the girl. Peeking from behind the wooden shelf a nervous young man watches the group while sweating from the tension. Moving quickly the mysterious boy disappears into the dark hallway before anyone can notice his presence there. Looking at a young kid the protagonist thinks the boy is just a student in elementary school. Sitting on the couch with a rifle the tall survivor sighs while his friend asks how his injured foot is doing. Showing a very swollen ankle wrapped in white cloth it is clear the injury is quite painful for the fighter. With a serious gaze the leader mentions that resting here for a while is their best option right now. Observing the quiet living room the glasses guy is amazed by how his buddy never lets his guard down during the day. Standing near the bathroom door the sound of running water echoes through the hallway while everyone stays quiet. Relaxing under the hot water the girl feels relieved to finally be clean after such a long and messy journey. Touching her face with a blank look the young lady stays silent while the steam fills the small room around her. Crouching in an alleyway, the two boys watch a strange person running through the empty city streets. Thinking about her companion, the girl wonders why he is trying to act cool since it really does not suit him at all. Feeling quite annoyed, the lady admits the nerd has guts, but she plans to stop any more crazy stunts in the future. Ticking away, the clock on the wall shows it is already 6:30 in the evening as the group prepares for dinner. Placing several bowls on the table, we see a delicious meal with warm soup and rice ready for the hungry survivors. Sitting together in the kitchen, the group enjoys their first proper meal in a very long time despite the chaos outside. Adjusting his glasses, the older man asks how they plan on crossing the river since all the bridges are currently shut down. Discussing the map, Hakchiel explains their plan to use the tunnel of Line 5 while the older man listens with a surprised look. Looking quite serious, the young survivor mentions the east side since the man with glasses seems very confused by the idea. Displaying a shocked expression, the 50-year-old university professor named Seo Jae-hun asks if the plan is actually real. Thinking about the route, the fighter recalls that the station is located right next to the famous river in the middle of town. Showing a map on the wall, he explains the distance covers 7 stops and marks their final destination before the water. While eating dinner, the leader suggests the professor's daughter might still be alive and hiding somewhere near that area. Agreeing with the theory, the teacher looks down while his face shows he had the exact same thought about his missing child. Stuck in a massive traffic jam, he remembers ditching his car to walk toward the station when the world started falling apart. Seeing the subway entrance filled with blood, the man explains how the infected had already taken over the entire building. Sighing deeply, the father says the distance was too far to travel alone since he could never leave the rest of his family. Calculating the 10 kilometers, the teenager asks if the nearby roads are still too dangerous for a normal vehicle to pass. Looking at the blocked streets filled with debris, he notes that driving into a dead end could lead to a very scary trap. Lowering his gaze, the protagonist concludes that taking a car is basically a no-go because of all the messy obstacles. Laughing at the table, the older man realizes they never formally met and reveals his job as a teacher at a local college. Inside the quiet living room, the group decides it is finally time for everyone to share their names and settle in for now. Outside, the city buildings stand tall under the dark purple sky as the first stars begin to appear at night. Inside the cozy home, the air conditioner sits on the wall above some simple framed pictures of nature. Meeting in the small bedroom, the kind mother offers to split the 3 students between the available rooms. With a warm smile, the lady mentions that the girl should rest properly since she has not slept well lately. Glancing sideways, the teenager notices how pretty his companion looks despite all the chaos happening outside. Feeling awkward, the popular girl refuses the offer while claiming she will just sleep in the living area. Looking totally shocked, the protagonist shouts for her to just take the comfortable bed for the night. Turning away, the boy mentions how she was just acting mean earlier, but now she seems way too friendly. Reacting with a punch, the lady hits his arm while telling him he is being incredibly annoying right now. Watching the two bicker, the silent friend looks totally done with their drama while the girl keeps complaining. Outside, the dark streets remain silent while the lights inside the house provide a small sense of safety. Reaching for the switch, someone turns off the ceiling fan as they all prepare to get some much-needed rest. Sitting on the floor, the serious fighter holds his large rifle while checking if the building is actually secure. Ticking loudly, the old wooden clock shows that time is passing while the group tries to stay hidden in the dark. Wrapped in warm blankets, the 3 survivors finally fall asleep on the living room floor together at last. Resting on a soft pillow, the girl stays fast asleep while the dark room remains quiet. Suddenly opening her eyes, the young woman looks around as she starts to wake up from her long rest. Noticing the others are already passed out, she asks if anyone is still awake in the middle of the night. Under the blankets, the protagonist shows that he is also unable to find any sleep right now. Because she is curious, the lady wonders why the boy is still staring into the darkness of the room. Facing his companion, the brunette asks what kind of deep thoughts are keeping the teenager busy today. Looking quite sad, the student admits that he is actually just thinking about his mother right now. While the small candle burns, the young man worries if his parent is safe from the monsters outside. Even though it is late, the girl stays silent while processing the pain her friend is feeling. With a determined face, the female lead promises to help find his family no matter what happens next. Staring back in total shock, the boy with glasses feels surprised by the sudden kindness of his friend. After a brief pause, the teenager whispers a small thank you for the support he just received. Shifting her position, the lady looks at him with a serious gaze as she prepares to talk more. Regarding his parents, she asks how they can stay calm while not knowing their current location. Since the situation is bad, the main character wonders if they are actually going to be okay. Staring intensely with her dark eyes, the girl mentions there is only family while she stays quiet for a long moment. Sitting on his bed, the teenager looks quite surprised because the lady finally decides to share a deep secret with him. While resting in the messy room, the woman admits that she never told a single person the real truth about her own parents. Showing a serious face, the girl explains that her family life is actually a bit more complicated than it seems. Reacting with a shocked expression, the boy hears that her home situation is a total wreck according to her. Sitting together, the lady describes how her famous doctor father and researcher mother divorced many years ago. Reaching high into the clouds, the luxury tower appears while the 16th chapter begins to tell her dark story. Walking away during a flashback, the student ignores the girl while she asks if he is doing that same thing again. Yelling loudly in the hallway, the beautiful student asks if the nerd is deaf since he keeps ignoring her words. Looking quite sad, the popular girl thinks to herself that the poor boy is just way too weak and helpless for his own good. Following from behind, the lady decides to tell a bully to attack him tomorrow because she feels very frustrated. Arriving at the luxury building, the teenager uses her key card to enter the place she calls home during the evening. Pausing at the door, the young woman realizes she actually has no right to feel bad for the boy given her own mess. Walking inside, she mentions hating her home and plans to leave quickly if the stepmother is currently there. Stepping into the fancy apartment, the girl looks tired while the atmosphere feels very heavy and silent in the hall. Noticing some shoes on the floor, she hears strange noises from a nearby room and realizes someone else is visiting. Looking disgusted, the lady curses because she realizes her stepmother is being reckless with a random man again. Showing a closed door, the narrator explains that the father was always busy at work while the new wife had leverage. Standing in her luxury bedroom, the girl is just getting ready for her day when she hears someone at the door. Suddenly, her stepmother bursts inside while shouting about why the teenager came home so early today. Complaining about the smell of booze, the woman asks why she did not ring the bell before entering the house. Turning around with a smirk, the student asks if the lady is afraid of being caught with a random guy. Angry at the insult, the actress mocks the short clothes while the brunette calls her a total cheater. Emerging from the bedroom, a mysterious man asks who the girl is while his partner calls her a spawn. Quickly pulling out her phone, the young lady takes a photo of the two while a loud click sound happens. Smiling with her device in hand, the student asks if she should send the evidence to her father right now. Terrified, the man begs her to stop while the stepmother casually lights a cigarette and tells her to forget it. Revealed as a 36-year-old former actress, Choi Soo-jin shows a face full of total indifference. Even if the parent sees the photo, the lady claims he will never say a single word to stop her actions. Blowing out a cloud of smoke, the adult asks if the girl wants to hear some secrets about her own dad. If a divorce happens, the woman explains that the father will lose his wealth and his hospital will be ruined. Laughing like a crazy person, the actress tells the student to go ahead and try to break them up today. Calling her a crazy woman, the brunette bumps past the pair and leaves the apartment while feeling totally disgusted. Inside the house, the woman screams while the man tries to stop her, and the girl looks very annoyed by the drama. Walking away, the lady laughs because she thinks the student is just as trashy as her own biological mother. Turning around, she shouts for the teenager to get lost immediately since her personality is completely garbage. With a loud thud, the heavy door slams shut and leaves the entire hallway in a very tense and quiet atmosphere. Walking past a dark playground, the popular girl thinks the area is gross and vows to never return to that house again. Staring with a cold gaze, the young lady promises herself that she will never set foot in that horrible place ever again. Leaving the luxury complex behind, the girl heads into the city while the screen says the world ends the next day. Moving to a different scene, the sign for a coin karaoke room appears where many teenagers usually go to have some fun. Inside the dark room with flashing lights, the student notices the news on her phone and realizes things are getting weird. Panic takes over when she hears her mother is in critical condition and the girl says she has to leave right away. Walking through the crowded street, the student is overwhelmed by many emergency alerts and messages on the screen. Suddenly, a loud scream echoes through the city area and makes the young woman stop while looking totally shocked. Chaos breaks out as everyone starts running for their lives while the lady wonders what is actually happening behind her. Crouching in a dark corner, the survivor breathes heavily since she barely managed to escape from the terrifying crowd. High above the stairs, a single light shines in the quiet hallway while the atmosphere becomes very spooky and lonely. Standing in a utility room, the girl realizes that even the emergency number 119 is not working at all. After trying to reach her father, she gets no answer and thinks about how he never placed her as a priority in his life. Looking very stressed, the young lady whispers the word mom while a single drop of sweat runs down her pale face. Due to her situation, the student remembers her mother is in America and realizes she cannot provide any help right now. Staring at the screen, her fingers tremble while she considers calling the person she truly hates the most. Feeling brave enough, the lady dials her stepmother while the phone begins to ring during this crisis. Answering the call, the woman on the other side sounds very annoyed and asks what the girl wants at this hour. While pleading for her life, the teenager explains she is trapped on some stairs and begs for someone to come rescue her. To her surprise, the girl hears a very harsh response that tells her to just figure it out on her own. Desperate for a ride, she mentions the car while the mean woman says she must save herself before hanging up the line. Hearing the loud beeping sound, the young lady realizes she is now completely alone in this terrifying situation. Sadly, the brunette stares at her phone while the reality of being abandoned starts to sink into her mind. Inside a messy room, a loud voice from the hallway calls her name and demands that she opens the door immediately. Cowering on the floor, the girl hides her face and whispers for the person to just go away and leave her in peace. Sobbing quietly, the popular girl calls for her mother once more while tears continue to fall down her face. Sitting alone in the dark office, the girl looks totally defeated while crying and whispering how much she misses someone. Explaining her tragic past, she says the stepmother ran away and her father never even answered any of her phone calls. Looking very serious, the brunette claims she does not care if she ever finds them or what happened to those people. With tears in her eyes, the lady admits the truth is that she just really misses her real mother at this exact moment. Thinking about the distance, the boy asks if the mom is still in America and she reveals she ignored every single call. Processing the new information, the protagonist finally understands why the student was so obsessed with studying abroad. Regretting her past actions, the survivor says she said something hurtful and hesitated to call before the world ended. Looking toward the side, she feels completely abandoned because there is absolutely nobody left around her in this mess. Staying silent for a second, the young man observes her sad face while thinking about how to comfort his friend right now. Breaking the heavy silence, the teenager tells the lady not to say those things because she is not alone anymore. Staring in total shock, the girl looks at him with wide eyes because she did not expect to hear such kind words today. Mentioning their small group, the companion says she has him and also the strong fighter Hackshield by her side to help. Showing a small and warm smile, the hero suggests they survive this nightmare together no matter what happens next. Looking completely stunned, the popular female stays quiet while processing the sincere promise from her nerdy friend. Blushing slightly, the beautiful student lets out a soft sound and agrees as the atmosphere becomes much more peaceful. Looking at the clock, it is past 12 and someone asks if they should finally get some sleep for the night. Outside, the dark streets are filled with scary monsters that wander around the neighborhood looking for food. Resting in the yard, the laundry rack stays still while the cold night air covers the entire city in a deep silence. Inside the quiet room, the popular girl sleeps on the floor while the protagonist stays close to protect her. Holding his weapon tightly, the skilled fighter sleeps with his eyes closed but remains ready for any sudden danger. Suddenly, a terrifying memory appears where a loud voice threatens a young boy under the bright and burning sun. Lying on the dirty ground, the child begs for mercy while the man mocks him for having a traitor in his family. Showing a terrifying grin, the attacker yells that suffering is his only destiny and dares the kid to fight back. Waking up with a start, the warrior opens his eyes because a strange sound just interrupted his peaceful rest. Sitting up quickly, the young man wonders why he hears the loud noise of a car engine running nearby at this hour. Hurrying to the hallway, the survivor tells the professor about the noise and prepares to check the situation outside. Stepping into the quiet yard, the hero hears footsteps while the city buildings loom over the metal fence. Carrying his rifle, the fighter worries that the sound of car doors might attract many infected creatures to the house. Observing the street, the teenager realizes that someone has actually arrived at their location with a vehicle. Standing in the middle of the courtyard, a metal ladder waits for them and the mystery of the visitor continues. High against the blue sky, a metal ladder leans on the roof while the morning sun lights up the silent neighborhood. Carrying his heavy rifle on his back, the man in black begins to climb the steps to reach the top of the house. Reaching the summit, the guard quickly aims his weapon downward while staying alert for any intruders below. Showing a face full of total shock, the fighter stares at something unexpected happening right on the street. High above, we see the gunman watching two teenagers standing right in front of the locked green gate. Standing below, the friends wonder if anyone is home while noticing the barbed wire surrounding the building. Suddenly, a small handgun appears in the hand of the boy while they discuss moving faster to avoid the monsters. Shouting loudly, the guard orders the pair to drop their gear and raise their hands before he starts shooting. Because he is terrified, the student with glasses begs for mercy while the gunman threatens to shoot them. Putting the pistol slowly on the dark pavement, the boys are told to step back 3 meters for safety. Focusing his gaze, the mysterious man wonders exactly where those kids managed to find such a dangerous firearm. Asking if they're just looters, the owner of the house stays suspicious while the pair tries to explain things. Holding his rifle steady, the man calls them liars because they approached a private home with weapons. Sweating from the pressure, the boy claims they found the gear on a body that did not look like a soldier. Laughing at the excuse, the guard asks if they think this is America while the nerd swears he is telling the truth. Looking at the strangers, the fighter notes that the long gun is military, but the pistol looks very suspicious and weird. Raising their hands, the office worker and the college student beg for mercy while mentioning a shelter at a subway stop. Crouching on the balcony, the guard asks if the strangers really just came from the safe zone at the famous Gunja stop. Looking surprised, the fighter realizes that area is just 2 stops away from where they were planning to head next. Confirming the news, the man in the brown jacket says that a massive hideout exists there for many people to hide. While looking at the empty street, they discuss how hard it is to cross the river through the Line 5 underground tunnels. Showing a curious face, the main survivor says he wants to hear more details about what is happening at the station. Desperate for information, the visitors ask if anyone has seen a young woman named Seo Haekyung who is 20 years old. Suggesting they move inside, the leader warns that monsters might gather soon and says weapons are strictly forbidden. Looking up at the building, we see solar panels on the roof which show this place might still have some electricity left. Hearing about the massive hideout, the older man looks completely stunned and lets out a small sound of pure disbelief. Explaining the situation, the guests mention that hundreds of survivors are living there in a very organized way right now. Bringing the focus back to the missing girl, the survivor asks about the exact moment the father lost contact with her. With a terrified expression, the father confirms the call ended at 8:10 in the evening on that fateful day. Recalling the horror, he remembers the bedroom where his daughter called to scream about the chaos inside the subway. Shouting into the phone, the man recalls a terrifying call from his daughter who was running for her life inside a train car. Sweating from the stress, the father remembers how the line suddenly went dead while she was arriving at the local station. Looking very sad, the professor admits he has no idea if his child ever managed to get off the subway that terrible morning. Surprising everyone, the tough survivor says he was actually on that same train heading toward Gunja station that day. Explaining the route, he says the subway skipped several stops around 8:10 because of an infected person on the train. Since the timing matches perfectly, the young man claims there is a high chance the daughter is still at that specific station. Desperately, the father asks if they saw her while looking for a photo of the 20-year-old girl named Seo Haekyung. Examining the screen, the fighter says the image is blurry and mentions there were over 200 people on board the vehicle. Looking at the yard, the warrior warns that many turned into monsters and they cannot be sure if she is actually safe now. Facing the older man, the fighter asks if he wants to join since guards with rifles are blocking the entrance for outsiders. Suggesting a different plan, the warrior says they should meet halfway while he provides a safe driving route for the car. Reaching out his hand, the soldier offers a walkie-talkie to the professor who looks completely shocked by the gear. Explaining the range, he tells the man to stay in contact while asking for 2 days of food supplies for his help. Looking very serious, the traveler asks if this fair deal is enough for the family to finally trust him and his group. Staying silent, the teacher listens to the offer while his eyes show that he is thinking about the next dangerous move. High up, the street signs point toward the empty roads while the morning sun shines on the quiet buildings around them. Hearing about the shelter at Gunja station, the group looks surprised while discussing the plan to meet others tomorrow. Worried about a potential lie, the girl asks if they can trust those people even though they seem like decent humans. Facing the professor, the fighter mentions their departure for the next day while asking what the older man intends to do. Thinking about the trip, the survivor warns that traveling on foot with an entire family is probably impossible right now. Suggesting a different way, the teacher mentions finding a 6-seat vehicle so they can all travel together in safety. Giving a final warning, the leader says he will only look after himself if things get too dangerous for the group to handle. Looking very serious, the warrior tells the father to think carefully before making a choice that affects his loved ones. Sitting on the sofa, the wife and son look at the man with worry while the atmosphere becomes very heavy in the room. Hanging on the wall, several framed pictures and medals show the past life of this family before the chaos arrived. Searching the fridge, the lady thinks about packing many supplies since they will need a lot for the upcoming long journey. Glancing around the kitchen, the beautiful girl wonders where her friend went because he disappeared from the area. Walking slowly up the wooden stairs, the young woman heads toward the upper floor to look for the missing boy with glasses. Peeking through the door, the girl hears the kid praising the teenager for being smart despite playing many video games. Sitting on the bed, the student mentions a zombie game called Rage Z while the child admits he plays it secretly at home. The young boy says he dreams of becoming a game developer just like the famous creators of his favorite video game. Minjun encourages the kid because he studies well, and Yena suddenly enters the room to ask why they are so close. Looking very suspicious, the beautiful lady stares at them because she feels like they are hiding a very big secret now. Displaying a colorful poster, the kid points at the idol group called Lumina and says he really likes one specific member. Standing by the bed, the girl tells the host to follow her because she wants to speak with him in a more private area. Shifting the focus, we see a stunning blonde woman from the group who looks like a total goddess to all her many fans. Smiling playfully, the companion asks if the famous star is actually his ideal type while the boy stays completely silent. Opening his eyes wide, the main character looks totally stunned after hearing such a direct question from his female friend. Confessing his secret, the teenager claims he actually knew the idol Eugene back when they were just little children. Showing a face full of pure shock, the lady cannot believe her ears because the claim sounds like a total fairy tale. Laughing loudly, the girl points her finger while asking for proof since she thinks he is just being a total dreamer. Sweating from the pressure, the protagonist explains the idol is 1 year younger and they moved after middle school. Turning away, the student looks at the poster and admits the famous girl now lives in a world far away from his own. Squinting her eyes, the girl remains skeptical while the nerd mentions that even his own buddies thought he was crazy. Teasing him as he walks out, the lady says it is impossible and the boy just jokes around while leaving the messy room. Standing in her bedroom, the girl looks at her posters while she thinks about everything that happened lately. Staring blankly at the wall, the lady whispers that there is no way this situation can actually be real. Looking at the pretty idols on the poster, the student admits the star is truly stunning despite the chaos. High above the city, the house with the red roof stays quiet while the sun shines on the solar panels. Inside the living room, the older man calls the name of the warrior while the fighter looks back in confusion. Facing his guest, the professor explains he talked with his family and they cannot stay in this place anymore. Standing firmly, the father says they will all head to the station shelter together while the hero looks surprised. Thinking about their escape, the tall survivor mentions he already has a specific vehicle in his mind for the trip. Looking quite worried, the teacher says his car is perfect but it is currently stuck in a very dangerous area. Talking about the transport, the man mentions an ambulance nearby that has enough room for 6 people to travel. Down in a messy alleyway, the yellow van sits abandoned among trash and some very scary red stains on the floor. Side by side, the two men discuss the danger as the fighter asks if the professor saw the monsters himself. Recalling his last visit, the teacher says he saw those creatures 3 days ago and they are likely still there. Crossing his arms, the warrior says they can handle a few enemies, but more than that would be way too risky. Looking at the old clock, they decide to finish the preparations and leave for the city together at dawn tomorrow. Starting with the sunrise, we see the neighborhood where the group prepares for their long and dangerous journey today. Looking at the floor, the survivor notices that all the bags, including the luggage of the girl, are already packed for the trip. Standing near a calendar, the taller fighter asks if there is anything else they need to do before leaving this safe spot. Adjusting his glasses, the young man asks if his companion knows how to build some fire bottles to use against the monsters. Surprised by the request, the warrior hears the teenager say they might actually need some explosives for the road ahead. Nodding his head slowly, the skilled fighter agrees that having a way to burn the infected is actually a very good idea. Outside the dark brick house, the stars shine over the city while the atmosphere becomes heavy with the silence of night. Resting on the sofa, the leader stays alert while the two students try to get some sleep on the floor of the living room. Suddenly, a loud static sound comes from the radio asking if the group managed to find a vehicle for their escape mission. Sitting up in the dark, the fighter explains he plans to check a nearby ambulance once the morning sun finally arrives. Gripping the small device, the man hears that other survivors are waiting near an intersection to move out together soon. Deep in the city, the buildings are covered in a thick fog while the moon stays hidden behind the dark and gloomy clouds. Down in a dark alleyway, an ambulance sits abandoned among several monsters wandering around the bloodstained streets. Creaking loudly, the back of the car shakes while a voice on the radio wishes the survivors good luck for the next day. Back at the house, the light from the window stays on while the small group waits for the dawn to begin their escape. Under the warm pink blanket, the girl stays deeply asleep while the quiet atmosphere covers the entire room tonight. Breathing softly, she continues her rest while her long hair spreads across the white pillow during this peaceful moment. Suddenly, the scene shifts to a long and empty school corridor where the sunset light creates long shadows on the floor. Inside a quiet classroom, the popular girl is seen resting her head on the wooden desk after a very tiring day of study. Letting out a small groan, the student begins to wake up while wondering why everything is so silent around her right now. Looking around the empty room, the brunette realizes that she is the only person left in the building at this late hour. Feeling quite confused, the lady asks herself where everyone went while the golden sun shines through the large windows. Glancing at the wall, the clock shows it is almost 6 o'clock and she panics about being late for her evening academy. Grabbing her designer backpack, the teenager rushes toward the exit while hoping to leave the school as fast as possible. Unexpectedly, the female student bumps into someone right at the doorway and lets out a small sound of total surprise. Staring with an annoyed expression, the companion looks up and prepares to curse at whoever just blocked her path. Recognizing her classmate, the young woman sees Minjun standing there with a very serious and intense gaze. Instead of looking away like he usually does, the nerdy boy remains focused on her while his face looks very cold. Facing each other in the quiet room, the girl asks what he is doing there instead of going home like a normal person. Suddenly, a firm hand reaches out and grabs her wrist, which makes the beautiful lady let out a loud cry of confusion. Suddenly pushing the girl against the board, the young man traps her while she lets out a cry of total surprise. Looking completely stunned, the lady stares at him while the name of Young Minjun fills her confused mind. Holding both of her wrists firmly, the teenager stays close as the girl asks if he really wants to die today. Facing the student, the boy lets out a heavy curse under his breath while the tension between them continues to grow. Adjusting his glasses, the nerd asks why she continues to ignore him like he is a nobody in their school. Reminding her of the past, the boy mentions all the times she cursed at him and treated him like a tiny bug. Moving even closer, he asks if he should start treating her roughly while the popular girl looks very confused. Demanding her freedom, the girl mentions his strange strength while threatening to scream for help in the empty room. Noting her lack of resistance, the protagonist calls her cute while the female student tells him to just shut his mouth. Standing in the quiet classroom, she dares the weak boy to actually hit her since she thinks he has no real power. Closing her eyes for a second, the woman wonders what will happen if this situation continues to get even worse. Making a soft sound, she seems to be falling into a deep sleep while the dream continues inside her tired mind. Staying silent for a long moment, the lady keeps her eyes closed while the atmosphere remains very heavy and still. Opening her eye abruptly, the girl wonders if all of this is just a very bad dream from her past school days. Waking up in the real world, the woman finds herself hugging the boy while feeling totally surprised by the situation. Waking up in a surprise, the girl notices she is hugging her friend while they both sleep after a long and tiring night. Blushing deeply, the young woman wonders if she actually slept while holding onto her friend during the whole time. Looking around the dark room, she suspects the nerd might be pretending to sleep just to stay close to her. Resting on the sofa, the older companion stays fast asleep while the two teenagers remain stuck in an awkward spot. Feeling quite annoyed, the lady thinks her classmate is being very frustrating despite the current danger outside. Moving her face closer, the girl stares at the sleeping student and admits that everything feels really strange right now. Recalling their school days, she remembers how she used to hate the smell of the basement that followed him everywhere. Looking at his calm face, the survivor notices that the bad odor she once hated is completely gone today. Leaning in even more, the lady notices a different scent while she stays very close to the boy in the dark. Wondering if the shower changed everything, the girl admits the teenager actually smells quite nice after cleaning up. Closing her eyes slightly, she asks herself why she is even thinking about these things during the apocalypse. Focusing on his features, the popular girl wonders if the nerd actually looks handsome while he stays totally unconscious. Questioning her own mind, she thinks the end of the world is messing with her head because his face looks different now. Suddenly, the boy snaps his eyes open and stares right back at the girl who is watching him sleep so closely. Both of them look totally shocked while realizing they are in a very embarrassing situation in the middle of the room. Waking up with a sudden gasp, the girl looks very surprised after realizing how close she is to her classmate right now. Reacting with a powerful punch, the lady hits the boy while calling him a bastard because she feels totally embarrassed. Jumping up with his rifle, the tough fighter yells for everyone to stay still while the teen tells him to go back to sleep. Breathing fast, the popular girl explains that she got startled because the nerd was staring at her from so close. Pointing at his friend, the student claims she was actually awake first, but the woman denies everything with a loud shout. Staring blankly, the main character realizes that the situation is getting very awkward while he tries to fix his glasses. Recalling her nightmare, the brunette thinks about the student cursing and even hitting her during her strange dream. Delivering another kick, the lady calls him super annoying while the poor guy lets out a sound of pure pain on the floor. Turning his back to the group, the protagonist looks completely confused while the atmosphere remains very heavy. Touching his face, the teenager wonders if he really talked in his sleep and said something mean to his companion. Looking at the clock, it is past 8 in the morning while the nerd denies ever cursing at the girl during the night. Outside, the thick fog covers the city buildings while the group prepares for another dangerous day of survival. Explaining the plan once more, the leader says they will drive the ambulance back to the house to load their luggage. Facing the boy, the warrior tells him to head upstairs and keep a sharp watch until they return with the car. Saying goodbye, the survivors watch as the men head out into the foggy streets while hoping for a safe return. Outside the house, we see the green gate while number 83 is visible on the wall near the entrance. Looking at the laundry area, we notice red basins and some old buckets scattered across the dusty floor. High above the city, a thick fog covers the narrow streets while several abandoned cars block the path below them. Using his binoculars, the young man scans the distance to check if any monsters are lurking around the neighborhood. Focusing on a white car through the mist, the boy notices the vehicle looks completely destroyed after the recent chaos. Standing on the balcony, the two friends wait for their companion while the girl looks quite worried about the situation. Mentioning the 1 kilometer distance, the lady says the walk will take over 30 minutes because of the dangerous path. Suddenly, the boy realizes that handling the infected inside the ambulance will definitely take more time than expected. Loud gunshots suddenly echo through the foggy air and make the atmosphere feel much more tense for the survivors. Startled by the noise, the girl asks if the fighter is the one shooting while clutching her jacket with trembling hands. Looking very surprised, the protagonist notes that the sound of those shots is totally different from his friend's rifle. Wondering whose weapons are firing, the young woman asks if the visitors from yesterday are involved in this mess. With wide eyes, the lady stares into the distance because she senses that something even worse is about to happen. Jumping up suddenly, the female survivor covers her mouth and looks like she is about to feel very sick from the stress. Coughing from a nauseating and foul smell, the girl wonders what that terrible scent is while the boy looks at her confused. Looking over the railing, the young man feels a sudden chill as he senses that something dangerous is coming their way. Suddenly, a loud scream from below tells them to open the door, and the teenager looks completely shocked by the noise. Grabbing his binoculars quickly, the boy tries to see what is happening on the street while the fog covers everything. Looking through the lenses, he sees a man running desperately through the mist while holding a small handgun for protection. Sprinting toward the gate, the stranger begs for someone to let him inside while his face shows a lot of pure terror. Meeting in the courtyard, the survivors gather around the newcomer to understand why the situation turned into a mess. Recognizing the face, the student realizes this is the same person who visited them just yesterday morning at the house. Standing on the balcony, the girl asks about the vehicle and the other person while the protagonist checks the street. Running with all his might, the man reaches the green entrance while gasping for air and hoping for safety inside. Pounding on the metal gate, the survivor screams for help as he holds his weapon and waits for someone to respond. Shouting from above, the nerd asks where the other guy is and hears the tragic news that the companion already died. Trembling with fear, the runner whispers that a monster appeared while sweat drops down his blood-stained face. Looking totally horrified, the man warns that shooting the beast with guns is completely useless against such a power. Focusing his gaze once more, the boy with glasses tries to spot the threat while his heart begins to race very fast. Staring through the binoculars, the teenager realizes the nightmare is real and whispers that this cannot be happening. Stomping loudly on the pavement, a pair of massive and stained feet wander through the empty street while calling for a girl. Grinning with a creepy expression, the massive man appears while saying it is nice to meet everyone during this current chaos. Showing his messy mouth, the monster begs for someone to finally accept his social media request while looking quite scary. Sitting in front of his monitor, the young man sees a warning about a giant creature appearing at a specific pinned location. Focusing on the screen, the gamer reflects on a deep doubt and a feeling of anxiety that has been bothering his mind lately. Wondering about the connection, the student fears that his game world and reality are finally starting to merge into one. Looking at the stained face of the beast, the protagonist realizes that his worst fears are actually coming true right now. Walking through the narrow alley, the massive creature calls for the girl while the protagonist realizes the world is over. Behind the sharp barbed wire, the title screen announces that the apocalypse has finally arrived for everyone in the city. High above the buildings, a thick fog covers the town and creates a very spooky atmosphere during the early morning hours. Reflecting on recent events, we see a scary person trapped inside the ambulance window while letting out a horrible groan. Standing near the vehicle, the older man asks if they can back out with those two people currently stuck in the front seats. Hearing loud shots, the fighter turns his head quickly because he hears someone firing weapons in the middle of the street. Holding his heavy rifle, the warrior hears a voice on the radio asking if they managed to secure the car for their escape. Acknowledging the risk, the survivor says the shots belong to those people from yesterday and orders everyone to move fast. The soldier warns that he will fire if the driver door opens because the noise will bring a massive horde of monsters. Running down the concrete steps, the group moves as fast as possible to reach the street before the situation gets worse. Standing outside the green metal gate, a man begs for help while shouting that he is going to die at any second now. Opening the entrance, the boy with glasses looks totally shocked while the stranger tells him to get inside the house quickly. Suddenly, a scary creature covered in red stains grabs the neighbor from behind and begins a violent attack on the poor man. Staring with wide eyes, the protagonist stays frozen in shock while witnessing the horror unfolding right before him on the road. Falling hard to the pavement, the two bodies tangle together while loud noises echo through the narrow and quiet city street. Seeing the chaos, the boy yells for the man to survive while the girl in the back looks completely terrified by the scene. Showing a face of pure horror, the young lady stays silent because she cannot believe the nightmare happening in the yard. Emerging from the thick fog, a massive and bloated monster walks toward the building while looking for a fresh target to hunt. Speaking with a creepy and distorted voice, the beast claims to have finally found them while showing its disgusting face. Cowering on the cold floor, the young woman trembles with fear as she realizes that the danger is way too close to them now. With a loud bang, the giant attacker slams its massive fist against the green gate while trying to force its way inside. Leaning against the metal door, the protagonist breathes heavily while hearing the desperate screams and growls from outside. Looking at the entrance, the lady asks what kind of thing that is because the monster looks different from all the others. Looking at the large man, the girl realizes he is Lee Bongyu from that dangerous construction site. Suddenly, the monster lets out a terrifying groan while calling the name of the girl with a heavy thud. Because he is terrified, the boy with glasses whispers that they really need to start running right now. Frantically, he explains that the creature is too strong for a rifle and they need the fighter to arrive. Within his wide eyes, the young man feels a huge shock as the situation gets much more dangerous. Behind him, a massive crash happens while the heavy green gate shakes from a powerful blow. Under the extreme pressure, the metal door starts to break and someone is trying to force their way inside. While standing near the stairs, the lady hears the boy shouting for her to take the kid and hide on the second floor. After thinking about their weapons, the student remembers the Molotov cocktails they made yesterday. Firmly grabbing her shoulders, the protagonist tells Han Yena to listen carefully since their lives are on the line. Totally pale from the horror, the girl looks completely stunned while her body shakes from the intense pressure. Even though he is scared, the brave student orders his friend to get a grip so they can survive this nightmare. As he details the plan, he says he will throw fire at the gate while she pours gasoline from above to burn the enemy. Out of 8 total weapons, the survivor claims he will keep 4 while she takes the rest to help him. Finally nodding her head, the lady agrees with a small voice and prepares to face the scary threat together. Panicked, the protagonist yells for everyone to run up to the 2nd floor immediately while the danger gets closer. Grabbing a green glass bottle with his bare hand, the boy prepares a dangerous weapon for the upcoming fight. Rushing down the stairs with a lit bottle, he knows the loud noise will attract every single monster in the area. Looking at the gate, the survivor realizes the infected are weak to fire no matter how strong their instincts become. Even though those things might jump into the flames, the teenager keeps moving fast to execute his risky plan. Throwing the explosive, he creates a massive blast to stop the creatures from entering the house all at once. Suddenly, a giant monster with tattoos on his arms bursts through the fire while making a terrifying sound. Stepping through the heat, the beast shows its charred skin while the narrator says this is the most important target. Calling the name of the girl, the massive enemy stands in front of the boy, who says they must finish him now. Recognizing the perverted attacker, the student looks at the scary man who finally found their current hiding spot. High above on the balcony, the beautiful girl pours a large container of liquid down toward the ground. Drenching the face of the attacker, the fluid makes the beast groan while it struggles to see clearly. Hurling the final bottle, the hero yells for the enemy to meet his end as the fire flies through the air. With a loud crash, another explosion happens and covers the entire area in a bright and burning light. Screaming in total agony, the monster is engulfed by the flames while the group watches the scene from safety. Shouting from below, the youth warns the girls that the fire blockade is not enough to stop the monsters right now. Suddenly, a burning creature bursts through the entrance while the group realizes their trap is starting to fail very fast. Looking stressed, the nerd thinks about the low supply of fire bottles and he wishes for a powerful rifle to help him. High on the balcony, the 2 women throw their weapons down, although they are almost out of ammunition for the fight. Preparing his final move, the young man grips the last glass bottle as he feels the pressure of the approaching horde. Unexpectedly, a bloody monster lunges at the protagonist before he can even launch his attack against the enemy. Feeling cold hands around his neck, the student gasps for air as the infected beast pins him against the hard ground. From high above, the popular girl screams the name of her friend because she cannot believe the tragedy unfolding. Panicking on the rooftop, the lady realizes that throwing another fire bomb would only end up burning her friend alive too. Overwhelmed by the numbers, the hero falls to the pavement and she yells for him to hold on a little bit longer. Terrified by the monster, the boy yells for Hanyena to stay hidden and never come down to this dangerous area. Because he is struggling to breathe, the glasses kid fears that even more infected will arrive to join this deadly feast. Near the end of his strength, the main character admits that his journey might finally end right here on this dirty floor. Immediately, a loud bang echoes through the air and a blood splatter appears when the sound of a gunshot rings out. Closing his eyes behind his lenses, the student hears more loud shots as someone begins to clear out the entire area. High up in the dark sky, a loud voice screams for everyone to wake up while the atmosphere becomes heavy and tense. Holding a rifle, the soldier yells for the professor to hurry up before more monsters arrive at their current location. Crouching low, the fighter checks on his friend while surrounded by fallen bodies and red stains on the cold pavement. Grabbing his arm firmly, the survivor helps the fallen teenager to stand up so they can finally escape from this area. Suddenly, a massive creature engulfed in flames collapses to the ground while letting out a terrifying and final scream. Hurrying toward the open garage, the group carries their heavy backpacks while the leader shouts for everyone to move fast. Several infected people covered in blood run through the narrow street while chasing the survivors with a lot of rage. Standing near the back of an ambulance, the fighter aims his weapon at a creature that is getting way too close to him. With a loud bang, the survivor fires his gun and hits the target right in the head to clear the path for his team. While his friend jumps into the vehicle, the gunman realizes he just used his very last bullet during that intense fight. Slamming the heavy door shut, the group prepares to leave in the yellow emergency van that is parked in the dark alley. Sitting in the driver's seat, the older man asks if everyone is ready while the warrior tells him to start the engine. Speeding down the road, the ambulance hits several monsters while the survivors try to break through the blockade. Moving quickly, the yellow van leaves the area while more infected people try to chase the vehicle through the city. Looking quite pale, the professor drives with trembling hands while he prays to reach the safe zone without any trouble. Reflected in the side mirror, the group sees the house on fire while a monster chases after the moving vehicle. Flames erupt from the gate as the entire neighborhood begins to burn under the thick black smoke. Driving with a worried face, the professor sweats because the situation outside is becoming a total nightmare. Looking from above, the narrow street is filled with monsters running behind the car in a desperate chase. Dark clouds and heavy fog cover the city skyline while a strange noise echoes through the abandoned area. Passing through the ruined streets, they notice how the fog makes it hard to see the dangerous path ahead. Ahead of them, abandoned police cars and a yellow van block the road while the world stays quiet and scary. Sitting inside the moving ambulance, the survivors feel the bumps as they head toward the next destination. Looking quite depressed, the main character stays silent while thinking about the terrible things that happened. Screaming for help, someone begs for the green door to be opened because they are about to die outside. Opening the entrance quickly, the protagonist looks shocked as the teacher runs inside to escape the threat. Covered in red stains, the man rushes through the door while a scary monster grabs for his shoulder from behind. Staring intensely through his glasses, the boy watches the scene and processes the danger that just followed them. Groaning in pain, the teenager clutches his side while noticing that his old wound is starting to hurt again. Noticing his struggle, the girl asks if he is okay while suggesting that the fighter checks his stitches tomorrow. Looking down at the street, we see the empty road filled with bloodstains and abandoned cars near the motels. Sitting inside the vehicle, the two men discuss reaching the meeting point while looking at the map for directions. After traveling 4 kilometers, the student suggests heading to the station while the sky turns dark and gloomy. Suddenly, the driver with glasses looks ahead and notices the destination they have been searching for all this time. Towering over the street, the building called Sky Motel appears as a possible safe haven for the tired group. Approaching the entrance, they see an abandoned ambulance parked near the door while the atmosphere feels very heavy. Peeking inside the dark corridor, the girl mentions how scary the place looks while everyone remains very alert. Explaining the safety of the floor, the leader mentions that several rooms are clear and ready for the survivors. Looking at room 209, they see a large red mark on the door and decide to stay away from the upper floor. Discussing the sleeping arrangements, the professor asks how to divide the rooms while the girl complains about the light. Entering the room labeled 203, the characters prepare to settle in for a very long and stressful night. Admitting her fear, the beautiful lady says she prefers to stay with her friends instead of sleeping all alone. Suggesting a different plan, the boy with the hoodie walks toward the bathroom while the group keeps talking. Standing alone in the dark, the protagonist looks at the ground while the light from the office shines through the glass. Groaning quietly, the teenager realizes the pain is getting much worse and his expression shows a lot of suffering. Lifting his gray hoodie, the young man slowly pulls back the large white bandage to check on his painful side injury. Suddenly his eyes widen in total shock while his face becomes pale because he sees something terrifying on his own skin. Focusing through his round glasses, the boy wonders what on earth is happening to him while the silence fills the dark room. Looking at the dark and bruised mark, he asks himself why the stitches look so strange and different at this exact moment. Standing in the bathroom, the protagonist realizes the area looks exactly like the bite of those scary creatures outside. Facing the mirror, the teenager trembles while questioning if he has actually caught the deadly virus from the monsters. Sweating from the pressure, the main character tries to remember when he could have been touched by one of those beasts. Checking his hands, he notes there are no bite marks anywhere since he feels sure that nobody ever managed to sink teeth into him. Recalling the fight at the construction site, the boy wonders if the infection entered through the old wound during the fall. Thinking back to the rooftop battle, the survivor considers if the virus reached him while he was struggling to stay alive. Remembering the words of his companion, he questions if the theory about bites being the only way to turn was actually wrong. Staring at the pulsing black mark, the hero hopes it is just a normal medical problem instead of the start of a nightmare. Suddenly his vision becomes blurry as a wave of dizziness hits his head and makes the entire room spin around him right now. Slumping against the cold wall, the exhausted student loses his balance and falls to the floor while feeling his power fade. Sitting alone in the dark, the boy with glasses finally admits the terrible truth that he has become one of the infected. Inside the dark room, a small lantern flickers on the desk while the group tries to find some peace during the night. Looking quite sad, the young woman stares blankly as she reflects on everything that happened during their long journey. Sitting on the floor, the popular girl waits for her friend who has been inside the bathroom for over 30 minutes now. Suddenly a foot steps out from the doorway while the lady threatens to go inside if he does not come out right away. Appearing at the door, the boy finds a shocked girl who asks why he stayed inside without making any noise at all. Sweating from the pressure, the glasses guy asks if he can sleep in a separate room alone for the rest of the night. Showing a face full of confusion, the female survivor wonders why her companion is acting so strange all of a sudden. Facing her with a serious gaze, the student claims he does not feel very good and wants to be by himself for a while. Looking at the tall fighter, the brunette thinks sharing a room just with him would be a very awkward situation. Grabbing his heavy backpack, the protagonist prepares to leave while the others watch him with a lot of curiosity. Smiling playfully, the lady asks if she makes him feel uncomfortable, but the boy remains focused on his gear. With an intense look, the teenager begs her to stop joking because his current mood is not light at all. Staring with wide eyes, the girl feels shocked by the cold tone coming from the person she usually teases. Watching him walk away, the female stays silent in the middle of the room while the atmosphere becomes very heavy. Standing still with his arms crossed, the silent warrior observes the drama without saying a single word to anyone. After deciding the rooms, the girl says she will stay with the professor while the others take a different spot. Focusing on the hallway, the camera shows the dark wooden door of room 202 during the quiet night. Opening the entrance slowly, a hand reaches for the knob while a loud clicking sound echoes through the empty motel area. Walking inside the dark space, the boy thinks about how everyone wants their life to be just like a movie or a drama. Staring at the window, he wonders if a happy ending actually exists for someone who is going through a total nightmare. Hoping for the best, he tells himself that everything will work out even if things feel very difficult right now. Leaning against the purple door, the protagonist looks down at the trash while his heart feels very heavy and sad right now. Sitting on the cold floor, the young man clutches his stomach area and wonders if he can truly survive the infection today. Gripping his hoodie tightly, the student feels the hidden wound while realizing that things are not going to work out well. Looking at the bottles and papers, the teenager admits his life is nothing like a main character of a famous story. Closing his eyes, the survivor believes he will just turn into a monster and disappear quietly without anyone noticing him. Thinking about his role in the world, he admits that he was always just another ordinary person in a very large crowd. With tears in his eyes, the glasses kid asks himself what he was even hoping for in this miserable and scary life of his. Sobbing in the corner of the messy room, the lonely boy realizes this is probably how his journey was always meant to end. Feeling completely broken, the main character stays in the dark while the silence of the room covers his quiet cries. Standing in the dark hallway, the tall fighter calls for his friend and says he will try to open the locked door now. Reaching for the metal handle, his hand tries to turn the knob, but a loud clicking sound echoes through the quiet motel. Staring with a confused face, the warrior notices the entrance is stuck while his companion shines a light on the wood. Looking quite nervous, the leader hopes his bad feelings are wrong because sweat starts to run down his face during the wait. Facing the door, the survivor admits that the boy might actually be infected since he refuses to respond to anyone today. Showing a face full of pure shock, the popular girl asks what he just said while she stares blankly into the dark corridor. Refusing to believe the news, the lady claims it is impossible because her friend said he never got bitten by any monster. Looking serious, the fighter argues that a healthy person would surely open up unless something is very wrong with them. Startled by the suggestion, the girl hears the man say the teenager might have already stopped breathing inside the room. Speaking with a trembling voice, the brunette calls her companion a total psycho for making such a terrifying joke today. Pounding on the door with her fist, the girl screams for the boy to stop messing around and let them inside right now. Frantically, she continues to yell and wonders if this is just a prank while the atmosphere stays heavy and silent. Staying quiet for a second, the young woman stares at the door number 202 while she waits for any sign of life. Whispering his name once more, the lady hopes to hear a response while the hallway remains completely dark and scary. Hitting the wood with all her strength, the survivor demands that he opens the entrance before she loses her mind for good. Screaming in pure terror, the girl pounds on the wood because she wants the person inside to open it right now. Suddenly, the fighter reaches for the metal handle and yells for the student to unlock the entrance immediately. With her eyes wide from the shock, the young lady looks completely stunned after seeing something truly impossible. Shining a light into the darkness, the two survivors appear worried as they ask their friend if he is actually okay. Trembling with pain, the boy wearing shirt 989 feels that something is very wrong with his body today. Everything looks peaceful in a normal neighborhood with nice houses and green trees under a bright blue sky. Looking at a massive metal fence, we see a high tower while someone yells that they must leave the area right away. Standing by the wall, two students talk about an aunt who warned them to stay away from a crazy guy living nearby. While looking at the graffiti, the boys mention a lunatic who believes the world is about to end very soon. Worried about getting shot, the nervous kid listens as his friend says there have been no shootings for many years. Looking quite unsure, the young man shows a face full of doubt while staring at the strange barricade ahead. Back in 18 years ago in Pennsylvania, the children walk away from a house marked with warning signs. Standing alone, the boy looks at the gated home while his companion heads back toward their own place. Suddenly, a loud voice from behind the fence asks who is there and makes the atmosphere feel very heavy. Talking about a coming apocalypse, the hidden person warns about monsters crawling all over the place. Hearing the word zombies for the first time, the teenager looks totally confused by the strange warning. Observing the tall fence, the student wonders what that mysterious person is actually talking about right now. Asking about the foreign language, the man inside hears that the boy was just speaking Korean. Denying being the son of the local couple, the youth explains he has lived with his uncle for only 1 year. Showing a sad expression, the protagonist admits that both of his parents passed away back in his home country. Facing a metal shutter, the boy mentions being sent there with his twin while the voice on the other side feels sorry. Warning the kid to get back inside, the mysterious stranger mentions zombies and the student thinks he sounds totally crazy. Behind a fence covered in warnings, the teenager asks if this is some kind of roleplay while looking for a hiding spot. Explaining that he is being chased, the boy says he has been running while the survivor asks if he was bitten by monsters. Suddenly, a loud mechanical sound echoes as the heavy metal shutter begins to rise slowly from the pavement. Rising even further, the door reveals the student waiting outside while the buzzing noise continues to fill the quiet air. With a shotgun in hand, the bearded guard screams for the kid to get inside quickly before something dangerous arrives. Looking completely stunned, the teenager hears a metallic click while the situation becomes much more intense for him. Above the area, the mechanical sound signals that the entrance is finally closing as they look up at the high wires. Showing a massive house, the view reveals a building protected by fences and graffiti warning that judgment is coming. Inside the yard, many wooden crates and metal stairs are visible, which shows the place is a very well-defended fortress. On the side of the white walls, we notice that all the windows are boarded up with wood to keep any unwanted guests away. Entering the main room, they find a messy table covered in half-eaten food and empty bottles after a very long day. Walking down the hall, the adult laughs because the boy keeps talking about zombies while having no clue about the truth. Finally turning away, the leader asks where sinners go after death and claims that they all head straight to hell now. Thinking about thousands of years of sin, a message warns that hell is finally running out of room for everyone. Walking away, the man explains that souls unable to enter the underworld will soon wander across the entire earth. Staring blankly, the young boy shows a face full of confusion as he tries to process those terrifying words. Hearing about divine retribution, the teenager listens while the stranger warns that only prepared people will survive. Looking serious, the bearded man promises to show something incredible while the kid wonders what is going to happen. Opening the door, they find massive shelves filled with water bottles and food supplies for a long stay underground. Displayed on the wall, many powerful rifles and weapons stay ready to protect the group from any outside threat. Heading down the concrete stairs, the duo enters the secret bunker while the atmosphere becomes very dark and quiet. Wide with shock, the eyes of the student show how stunned he is while asking what those things actually are. Staring ahead with a stern look, the survivor says the end will surely arrive one day, just like he predicted. Parked in the shadows, a massive armored vehicle with sharp spikes stays ready to crush anything in its path. Moving to the future, at Sky Motel, we see a scary creature wandering the empty streets under the bright sun. Focusing on the dark wooden surface, the camera shows door number 202 during this very tense moment. 18 years later in Seoul, we see the group inside the room while a weapon is aimed at the sleeping boy. Watching the scene, the girl asks if he is actually aiming at his friend while the fighter says they never know. Looking very serious, the fighter wonders what will happen if their friend suddenly loses control and attacks the group. Wiping sweat from his face, the professor notes a fever of 42 degrees is impossible for a normal human being. Lying on the bed, the boy looks at his bandaged stomach while trying to figure out how the infection actually started. Discussing the virus, the teacher explains that the change usually happens within a few hours or a day at the most. The warrior suggests that infected blood on the knife could be the reason why the symptoms are appearing right now. Staring in shock, the girl hears that her companion might have been carrying the sickness for a very long time. With wide eyes, the popular student asks if the nerd has really been infected for several days without anyone noticing. Holding his rifle, the leader mentions that a miracle might happen if the boy does not turn into a monster by tomorrow. Inside the quiet room, the fighter suggests that the teenager could actually be immune to the deadly virus. Admitting his lack of medical knowledge, the soldier says he cannot be totally sure about this strange situation. Hearing those words, the protagonist looks completely stunned while cold sweat runs down his pale face. Staring blankly, the boy wonders if his body is truly special enough to survive such a terrifying fate. Outside, the Sky Motel looks calm under the orange sunset as the group prepares for another dangerous night. During the dark hours, terrifying groans echo from the building while the stars shine over the abandoned city. Morning finally arrives as birds chirp around the motel while the survivors wait for the new day to begin. Under the warm red blanket, the protagonist remains deeply asleep while the quiet atmosphere covers the entire room tonight. Sitting quietly on a wooden chair, the popular girl watches over her companion while the night continues to stay very silent. Waking up suddenly, the boy makes a soft sound as his friend reacts with surprise because he finally opened his eyes again. Touching his head, the student feels much better while the lady mentions that his high fever has finally disappeared today. Looking quite confused, the young man asks about the time as he hears that he spent dozens of hours resting on that bed. Turning his gaze toward the girl, the survivor wonders why she stayed there instead of resting in a different spot alone. Expressing his deep fear, the teenager asks if being next to a potential monster like him does not scare her at all right now. Staying silent for a second, the lady stares at her friend with a very serious look while processing his heavy question. Laughing playfully, the beautiful student jokes that a loser would not even be a scary monster while mentioning his immunity. Mentioning the fire bottles, the hero says she acted like a boss at the professor house and the girl gets a bit defensive now. Blushing deeply, the companion stutters while trying to explain that she only wanted to check on his condition for a moment. Showing a calm expression, the boy with glasses simply says thanks while the tension in the room begins to fade away slowly. Looking into his eyes, the lady admits he seems like a totally different person and she never expected to rely on him so much. Opening her mouth to speak, the brunette reveals that she is actually the one who should be feeling thankful for his help. Glancing at the messy floor filled with bottles, the protagonist says they must survive even though things were deadly before. High above the street, a blue sign shows the name Sky Motel while the sun shines brightly on the motel windows. Sitting on the bed, the girl asks if that big monster looked exactly like the zombies from the game he always played. Looking very serious, the boy wearing shirt 989 says this whole situation is connected to the match. From his seat, the tall fighter asks if the game company actually created and released the deadly virus to the world. Scratching his head, the teenager tries to remember the name of the developer, but he feels a bit stuck right now. Suddenly, the young kid named Hajuan appears at the door and mentions the famous CEO named Daniel Jean from the studio. Being 12 years old, the little boy says he really respects the man as a very talented game developer. While everyone listens, the boy asks Sienna if she ever heard that specific name before during their school days. Explaining the history, the child says the man is a genius who made a huge hit game called Hollow Code back then. After his initial success, the developer started investing a lot of money into the biotech and medical industries. Even though he is new in Korea, the warrior mentions the man is as famous as Elon Musk in North America. Adding more details, the young kid says the CEO is supposed to have a very famous twin brother named Gene. Rubbing his chin, the survivor thinks that the match between zombie games and medical business is way too perfect. Confused by the theory, the lady wonders what the actual point of releasing the virus would be for a company. With a nervous look, the protagonist stays silent while sweating because he feels a dark secret is hidden nearby. Inside a dark and cold hallway, the silence feels heavy as the lights reflect off the metal walls of the high-tech facility. Staring with a serious face, an older investigator mentions the name of 29-year-old Daniel Jean during the meeting. Recalling the past, the agent notes that the young man came from a rich family and was bullied alongside his twin brother. His mother was a famous actress who lost everything after a false scandal destroyed her entire career and her spirit. After his father also passed away, the teenager moved to America, but his relatives betrayed him and stole all his money. Despite the trauma, the genius built a massive biotech company and became a powerful player in the world of medicine. Moving his lips slowly, the mysterious suspect says they have no time to waste and must return to Korea immediately. Thinking about the revenge, the agent wonders if the boy went too far because of the pain he suffered from his countrymen. Looking directly at him, the officer asks if the successful CEO was the one who actually spread the deadly virus in Korea. Light shines down the empty corridor as the interrogation continues behind the heavy doors of the top-secret building. Feeling quite annoyed, the young man asks how many times he has to repeat that he is not responsible for the disaster. Showing a cold expression, the young man suggests that the police should be suspicious of his twin brother instead. Commander Aiden asks why the sibling went back to Korea while the suspect claims to have no idea what happened there. Arguing about the research lab, the boy says the truth is obvious since the team disappeared right before the outbreak. Because his stock grew 500%, the agent is convinced the man started this whole mess to get rich. Looking very serious, the dark-haired boy mentions that his brother has always been a very difficult person to deal with. While narrowing his eyes, the teen claims his sibling used to say that people in Korea deserve to face a terrible fate. Staring in disbelief, the older official asks if the famous Elliot Jean really said such crazy things about humanity. Sitting in the interrogation room, the protagonist yells that thousands are dying while the experts fail to find a cure. Warning the man in the suit, the boy says an infected sample is already coming to America and everyone will regret it. Since the virus is spreading across Asia, the teenager insists on going to Korea himself to fix his brother's huge mess. Standing behind the desk, the female agent reports that there is still no word on where the main suspect is hiding now. Showing a tough face, the 36-year-old officer named Morris Blake says that the recent testimony seems to be true. Being a field operative, the 27-year-old Camila Rosa says they will handle the capture of the target themselves. Accepting the plan, the group prepares for the journey while the leader tells everyone it is time to get to work. Offering his help, the protagonist promises to stay in custody if they let him travel to the danger zone with them. Narrowing his gaze, the boy guarantees that his brother will definitely come to find him once they reach the city. Observing the teen, the official understands that the siblings have a very deep and mysterious connection. Declaring his importance, the young man says he is the only one who can truly stop this nightmare for good. Far away in Korea, the streets are covered in thick fog while abandoned taxis sit among the ruins of the city. Showing a scene from 2 days ago, we see the day the survivor went out alone to search for an ambulance in the city. Moving through the thick fog on his scooter, the young man realizes the battery is already down to only 30%. Approaching the subway station, the fighter hopes those people did not change their route across the big river today. Suddenly, a terrifying growl echoes through the alley as a monster covered in red stains walks slowly toward the man. Reacting quickly, the traveler hits the brakes while his tire makes a loud sound on the cold and dirty asphalt ground. Stepping off the vehicle, the warrior pulls out a sharp blade to face the infected creature that is blocking his path. Gripping the handle firmly with his hand, the fighter prepares to use the weapon since there is no other way to survive. Lunging forward with speed, the hero delivers a powerful strike that hits the monster right in the middle of its body. Twisting the sharp edge, the man continues his attack while dark liquid splatters across his clothes during the struggle. Thinking to himself, the teenager admits that fighting like this feels thrilling, although the enemies cannot even beg. Unexpectedly, several loud bangs echo through the air, which makes the protagonist look up at the city buildings in shock. Focusing his gaze, the survivor wonders what that noise was because it sounded exactly like real gunshots nearby. Surprised by the events, the boy questions if the military is involved since having a gun in Korea is very rare and scary. Holding his bloody blade, he worries about the soldiers failing to keep the situation under control during the disaster. Turning his head, the young man decides to investigate the noise while he keeps moving through the empty streets of town. Standing near the alley, we see the front of a silver car with its heavy hood wide open to the gray sky. Suddenly, loud gunshots echo nearby while the young man on the scooter realizes the danger is very close to him now. Counting the sounds, he thinks there must be more than 10 shots coming from the area ahead of his current path. Stopping his vehicle, the fighter hears a loud shout coming from above the nearby city buildings in the fog. Looking up, he sees a survivor on a rooftop who warns him that the infected are swarming over there right now. Begging for assistance, the injured man in a camouflage jacket says he is badly hurt and needs some immediate help. Staring in total silence, the protagonist looks completely stunned by the unexpected meeting in the middle of the road. Moving inside the house, he notices several dark red stains on the floor near a pair of abandoned slippers. Questioning the truth, the teenager shows a face of pure shock while the stranger confirms the terrifying news. Sitting on the floor, the survivor mentions there are other people hiding only 300 meters away from this spot. Clenching his bandaged limb, the man explains his leg is useless even though he luckily escaped a monster bite. Looking at the floor, the soldier worries his group thinks he is dead while more gunshots ring out in the distance. Kneeling down to help, the young man asks if those other survivors are actually part of the military forces. Shaking his head, the witness reveals the leader is actually a student who escaped from North Korea a long time ago. Widening his eye in a close-up, the hero realizes he finally found the person he was looking for all along. Looking completely stunned, the blonde man asks if one of the survivors was actually a student from North Korea. Staring nervously, the injured man listens as the bully asks about a guy with glasses and a very tall girl. Standing in the middle of the group, the man in his 50s confirms that a high school boy was indeed with them. Leaning down, the tattooed guy asks if the name of that specific student was Kong Hakchiel by any chance. Shifting his gaze, the soldier mentions that his colleague actually spoke to the warrior over the radio earlier. Processing the information, the blonde fighter looks quite focused while hearing the name of his old rival. Suddenly shouting the names of his friends, the leader realizes that he finally found the trail he wanted. Smiling widely, the bully claims those people are his buddies and says he has been looking everywhere for them. Looking very suspicious, the injured man wonders if this guy is actually telling the truth about being a friend. Asking if they are still at the house, the blonde learns that things went wrong because of all the recent gunfire. Explaining his situation, the poor guy mentions he needs a new ride because a creature destroyed his old vehicle. Turning his back, the tattooed man repeats the locations of the house and the motel with a very dark look. Laughing like a total creep, the villain says he just hit the jackpot while the injured man looks very confused. Reaching for the luggage, the bully demands to see what is inside the bag while the victim looks totally terrified. Claiming the man is already dead, the thief says he will just take everything because the owner cannot use it anymore. Sweating from the fear, the glasses boy asks who the stranger is while the man calls him way too chatty right now. Looking very cruel, the guy says he has no reason to help someone who is already hurt and tells him to just die. Shouting with anger, the student calls him a name and reminds the man that he promised to offer some help today. Showing a creepy smile, the stranger asks if the teenager is truly that afraid of meeting his end all by himself. With a dark expression, the person offers to help the boy leave this world since things are already very messy. Suddenly, a loud scream echoes through the quiet room as a violent act happens right behind the closed curtains. Moving to a different scene, we see a house with a white car while red stains cover the dirty concrete floor. Looking at the scooter handle, the traveler realizes the battery is dead and curses his bad luck during the trip. Walking down the street, the tall man carries his heavy backpack while thinking about a huge mistake he just made. Gazing at the city skyline, he tries to remember the name of the neighborhood where the safe motel is located. After 2 days pass, the sign of the Sky Motel appears while the group continues their journey through the ruined city. Inside the room, they discuss the zombie game lore and the nerd wonders if he is just a mistake in the design. Calling him the last hope for humanity, the girl mentions that his immunity could lead to a real vaccine soon. Staying silent for a moment, the fighter mentions the strange weapons those other survivors were carrying lately. Pointing at a powerful handgun on the floor, the man notes that finding a Desert Eagle in Korea is very unusual. Thinking about those gunshots, the men suggest it might have come from a local shooting range while they discuss the route. Resting under the covers, the boy with glasses feels a deep sense of unease because something about the air feels off. Seeing the weather is finally clear, the group decides it is time to move on while the kid runs to warn his parents. Checking the map for a car route of 6 kilometers, the leader listens as the nerd asks to join the scouting mission now. Gasping in total disbelief, the popular girl stares at him since she cannot believe he wants to go outside so soon today. Suddenly grabbing his jacket, the lady demands that the teenager stays put because she thinks he is still way too weak. Trying to act tough, the student insists he is totally fine now, but his friend worries he might just collapse again soon. Screaming with rage, the brunette calls him a bastard and says she will tag along since she refuses to be left behind. Observing the drama, the quiet fighter lets out a small laugh because he notices the two are stuck together like glue. Blushing deeply, the lady yells at the warrior and asks why he is not more worried about the safety of their friend. Shouting in a panic, she hits the student and tells him to just go if that is what he really wants to do right now. Turning her back, the girl says she does not care if he drops dead, while the hero wonders what is going on with her. Leaving the room, the two young men begin their journey while the companion watches them with a very confused expression. Staring with a face full of anger, the popular girl feels betrayed that the nerd is actually walking out of the door. Outside, the sun shines brightly over the Sky Motel as the group prepares to face the dangers of the city once again. Walking slowly through the city streets, we see a pair of white sneakers which are completely covered in dark red stains. Arriving at the destination, a yellow ambulance sits parked right under the large sign that says Sky Motel in the alleyway. Looking at the building from behind, the blonde man mentions that he searched every single place just to find this location. Showing a very creepy smile, the bully named Park Songbin confirms the name of the motel while his eyes look totally insane.
Park Songbin stands right in front of the Sky Motel while the sun shines on his camouflage jacket. This crazy bully lets out a creepy laugh because the thought of finding Yena again makes his heart race with evil joy. Suddenly his expression changes as he stops moving to analyze the situation like a predator hunting its prey. His gaze narrows as the villain remembers that Hakshil supposedly has a powerful firearm to protect the entire group. The intruder thinks that entering right now would be a disadvantage, so he must use his brain today. Near the garage, a strange creaking noise echoes through the silence as the main survivors prepare to head out. Hakshil offers the heavy rifle to Minjun, but the boy refuses since there is only one single bullet left in the magazine. Our heroes move through the dark area and discuss the intense story of the escape from North Korea many years ago. That journey through China without a broker was a total nightmare and a constant fight for his life every day. From the shadow, Songbin confirms the rumors about the weapon are true and wonders if they are scouting. The bully looks at the tall walls of the motel while calculating his next move as the atmosphere stays heavy and dark. A wicked smile appears on his face as he realizes Yena is about to be left completely alone and defenseless inside. Even if another man stays behind, the blonde student believes nobody could ever be more dangerous than him in this world. Abandoned cars and yellow school buses fill the empty streets of the city under the bright afternoon sun. Deep inside a dark entrance, two infected shadows let out a terrifying groan while blood stains the cold concrete floor. Minjun walks through the ruins and asks if the fighter really used a weapon when he was just a little kid. The fighter admits it happened right before he escaped from the north when he first ended the life of another man. His parents were labeled traitors because of an uncle, and they eventually died after suffering in a dark prison. A cruel soldier tormented his siblings until the boy finally grabbed a firearm and pulled the trigger to survive. This tragic backstory makes the student look completely stunned as he stares at his companion in silence. The nerd passes several old boxes and asks if every single person from that country is as tough as the warrior. The hero holds his rifle tight and says most people are actually weaker and he only survived because of his struggles. Both of them continue walking as the boy asks if his friend ever wants to return to his old hometown. Back at the motel, the camera focuses on the dark wooden surface of room number 203. Inside the quiet area, the popular girl stays silent and her eyes show she is deep in her own thoughts. The mother stands nearby and asks why the teenager seems so annoyed all of a sudden during this quiet morning. The student faces the older lady and admits that her friends are truly starting to piss her off lately. She complains about the nerd being weak, yet he keeps risking his life out there as others protect him. Honestly, the girl does not even know how she feels, but her face shows a lot of frustration and worry. The brunette looks at the woman and wonders what she would do if the brave boy actually died in this apocalypse. Ji-eun asks Yena if she actually likes that boy Minjun while the girl looks totally caught off guard. Denying everything, the teenager claims she would never fall for him, but the older woman just laughs with a knowing smile. Deep inside her heart, she wonders if those feelings are real as her own mind starts playing tricks on her tonight. Staring at her hands, she asks herself if she has become way too obsessed with the guy during this crazy journey. Nervous sweat drops down her face because she refuses to admit that her heart is beating faster for a total nerd. Every single word she thinks points toward him being the only person she can truly rely on in this destroyed world. Minjun previously told her she changed a lot since she was actually caring for someone as weak as him. Moving her lips, she admits to herself that the cold version of the popular girl she used to be is finally gone. Looking at the room, she realizes the apocalypse destroyed social classes and made everyone equal in this new reality. Before the zombies arrived, her life was basically perfect as she walked the streets wearing the most stylish clothes. No man could ever resist her beauty back then except for that one weird boy who stayed away in middle school. Suddenly a dark thought crosses her mind as she wonders why Minjun never acts like he is actually attracted to her. Most guys would be begging for a single glance, but this loser just sits there without showing any interest at all. Calling him a wooden doll without emotion, she gets angry at the thought of him being so cocky lately. Sudden knocking sounds echo through the house and make both women turn their heads toward the dark hallway in shock. Loud thumping sounds echo through the dark hallway and the silence of the night is suddenly shattered. Ji-yoon and Yena freeze in total terror as they wonder if the men finally returned from their dangerous mission. The worried mother calls out for her son and stares at the dark wooden surface with a pale face. Maybe it is Minjun or the warrior, so they wait for a response, but the atmosphere becomes heavy with dread. Deep scratching noises follow the knocks and the two women realize that something very strange is happening outside. Fear takes over as the popular girl demands to know who was there since her heart is racing from the stress. Silence follows her shout when the camera focuses on the small peephole hiding the secret of the visitor. A look through the lens reveals an empty and dark corridor where nothing seems to move at all. Right outside the door, the bully Songbin grips his blade and laughs with pure evil excitement. The voice of his old classmate is familiar, so the villain smiles wide while thinking of the women inside. Room 202 is marked because the hunter decides to check other areas before making a final move. That big red cross on room 207 makes him wonder if dangerous monsters are trapped inside. Suddenly his eyes widen since he hears a different sound coming from another part of the quiet hotel floor. Room 206 becomes the next target and the intruder focuses on the entrance with a fast heartbeat. His hand turns the knob slowly when he hears a woman telling her son to wait for a second inside the area. Songbin stands in the dark room and tells the terrified professor that the man is finally going to see his wife again. Cold sweat runs down the face of the professor as he asks who this intruder is and how he entered the safe building today. A twisted expression spreads across the bully as he reveals he is only there to find that annoying girl named Han Yena. Terror consumes the older man and the villain asks if anyone else is currently hiding inside this quiet motel area. This criminal unsheathes a sharp knife and threatens to finish the helpless victim if he does not start talking now. Ha-juin stands at the door and watches in total horror as a sickening sound echoes through the room during the violent act. Breathless and pale, the child cannot believe his eyes because his worst nightmare is unfolding right in front of him today. The boy screams for his father as the heartless intruder delivers a final blow that sends the man to the hard ground. Tears fall as the brave boy lunges forward and begs the monster to stop touching his parent during this scary situation. That monster kicks the child away while calling him a little brat and refuses to show any mercy to the innocent family. Loud noises erupt from the bedroom and Yena turns her head quickly since a bad feeling starts to consume her soul. Both women run into the hallway as they realize the husband is in grave danger and might not survive this attack. Yena grabs the mother by the shoulder and begs her to wait since charging in blindly would be a total suicide mission. Frantically, she digs into her bag to find the sharp dagger that her friend gave her for protection. Her hands tremble uncontrollably as she finally grips the cold handle of the blade to fight for her life against the enemy. Yena opens the door with a small knife in her hand since her face shows pure terror because of the loud noise outside. Suddenly a loud voice screams for her to get back inside as the girl looks completely stunned by the sudden warning. Hakshio rushes through the dark hallway with his heavy rifle and the boy with glasses follows him from behind. That hero reaches the door and raises his weapon to aim at the dangerous person hiding inside the room. Inside the bedroom, the crazy bully pins the professor to the floor and demands to know who else is currently there. That attacker holds a sharp blade as he tells his victim not to move a single muscle before he finishes the job. This warrior stands at the entrance with his gun ready as the villain looks over his shoulder with a cold gaze. The terrified girl screams for her father because she sees him being attacked in this total nightmare. Park Songbin stands up while holding a stained knife as he prepares to face the man who just interrupted his crime. A tall survivor declares he has exactly one bullet remaining and he intends to use it to end the bully for good. That fighter says a final goodbye to his old enemy as he gets ready to pull the trigger and save his friends. Everyone waits as the trigger is pulled, but only a strange clicking sound echoes through the quiet area. This shooter stares with wide eyes since the mechanical noise repeats and the weapon is not working at all. A heavy curse escapes his lips since the rifle decided to malfunction at the most critical moment of his life. Songbin lunges forward with incredible speed as the heavy gun falls to the floor and the room turns into chaos. Minjun and Hakshiel move through the abandoned streets under the hot morning sun. The city feels completely empty as abandoned cars and yellow buses block the main road ahead. Suddenly his white sneakers come to a halt as the protagonist feels his body getting heavy. The warrior turns his head to ask what is wrong as the kid looks like he might collapse. Sweat runs down his face as the teenager admits the strange symptoms are starting to return. His hand lifts the hoodie to reveal a dark wound pulsing with a terrifying purple glow. Hakshiel looks deeply concerned since a fever that high usually means the infection is winning. A serious command comes from the fighter to head back before a total transformation happens. Desperation takes over as the boy lets out a heavy curse while thinking about his mother. Pain shoots through his stomach while the boy wonders why his luck is so terrible. From an overhead view, the alleyway stays silent as the duo prepares to retreat to the motel. Suddenly a loud crashing sound echoes from inside the building and catches their attention. Both heroes look up at the red walls after hearing a scream that signals real trouble. Inside the room, the bully lunges forward with a sharp blade to finish his latest target. Blood stains the floor as a violent struggle begins between the survivors and the intruder. A sharp blade gleams in the dark as a powerful hand grips the weapon with total lethal intent. Hakshiel reacts with insane speed as he blocks a sudden knife strike from the aggressive attacker in the hall. This fighter delivers a brutal counter and sinks his blade deep into the shoulder of the enemy with a wet sound. Blood splatters across the camouflage uniform while the target lets out a pained scream from the heavy impact. Another swift strike hits the mark as the skilled survivor shows no mercy to the person trying to take his life. His heavy boot delivers a crushing blow to the stomach that sends the opponent reeling backward in total agony. That villain groans in pain while realizing that the person he just attacked is a total beast in a real fight. Air escapes his lungs as the wounded man wonders how the student became so good at blocking every single move. Such a fighter is a total monster who moves with the precision of a professional killer during this encounter. Dizziness hits the attacker as he tries to count how many times he was stabbed in just a single heartbeat. Fresh red liquid drips from the edge of the blade while the atmosphere in the hotel becomes cold and deadly. Cold sweat runs down his face because he knows that one more hit to a vital spot will finish him forever. Questions fill the air as the thug asks the student how many lives he has taken with that sharp kitchen tool. Every look at the bloody knife proves that the survivor is definitely not a normal person after that attack. Small smiles appear on the face of the warrior as he admits that hitting a target brings him a deep thrill. He holds a stained blade and stares coldly as he insults the criminal standing right in front of him. Park Songbin trembles and stutters the name of the warrior because he realizes a fight here is a huge mistake. The experienced survivor stays silent as the bully desperately tries to offer a deal to save his own skin now. High tension fills the hallway as the villain blames everyone for the destruction of his group and his fallen friends. This warrior rejects the offer and asks why the jerk tried to attack the innocent professor before today. Desperate to survive, the bully suggests a fair match using only their fists instead of using those sharp blades. Songbin shouts at the top of his lungs and asks if the tall student is actually afraid of a bare-handed duel. His hand grips the weapon firmly as the aggressor continues to mock his opponent while calling him a total coward. Suddenly a lightning-fast strike cuts through the air as the warrior delivers a brutal counter to end the talking. Blood splatters everywhere and the bully screams in pure agony after losing a finger in one single second. Anger takes over the fighter as he yells at the coward to finally shut his mouth and fight like a real man. A pathetic look of pure hatred and intense fear fills his eyes as the villain trembles in front of the warrior. Hakshiel breathes slowly and lets out a soft sound as he stares down at the mess on the floor. Our hero stares in total disbelief as he witnesses the terrifying scene where the bully begs for mercy. Apologies come out as the attacker cries like a child and promises to save the man he just tried to attack. Minjun stares with a cold and deadly gaze as the bully finally begins to beg for his life in the dark. Our protagonist declares that the time for games is over and Park Songbin must finally pay with his life. That enemy looks completely terrified as he realizes he is trapped and curses his bad luck during this encounter. A bloody blade falls to the floor as the tension in the hallway reaches a terrifying breaking point for everyone. The fighter adjusts his gear and prepares to finish the job once and for all with a very serious expression. Total confusion fills the eyes of the student as he tries to process the sudden change in the atmosphere. That attacker is bleeding and broken, yet he promises to end the life of his rival even if he loses his limbs. This protagonist lunges forward with a small knife to defend himself from the sudden and violent assault. Fear takes over the face of the enemy, who cannot believe the nerd actually has the guts to strike back. Both hands grip the camo jacket as the struggle becomes a violent dance of survival in the narrow corridor. Red stains cover the sneakers that slide across the tiles as the two boys engage in a brutal and final fight. Those bodies hit the ground with a loud thud that echoes through every single corner of the dark motel. A hand reaches out with pure desperation as the fighter tries to pin his enemy down before things get worse. His victim groans in pain from the impact as the dim light reflects off the messy and bloody scene. Every single drop of strength is used by the survivor, who refuses to let go of his dangerous opponent. Songbin screams with pure madness since he thinks the battle is finally under his complete and total control. Everything happens in a flash as the bully realizes someone else is standing right there in the dark hallway. A heavy spiked bat is held firmly by the nerd as he prepares to protect the survivors in the room. Metal hits flesh with a sickening sound as the protagonist delivers a desperate hit against the dangerous criminal. His lungs burn while the protagonist gasps for air because his body is already reaching its breaking limit. That scary bully screams in pain after taking a brutal blow from the unexpected defender of the group. Hakchiel lies on the floor and whispers the name of his friend before losing his own consciousness completely. Darkness finally takes over the warrior as his eyes close and leave the group without their strongest protector. Blood stains the cold metal of a combat knife that was used to finish the struggle just a few seconds ago. This broken man drops to the ground and makes a soft sound as the silence of the motel becomes truly terrifying. A wicked laugh echoes through the hall because the villain thinks it is hilarious that a nerd tried to fight him. The psychopath insults the protagonist and calls him a total loser for trying to beat a professional with a simple bat. Sweat drops down his face as the boy wonders why his fever is returning at the worst possible moment of his life. Every capable fighter is now out of the game as the bully stares at the weak student with a terrifying grin. The monster curses loudly as he realizes his finger was taken and promises a very slow end for everyone. A menacing voice echoes through the hall as a bloody eye stares through a cracked lens with pure madness. Clattering on the floor, the spiked bat falls aside, then the tension in the hallway reaches a deadly breaking point. Suddenly a terrifying scream rips through the air, making Hakchiel freeze as he wonders what is happening to his friend. Sweat drips down his face and the warrior asks himself if the boy has finally lost his mind in this dark place. Groaning in agony, Minjun clutches his stomach since the soldier suspects the infection is already taking over his body. Gripping his sharp knife, the fighter prepares to finish the job before his companion turns into a flesh-eating monster. Staggering back, the nerd looks completely broken since the veteran stands ready to deliver a final and merciful blow. Instead of running away, the boy leans against a dark wooden door and the silence of the motel feels heavy. Pounding on the wood with all his strength, the student creates a massive noise that echoes through the empty corridor. Terrifying growls erupt from inside room 205 as the beasts respond to the loud banging on the surface. Staring in total disbelief, the warrior asks if those monsters are actually hiding behind that specific door right now. Screaming with rage, the protagonist continues to hit the entrance, then the creatures inside let out animalistic roars. Hakchiel watches in horror after realizing his friend is literally inviting the zombies to end his life instead of him. Lunging forward, the soldier yells that he will be the one to finish this as he charges toward the desperate boy. Clicking loudly, the metal handle finally moves, but the door to the nightmare begins to open slowly for them both. Sudden violence erupts as someone bursts into the dark room with a loud and terrifying crash. Standing in the dim corridor, the warrior holds his spiked bat while a flashlight cuts through the heavy gloom. Terrifying groans echo from the shadows as the monsters begin to close in on their targets within the motel. Stained with dark red liquid, the legs of an infected person move slowly toward the entrance of the quiet room. Three twisted figures wander through the narrow hallway while letting out animalistic sounds that chill the blood. From the perspective of the creatures, the lone fighter looks like a perfect meal waiting at the end of the path. Frozen in pure disbelief, the survivor stares at the nightmare unfolding right before his very eyes today. Sweating from the pressure, the tough student whispers the name of his friend while realizing the danger is extreme. Looking completely different, the protagonist stares back with a cold and bruised face that shows his inner pain. Flashbacks trigger as the table is covered in snacks and drinks while the bullies prepare for their sick game. Grinning wickedly, the classmate mentions a rehearsal before the popular girl arrives to see the pathetic scene. Stripped of his dignity, the boy stands there while the group laughs at his expense in the middle of the room. Harsh words fill the silence as the attackers insult his body and call him a total loser with pure malice. Kicking the defenseless student on the floor, the three thugs enjoy seeing him suffer in the empty school hallway. Gripping the nerd in a tight hold, the leader admits his pure hatred while smiling like a total demon. Songbin laughs at the loser while holding a heavy brick over his head during a dark and cruel flashback from school. That monster kicks the boy and warns him never to mention his name and any final letter before he leaves this world forever. Park Songbin threatens to find and finish the poor mother of his victim just to prove how truly evil his heart is today. Every single tragedy in his life happened because of that one terrible person as he reflects on his painful past now. Pure rage consumes the hero as he points toward his enemy and decides it is finally time to judge the bastard for his crimes. Back in the motel hallway, the bully wearing camouflage gear faces the hungry infected with a sharp blade in his hand. Shock takes over the face of the student as he watches the brutal scene unfolding right in front of his very own eyes now. Panic fills the air as the young man runs down the corridor without knowing what is actually happening in this building. A desperate hand reaches for the metal handle as the survivor knows hiding inside is his only chance to stay alive. The heavy door slams shut with a loud bang as he hopes the barrier keeps the scary threats away from his body today. This cruel student struggles against a bloody attacker as the violent fight becomes a desperate struggle for survival. Blood splatters across the walls as the bully strikes with pure aggression to finish his opponent once and for all. Both fighters tangle together in pain as the infected monster lets out a terrifying and guttural scream of rage now. His hands deliver a final blow and call the enemy trash as the body hits the floor with a heavy thud. Sweat and blood cover the bully as he whispers the name of young Minjun with a dark and intense desire for revenge. Songbin stalks the hallway like a predator and screams for his rival to come out and face his death. Suddenly a terrifying roar echoes through the motel as the bully freezes with sweat dripping down his face. Darkness consumes the entire corridor and turns the once safe building into a silent tomb for anyone inside. Quiet steps move through the shadows as the sound of socks on the cold tile creates a haunting rhythm. Monstrous silhouettes appear from the gloom and prepare to swarm the hunter who is now being hunted today. Terror fills his eyes because the bastard realizes that he is not the most dangerous thing in this hotel. Minjun hides behind the thin wood of a door and wonders if his luck finally ran out in this nightmare. Memories of his father give the boy strength as the heavy atmosphere becomes almost impossible to bear. The student enters the next area and finds the professor tending to the injured as the chaos gets louder. Dozens of infected creatures charge through the hallway with mindless rage to search for a fresh meal. The bully curses his bad luck and prepares for a fight that he might not survive after all this madness. His hands reach room 210 where a massive red cross is painted over the old wooden door. Songbin turns the handle and feels a total shock after discovering that the entrance was never even locked. He crashes inside to find a safe spot, but the shadows behind him are already moving with lethal speed. Thousands of hungry teeth snap at the air as the horde pours into the room to finish their unlucky victim. Heaving against the heavy wood, the intruder breathes heavily as he tries to hold his ground in the dark motel corridor. Suddenly a chilling growl echoes right behind him and the bully freezes with a look of pure terror on his face. Crashing forward, a monster lunges at the blonde man who lets out a desperate scream while fighting for his life. Bloody hands claw at the door of room 210 as the violent struggle turns into a total slaughter. Standing alone in the middle of the hall, Minjun looks down at the mess while shadows dance around the fallen bodies. Darkness covers his face and the young man stays silent while the terrifying moans of the monsters fill the empty air. Bursting into the room, the tall fighter shouts for the professor while his eyes show he is completely terrified by the scene. Lying on the floor, the older man looks pale and admits that his journey might finally be coming to a tragic end today. Clenching his teeth, the survivor claims that he can still be saved if they use the medical gear from the ambulance. Looking at the blood, the warrior realizes the situation is way worse than he thought and his face turns totally white. Together the family watches in silence as the hero stays by the side of the man who is losing his strength fast. Jumping up, the soldier says they must act now to stop the bleeding before the infection starts to consume his soul. Peeking through the small gap of the door, a mysterious figure watches the chaos unfolding in the dark motel hallway. Near a door marked with a red cross, the protagonist stands among the fallen creatures with a very cold expression. Running toward him, the fighter asks what happened, and the boy claims he trapped every single monster inside that room. Park Songbin managed to jump through the window as the infected were busy devouring everything in that dark room. Hakchil notices a very strange detail because the monsters did not try to attack the main character during the fight. Minjun explains that he can feel a weird power whenever the symptoms flare up and the creatures simply ignore his presence. The warrior watches the boy and stays silent as he processes the idea of someone being invisible to the monsters. A worried voice asks about the professor since the old man was badly hurt during the recent struggle near the door. Hakchil stares back with a grim expression and mentions that the injury is serious even if the cut is not too deep. Chaos erupts as the mother rushes into the area and Yena follows behind with a face full of total terror. Orders are given for the girl to stop the bleeding as the warrior heads back to the ambulance to grab medical supplies. Minjun holds the heavy rifle and asks if he should really be the one to fire the final bullet remaining in the magazine. A quick slap to the metal part makes sure the weapon is ready for whatever nightmare awaits them in the hallway. The bolt moves back with a loud click as the survivors prepare for a final confrontation against the evil bully nearby. Hakchil asks if the nerd remembers the combat training from before since accuracy is the only thing that matters now. The fighter believes the bastard could not have traveled far after losing such a massive amount of blood during the fall. With a bloody face, the student declares he will finish the villain himself because this grudge must end with his own hands. His eyes focus on his friend as the boy asks the others to watch over the professor and prepares to hunt the monster. A grim expression covers his face as the survivor realizes the hunt is far from over today. High above the city, the Sky Motel sign stands tall under the bright afternoon sun. Fresh red liquid stains the cold concrete as a trail of violence leads away from the building. Minjun kneels on the dirty pavement to stay focused despite the terrifying groans of the nearby infected. The boy stares at the ground and identifies the bloody footprint belonging to his enemy Park Songbin. The protagonist rolls up his sleeve and notices the dark veins are finally starting to disappear from his skin. Minjun straps the rifle to his back and moves quickly to avoid being spotted by the hungry monsters. Neon signs and abandoned shops create a ghostly atmosphere as the silence of the city becomes suffocating. Dark splatters mark the edge of the wall where the wounded bully desperately tried to keep his balance. 3 infected creatures charge through the alleyway with mindless rage as they search for a fresh meal. The villain pants heavily while promising himself that he must survive this nightmare no matter what. The broken bully hides in the shadows and clutches his bleeding arm and vows to win at any cost. The coward limps through the narrow path and regrets not stealing the ambulance when he had the chance. Darkness swallows the entrance of a small wooden door that leads into a mysterious and quiet room. This messy room feels heavy with the scent of old dust and hidden tragedies from the past. Songbin searches through the dark room and curses about his massive blood loss during the recent struggle. That bully blames everything on the warrior named Kong Hakchil as he groans in pain on the dirty floor. Suddenly a loud metallic click echoes from the entrance and the intruder freezes with a look of pure confusion. Standing right at the door, Minjun aims his heavy rifle at the villain as he keeps his face totally cold and serious. Shock takes over the face of the bully as he wonders how the weak student managed to track him down so quickly today. Minjun admits the strong scent of blood was everywhere and finding the trail through the hallway was actually quite easy. The criminal lets out a creepy laugh after realizing the infected monsters did not even try to attack the boy earlier. This jerk mocks the teenager and wonders if a pathetic loser like him even knows how to pull the trigger of that gun. Silence fills the room as the protagonist stares back with a deadly gaze that shows he is ready for anything. The villain asks if the nerd has ever ended a life before and tries to intimidate the boy with a wicked smile. Our hero admits that he has never killed a single person or even a monster since the entire apocalypse started. That honest confession hangs in the air, but the young man does not look afraid of the choice he must make now. Raising the weapon, he declares that his first ever kill is going to be today as he focuses on his target. This monster scoffs at the warning because he still believes the boy is way too soft to actually finish him off. Every single sound fades as the villain laughs pathetically after realizing his fate is in the hands of his victim. With a face covered in blood, the monster claims that Minjun can never truly pull the trigger to end him. A demonic smile appears as he says the boy is just way too kind to become a murderer like the people around him. Inside the messy room, the bully mocks the idea of a good student becoming a wild killer during the apocalypse. This trashy teenager offers a fake apology for all the years of pain while claiming they were always best friends. Silence fills the air as the protagonist keeps his weapon aimed directly at the center of his enemy chest. Even if the world is totally ruined, he knows some things must finally come to a definitive and brutal conclusion today. Cold eyes focus on the target as the boy declares that a piece of trash like Songbin does not deserve to live. Suddenly a loud bang echoes as the muzzle flash lights up the room while the bullet flies toward its target. Crimson liquid splatters everywhere as the impact sends the criminal flying back against the wooden wardrobe. Droplets of blood hit the wall and a heavy thud follows as the body finally collapses to the dirty floor. Everything stays silent in the motel room as a small bin falls over near the bloodstained area on the floor. Near the doorway, the survivor looks at the result of his first kill as he holds the rifle in his hands. Metal hits the floor with a loud bang as the survivor lets go of the weapon after finishing the job. His fingers tremble as they show the massive weight of the decision he just made to survive this reality. The bully finally meets his end as the hero stands over the dead body in the dark room. The Sky Motel stands tall under a clear blue sky as if nothing happened in this chaotic world. A heavy rifle hangs from his hand as he walks through the street filled with trash and old memories. Sudden shock hits his face as he stops right in his tracks because someone familiar is standing there. Tears stream down her face and she looks like she finally found her only hope in this mess. She runs toward him and throws her arms around his neck in a desperate and emotional embrace. Her head rests on his chest as she can barely breathe from the weight of the world crashing down. News of the professor makes his heart sink and his eyes widen with a new sense of dread. Both of them stay locked together under the dim streetlights as the cold wind blows through the alleyway. Darkness consumes the building as night falls over the place where a tragic secret is hidden inside. Everyone gathers around the bed inside a small room to witness the final moments of a brave man. Our hero watches the old man smile through the pain to comfort his family with a few gentle words. Hajuan kneels by the bedside with a broken heart as he watches his mentor slowly fade away. This brave soul explains that cancer was already taking his life before this chaos even started. Pain fills the young man's eyes as he realizes that he might lose his father figure forever today. His weak hand touches the boy's head to remind Hajuan that his sister is still out there waiting. Dark stains on the concrete tell a story of a life that reached its final destination much sooner than expected. The old man rests on his deathbed and tries to comfort his family by claiming he lived a truly happy existence. This father smiles through the pain to tell his boy that this is simply the natural way of the world. Young Hajuan stands there in silence as the weight of his father's words crushes his heart into pieces. Darkness swallows room 206 as a heavy secret begins to surface behind closed doors. He looks at the man on the stool and admits that everything he just said to his son was a complete lie. Truth erupts in the quiet room as the dying man reveals that his cancer diagnosis was never actually real. Lies were the only way he knew how to protect the boy from the brutal reality of his true condition. Bruises cover his neck like a map of the violence he endured before reaching this final hospital bed. Desperation fills his voice as he begs the man to keep this dark truth hidden away from young Hajuan. Sweat beads on Hakchiel's forehead as he realizes the massive burden of the promise he must now keep. Acceptance washes over the father who believes his time on this earth was well spent despite the sudden end. Sunlight hits the apartment buildings outside as he mentions the daughter he desperately wishes to see again. Every single ounce of hope rests on Hakchiel's shoulders to reunite this broken family before it is too late. Warm hands locked together in a final grip of love and loyalty between a husband and his devoted wife. Tears stream down her face as she begs for her children to be kept safe before everything falls apart. Shadows begin to swallow the apartment as the heavy atmosphere of death lingers in every single corner. A brave man decides his own fate and demands to be locked away if the infection finally takes his soul. Transformation into a beast means losing his humanity, so he prefers to starve alone to protect his family. Eternal hope is a fragile thing, but he dreams of a day when a cure might bring him back from the dark. Strange growls escape his throat under the covers as he tells them to return only if the nightmare ends. Hajuan stares into the void with eyes full of sorrow after witnessing the ultimate sacrifice of a loved one. Silence fills the empty hallway as the promise of waiting for a miracle stays behind that closed door. High above the city, the Sky Motel stands as a temporary sanctuary for those trying to survive the plague. Three survivors gather on the roof to discuss the grim reality of the monsters roaming the streets below. Reality strikes hard when the leader admits that finding a cure for this madness is nearly impossible now. Science has no answers since these creatures never seem to starve or regain their memories of being human. Suspicion fills the air as the girl asks about the strange events that happened in the dark hallway earlier. Everyone turns their gaze toward Minjun because he was somehow commanding the monsters like a dark general. Pure shock washes over her face at the thought of a human having the power to control the mindless infected. Minjun feels his heart racing as he tries to justify that sudden burst of anger from before. A random guy listens as the protagonist wonders if those monsters really followed his verbal command. Uncertainty fills the air as they discuss how these strange symptoms seem to vanish without any warning. Memories of a video game called Rage Z flash through his mind as he recalls a powerful hidden boss. That legendary ruler of the dead possesses a human mind and commands every single zombie like a loyal army. Doubt plagues his soul because he might just be a lucky survivor or a ticking biological time bomb. Our hero tells the beautiful girl that testing these new abilities is the only way to find the truth. Silence falls between them, but her mind wanders toward the terrifying reality of his current condition. Fear takes over as she wonders if standing too close to him will turn her into a mindless beast. Her hand trembles against her skirt and she realizes how dangerous their relationship has truly become now. Physical contact seems like a distant dream since any kiss could transfer the deadly virus into her veins. Pure pity washes over her because this poor guy might remain a virgin for the rest of his miserable life. A wave of sadness hits her since he looks so pathetic, doomed to live without any romance. Small prayers fill her mind as she hopes he stays human enough to avoid becoming a monster forever. Everything remains quiet outside the motel, but the presence of an abandoned ambulance signals more trouble ahead. Everyone gathers their gear to make sure nothing important stays behind in this hellhole. Licenses don't matter anymore since the world turned into a chaotic nightmare of survival. His sharp gaze remains focused on the mission ahead without showing a single hint of fear. Hajuan looks completely drained and haunted by the weight of everything they just lost. Teams need organization, so Minjun and Yena take the back while the kid sits up front. Gunja Station sits 5 kilometers away and every inch of that road is crawling with death. Engines roar to life as the tires kick up dust and blood from the cracked pavement. This battered ambulance finally speeds away from the motel, leaving the darkness far behind them. Silence fills the cabin until the driver decides to share some heavy truth with the young boy. Life was never easy for him because he escaped the harsh borders of North Korea years ago. Tragedies followed him everywhere and he even lost his own brother during that desperate run for freedom. Survival became his only priority as he shifted gears through life without even having time to cry. Real comfort is a luxury they cannot afford, so he speaks with brutal honesty instead. Duty calls for him to protect his mother and sister since no one else is coming to help. Focus is the only way to stay alive when the entire world wants to devour you. The words hanging in the air change everything since the boy realizes his life will never be the same again. Acceptance finally settles in his heavy eyes and he gives a quiet response to the fate that awaits him. Sudden movement catches the driver off guard and his face turns pale as he slams the brakes with all his might. Chaos reigns in the middle of this abandoned street as the group spots an ominous shadow blocking their only path. Tires screech against the hot asphalt and the yellow ambulance stops just inches away from a total disaster. Something heavy and metallic approaches and the dark paint of this mysterious car suggests nothing but trouble. Sharp metal spikes covered in dried stains decorate the front of this beast and it looks like a killing machine. Terror strikes their hearts because a man is tied to the front of the car like some twisted trophy from hell. This insane vehicle slowly creeps forward as it parades its suffering prisoner for everyone to see in the road. Looking down from above, the situation looks desperate as the armored monster closes the distance on the survivors. Panic erupts inside the cabin and the driver screams for everyone to stay low before they get spotted by the enemy. Sweat drips down his face and his wide eye reveals a soul trapped in a nightmare that just keeps getting worse. Danger levels go off the charts as the spiked truck keeps pushing through the wreckage toward their hiding spot. Girls in the back tremble with fear and they wonder if an infected monster is the one driving that metal beast. Screams of agony echo through the city as the poor soul on the car lets out a final cry of absolute madness. The quiet city street suddenly feels heavy as an ambulance and a heavy tow truck slowly crawl through the intersection. Tension fills the car as the driver wonders if those dangerous guys finally noticed their presence in the shadows. He grips his sharp blade as he thinks about his chances if a fight breaks out against more than 2 enemies. Suddenly a bloodthirsty infected monster screams at the top of its lungs as it sprints across the concrete path. A cold barrel emerges from a small hole in the metal plating of the armored vehicle to find a fresh target. One single shot echoes through the air as the monster head explodes into a red mist of blood and bone. Sounds of a suppressed weapon make the protagonist freeze as he realizes they have real guns today. These hunters laugh about their perfect accuracy, but they seem disappointed that no other survivors are in sight. Cruel scavengers plan their next raid to find either food or new prisoners to fill their dark daily quota. Engines roar back to life as the deadly convoy continues its path through the ruins of the once peaceful city. Luck stays on their side for now because the enemy vehicles simply drive away without checking the nearby cars. Deep breaths fill the small cabin as the 2 men thank the universe for surviving another terrifying encounter. His instincts scream that something is wrong despite the silence, so they must leave this place immediately. Desolation covers every corner of this district where abandoned cars remain as the only ghosts of a lost world. High above the chaos, a massive corporate building towers over the city, representing the last remains of civilization. Chaos rules the streets as abandoned cars and broken debris fill every corner of this dying city. Traffic jams consist of empty metal shells and silence because everyone already fled for their lives. Our hero feels lucky since the path ahead looks clear enough for their vehicle to pass through safely. Gunja Station sits just 2 kilometers away and they might need to finish the trip on foot soon. Something strange catches his eye in the side mirror and his heart begins to race with dread. A terrifying armored truck appears with a body strapped to a cross like some twisted metal nightmare. Fear hits him hard when he realizes those insane hunters from before are actually back for blood. The driver slams the wheel as the van goes into a desperate drift to escape those killers. Engines roar as they floor it down the empty pavement, hoping to lose their pursuers in the maze. Tension fills the air, but the wide road seems to offer a small chance for a clean getaway. Suddenly the demonic machine roars back into view and closes the gap with monstrous speed. That metal beast stalks them through the city ruins like a predator chasing down its helpless prey. Sweat drips down his face because he knows one single mistake will lead to a certain demise. Disasters never come alone, and now a massive pile of wrecked cars blocks their only exit. Panic flashes across his eyes as the realization of being trapped sinks into his terrified soul. They finally arrive at the entrance of a dark and mysterious parking garage. An ambulance smashes through the gate as they rush inside to hide from those monsters. Tires screech against the cold pavement. Fear fills the cabin as the group realizes a dangerous vehicle is hunting them down. Abandoned cars block the path, making it impossible to escape this underground trap. Hakshiel realizes that they have reached a point where survival is the only option left. He orders the girls to stay inside the car and prepare for the worst. The man walks toward the danger, knowing they must fight if the strangers are hostile. His only hope is an empty rifle with a sharp knife attached to the end of the barrel. Every instinct tells him that fighting professional shooters with a blade is total madness. Cold sweat runs down his face, but his focus remains sharper than his weapon. The solitary warrior prefers it this way since no one will slow him down. Slowly he peeks around the corner to see if the hunters are following. Confusion hits him because the enemy vehicle is just sitting there at the top of the ramp. This silence is far more terrifying than an actual attack. A masked scavenger stands by the spiked vehicle as the prisoner on the hood lets out a painful cry of pure agony. This heartless hunter decides to scout the area alone because they cannot afford to leave their positions unguarded. One look at that modern assault rifle tells Hakshiel that these killers are armed with military-grade gear. Fear grips his heart as he realizes they must escape before these professional soldiers find their hiding spot. Strong boots hit the pavement with urgent speed as the group tries to vanish before the enemy closes the distance. Panic fills the ambulance as the leader orders everyone to jump out and find a better place to hide from the hunters. Fingers dig into the boy's shoulder as the leader checks for any dark symptoms that might be hiding in his blood. Yenna focuses her senses on the garage and whispers that 4 or 5 creatures are waiting for them in the dark. Moonlight barely reaches the concrete floor as our hero moves forward with a flashlight to scout the path ahead. Dark stains on a white car reveal a struggle and a guttural growl echoes through the empty parking spaces. Everyone moves like ghosts through the shadows to avoid the gaze of the mindless beasts roaming the lower level. The leader moves toward a glass door as he looks for a way out of the suffocating darkness of the parking garage. Hakshil gestures for the group to follow him as they find a potential exit that leads toward the upper floors. Luck is on their side because the heavy door to the stairwell is unlocked and ready for their quick escape. This brave man tells Minjun to lead the others to safety while he stays behind to guard their only exit path. Hakshil decides to face the enemy alone because he believes a close combat fight is his only chance to win this battle. The veteran plans to lead the shooter outside so the others can hide deep inside the building until he returns. Fear washes over the young boy as he begs his mentor to stay safe during this suicidal mission against a monster. His hand grips the rifle as the hero vanishes into the shadows of the hallway to begin his deadly hunt. Horrible screams echo through the concrete garage as the mindless infected finally find a fresh target to devour today. Gunshots indoors are a huge mistake because the noise will attract every single monster like a dinner bell. Our protagonist wonders how a common scavenger got a military-grade rifle with a high-quality silencer in this wasteland. A heavy sigh escapes his lungs as he prepares his mind for the absolute chaos that is about to erupt in the dark. Retreat is the only backup plan if things get too dangerous for a man with a blade against a machine gun. Everyone moves through the dark lobby where the dust of the old world covers every single piece of furniture. Minjun checks the corners and realizes this floor might be the safest spot for them to hide for a few minutes. They enter a silent classroom filled with empty desks that used to belong to students before the world ended. Yena sinks into a chair with a heavy heart, hoping that the brave man fighting outside manages to survive the night. This leader declares that everyone must stay together as he prepares to find their guardian in the darkness. Her fingers lock around his arm in a desperate attempt to stop him from walking straight into the mouth of madness. Yena looks deep into his eyes and begs the young man to stay by her side during this terrifying night. Surprise flashes across his face because he did not expect such a direct and emotional request from her. Her fingers tremble as she reaches for his hand to find even a small ounce of comfort in this darkness. Both of them know that the gunmen outside are far too dangerous for anyone to wander alone in this facility. This beautiful girl insists that they must follow the plan and wait for their leader to return safely. Minjun finally gives a quiet nod of agreement as he decides to put his trust in her instincts for now. Darkness crawls through the empty reception area as the silence of the building becomes almost suffocating. Time feels like it stopped as the wall clock ticks away the minutes as they wait for any sign of life. A heavy thud suddenly echoes through the room and makes everyone jump back in pure terror. Our hero steps out into the hallway to investigate the source of that mysterious and bone-chilling noise. Loud rhythmic banging sounds against the metal structure suggest that something is desperately trying to get inside. Panic erupts as the heavy door handles begin to rattle violently under the pressure of an unknown force. They wonder if their brave protector finally made it back or if a new nightmare found their hiding spot. Fear takes over her heart as she realizes that the person behind the door might not be human anymore. Yena senses a dark presence and warns him that a mindless infected is scratching at the other side of the wood. Someone struggles with the handle as the voice outside wonders why the heavy door refuses to open after all this time. Minjun and Yena look totally stunned and they wonder if the people inside are actually dangerous monsters today. The person outside complains about their hidden supplies and realizes that some strangers might be hiding in the room. Sweat drips down his face as the protagonist realizes that a single mistake could lead to a total disaster right now. A brave hero ignores the warnings and walks toward the dark entrance as his companion stays behind him. Panic fills her voice as the popular girl tells her friend to stay away because the thing inside is surely a beast. The protagonist reaches for the handle and decides to unlock the door despite the loud screams from his partner. Everything happens in a flash, then the heavy door finally swings open to reveal the mystery waiting in the shadows. His eyes widen behind his glasses as the survivor stares at the visitors and tries to process what he is seeing now. Unexpectedly, two familiar classmates from school appear and they look just as surprised to see our main hero today. Classmates shout his name and ask what he is doing here, but the nerd demands some real answers from them right now. Recognition hits the survivors as the lady covers her mouth from a very terrible and nauseating scent. Byeonjin calls the duo a weird combination and tells them to enter the safe zone before things get even worse. Horror consumes her face since the popular girl realizes that one of the new arrivals might be carrying the virus. Her finger points forward as she yells that the bastard is infected because he smells exactly like a rotten corpse. Minjun stands close to the new guy and a weird scent fills the air between the survivors in the dark. Someone complains that the awful smell is just sweat from a guy who has not seen a shower in weeks. The hero apologizes for the stench as he enters the base and insists he actually washes himself whenever he can. Heavy shadows cover the long corridor as the group moves deeper into the building to find a safe spot for everyone. Shock hits the face of the young man after hearing that these people managed to escape from the Gunja station shelter. Large groups of nearly 400 people are currently spreading out and taking over new buildings to expand their territory. Another survivor with red glasses looks totally stunned because he never expected to run into the main character today. The lady turns around to ask for attention and the others stay quiet to hear what she has to say. A worried mother shows a picture on her phone and begs for information about her 20-year-old daughter named Seo Hae-kyung. Light shines on the phone screen as the woman displays the face of her child and hopes for any sign of her survival. Both men stare at the digital image and try to recall if they saw that specific girl at the station before. Tears of hope fill her eyes after the stranger claims he might have actually spotted her near the first exit. The survivor confirms the sighting and says she looked healthy, but he cannot give a 100% guarantee right now. Minjun asks if they should depart for the station immediately, but the neighbor mentions a massive problem is happening. Panic rises as the man asks if any armed groups or strange vehicles with infected bodies were spotted nearby. Han Yena covers her mouth in fear after explaining how dangerous men with guns started a wild chase after their vehicle. Another survivor asks about the mysterious fighter and learns that the elite student is actually a North Korean defector. Minjun shares his deep concern because 30 minutes have passed since their best warrior left to lure the enemies away. Someone suggests heading up to the rooftop and checking the surrounding area since the building feels completely empty. Suddenly a hand reaches out and grips his sleeve with a desperate force to stop the boy from moving any further today. That pretty girl begs him to stay by her side and asks if they can just send the others to check the roof instead. The two friends watch the intense drama as the girl tries to keep the protagonist close to her heart right now. These two guys exchange a silent look of total confusion and the atmosphere in the room remains extremely heavy and tense. Our hero tries to calm the situation by telling the lady to stay put with the mother and her son for their own safety. Sweat runs down her pale face as she hesitates and wonders if letting the boys leave is actually a very smart choice today. She yells a loud warning to never go too far and demands they return before any more monsters arrive at this location. Shadows stretch across the quiet staircase as the light from the upper window reveals a clear blue sky above the city ruins. The three survivors reach the top of the building and look over the massive skyline for any signs of life in the city. The boy looks down at the empty street and realizes every single soul has vanished during the recent chaos of the day. This protagonist holds his binoculars tight and wonders if the warrior is safe since the ambulance is nowhere to be seen. Minjun discusses the strange silence of the area since silencers would still make some noise during a real shootout. Suddenly a hand grabs his collar with pure rage as the chubby guy starts screaming like a total madman. This angry friend demands the absolute truth and asks if the nerd is actually dating the school goddess Han Yena. Panic takes over the protagonist as he denies the rumor while the bully threatens to throw him off the high roof. Someone mentions that the girl is definitely not the type to hang out with ordinary people like them. She is the ultimate goddess of the school, but everyone knows her personality is actually beyond rotten. Honestly, being beautiful means every single sin is forgiven and the guys just cannot stop talking about her face. They find it impossible to believe that she told Minjun to stay by her side during this crazy apocalypse. Sweat drops down his face as he explains they only stayed together by pure luck when the world fell apart. Her parents are missing and she changed a lot since the boy is the only person left for her to rely on. Curiosity kills the cat as the chubby guy asks how far the two have gone while calling his friend a lucky bastard. Reverting to the mission, the survivor says they are nothing to each other and must find their strong friend first. News about a deadly shootout outside the shelter surfaces as they realize other groups have real weapons too. These survivors use radios to call for armed support whenever a dangerous situation happens in the streets. Gravity hits his heart as he wonders if those killers are the same ones who were chasing them through the fog. A worried classmate suggests waiting a bit longer before heading toward Gunja station if the warrior is still missing. That familiar radio in the palm of the stranger makes the teenager realize these people belong to the same group. Panic starts to rise as the boy asks if they can establish a connection with the missing fighter right now. Memories of the frantic escape flash through his mind since they left the bag and the radio inside that old ambulance. Byung-jun reports his location to the headquarters and confirms they arrived at the plaza building safely. 4 more survivors from their school are found and the group wonders if bringing extra people is actually allowed. Instructions from the other side are clear because every newcomer must head to the clinic for a day of total isolation. Cold sweat runs down his face as the student wonders what this mandatory testing really means for his own dark secret. The group must find the final missing member before they decide to move out together the very next morning. Heavy silence follows the radio message as the base orders a full report on every single detail of the mission. Doubts fill his mind as the nerd asks if every survivor must undergo a strict medical exam before entering the zone. Experts at the clinic can spot the virus with perfect accuracy, and this news makes the protagonist freeze in place. Terrified of the answer, he asks what happens to those people who show signs of the infection during the checkup. Death is the only outcome for the sick because the law demands immediate execution for anyone carrying the plague. Anxiety spikes as Byung-jun asks if the hero is clean while the truth of the infection hides under his skin. Min-jun clutches his chest while wondering if a medical test would prove he is actually turning into a monster now. 3 survivors stand together on a wide rooftop under the clear blue sky as they look out over the silent city. Buildings stretch across the horizon as the group remains unaware that someone is watching their every single move today. A mysterious scout from Patrol Team 2 watches the area through binoculars as he reports his findings over the radio. This hidden observer confirms the presence of 3 men on a rooftop located at Chongho-dero during his morning mission. Green bands on their arms prove they are the same targets involved in a violent shootout just a few days ago in town. Static fills the air as the base asks about the person who managed to escape from that yellow ambulance earlier. No news has arrived yet, although a special team was sent to hunt the man armed with a powerful military rifle. This skeleton-masked hunter admits he only carries close-range weapons, which makes a direct fight very risky for him. Orders come through to capture the group alive but to finish them instantly if they decide to show any resistance at all. He accepts the mission and says alright as he stays low to avoid being spotted by the targets on the other roof. Fear starts to crawl in as the man wonders how he can possibly handle all those enemies by himself without any backup. Those survivors keep walking as the spy observes their movements and tries to calculate the number of people inside. To find a strategic advantage, the hunter decides to check every single floor before making his final and deadly move. Pure malice fills his heart as the masked man concludes that finishing them all is the only way to succeed in this hunt. Min-jun observes Sunho and Byung-jun and thinks they are his most loyal and trustworthy friends in this world. He stares at their backs and wonders if he should finally reveal the truth about the strange infection in his body. The boy questions if they will believe he is immune or if a medical test will prove he is actually just a special case. His eyes show deep fear because being treated like a monster would make his current situation way too dangerous today. Maybe sending everyone to the shelter without him is best since he still needs a professional medical diagnosis. This choice remains a secret as the student decides to find the missing fighter named Hakchil before saying anything. Shadows stretch across the empty motel hallway as the atmosphere becomes heavy with a very mysterious and dark silence. A clock on the wall ticks slowly and shows that 4 hours have already passed since the start of this stressful day. Static fills the air as the walkie-talkie lets out a small beep as everyone waits for a sign of life from their friend. Byung-jun stares at the device and notes that the warrior would have answered by now if he was not in serious trouble. Cold sweat runs down his face as the protagonist decides to wait a bit longer before searching for the man alone. Suddenly a strange noise echoes from behind a dark door and catches the attention of the nervous group in the corridor. The main character turns his head quickly and wonders what is happening since the 3 survivors stay completely alert. Darkness surrounds the trio as they stand in the middle of the hall and try to process the weird sound they just heard. Outside, the sun shines on the telecom building and the city remains silent during another day of this global nightmare. The sun sets over the abandoned city as the massive buildings cast long shadows across the empty streets below. A mysterious sound echoes through the silent alleyway while a small window remains slightly open in the concrete wall. Hidden behind a skull mask, a mysterious man confirms the location of the academy with a wicked and dark smile. Voices echo from inside the building and he knows the entrance is locked, which means they are all trapped together now. Success in attracting the infected was only the first part of his plan as the stranger prepares for more violence today. Inside the quiet lobby, the atmosphere becomes heavy as the darkness swallows the empty information desk and the hallway. Rude bullies command the weaker students to stay outside and keep watch while the group hides in the crowded classroom. Suddenly a loud sound of breaking glass shocks the boy, who stays frozen while sweat runs down his pale face. Facing the door, the teenagers wonder what caused that violent noise while the fear begins to spread through the room. Another massive crash happens and the young man asks if someone is actually throwing things into the building today. Fast steps echo through the narrow corridor as the hero moves with speed to find the source of the danger today. Massive flames erupt from the desks while the fire consumes everything in its path and fills the air with thick smoke. Desperate for help, the student yells for a fire extinguisher while the other survivors look completely terrified now. Heat waves hit the office area and the young man realizes that the fire is spreading way too fast for them to stop it. Shock takes over as the survivor realizes that someone just threw a Molotov cocktail to burn them all alive right now. Minjun warns the girls that their hideout is compromised while demanding they leave before it is too late. A firm hand grips the radio as a man named Oh Byongjin begs for backup during the violent assault. Orders fly through the room for everyone to grab their gear while the team prepares for a frantic escape. Cold sweat runs down the face of the young lady as she realizes their safe haven has turned into a death trap. The student reaches the door and hears a loud clicking sound while the group follows him into the unknown. Voices call out for the boy to stop, but he continues to move forward toward the dangerous emergency exit. Terror fills his eyes as the main character wonders if they are actually walking straight into a massacre today. 3 infected creatures stand on the stairs covered in blood while waiting for their next fresh meat. This student stands frozen on the steps while asking himself how this nightmare managed to find them so quickly. Confusion takes over since the monsters are already inside the building and blocking the only path to freedom. The protagonist focuses on the exit and notices that the horde is swarming into the area like a wave of death. Evidence of a trap appears as the boy suspects that someone purposely lured the creatures toward them. His hand moves to his chest as the young man wonders why his special symptoms are not activating. Memories of the fight with Park Songbin return since the monsters ignored him once his anger reached its limit. This survivor fixes his glasses while asking if his intense rage was the actual key to controlling the infected. Unexpectedly, the professor and the young boy stare in total shock as their friend starts screaming like a total madman. Minjun curses the name of the dead bully out loud as his confused companions wonder why he is acting so aggressive right now. Sweating from the intense pressure, the professor mentions that support is at least 10 minutes away if they are lucky. Light flickers through the hallway as the silence is broken by the distant groans of the monsters nearby. Hanyin stares with wide eyes after realizing that the plan is way more dangerous than anything they ever did before. The boy explains his suicidal plan to lure the infected toward the stairs so everyone else can escape the building safely. Terrified, his friends ask what will happen if he gets bitten, but the protagonist just hands over his heavy bag to Sunho. Gunja Station Shelter is the meeting point if they get separated, and the hero prepares to face the nightmare alone. Yena tries to stop him with a desperate shout as the young man turns around to start his risky mission. Her hand reaches for his arm, but she eventually clenches her fist while watching the boy disappear into the dark corridor. Darkness swallows his figure as the teenager leaves the group behind and the girl watches his back with a heavy heart. Frozen in place, the 3 survivors can only watch as their companion walks straight into the jaws of the hungry horde. Suddenly the monsters appear on the stairs and the boy shouts at the top of his lungs to grab their full attention. Adrenaline surges as the protagonist dodges a lethal strike while the infected creatures roar with pure mindless rage. Every muscle burns as the survivor runs as fast as possible since his life now depends on his speed alone. Minjun tries to stay calm while thinking that being immune means he should take all the risks to save everyone else today. His mind races with the idea that getting bitten would not even matter as long as those monsters do not tear him apart now. Suddenly a group of bloodthirsty creatures screams loudly as they sprint up the dark stairs to find their next human meal. The student pushes the door open with all his force to burst into the open area and lead the horde away from his friends. Air escapes his lungs while the boy realizes he must shake the monsters off on this rooftop before trying to sneak back inside. At the edge, he looks out at the abandoned city while the cold wind blows against his tired and sweaty face during the day. Terrifying groans echo as the infected reach the top and the protagonist grips his bloody bat to face the upcoming danger. Over the ledge, he wonders if jumping is his only escape while the monsters close the distance with pure and mindless rage. Instead of showing fear, the young man keeps a very serious expression while preparing for the fight of his entire life now. Memories of the first day haunt his mind as he recalls how his hopeless world suddenly turned into a total and bloody nightmare. This broken student once stood at the top of a building ready to end everything until he saw the girl from his school below. The encounter with her that day changed his destiny forever because her presence gave him a reason to keep breathing now. Toward the city he looks while realizing he is only alive because of her, and now he refuses to give up without a real fight. On the ground, the hero remembers his promise to survive together and vows to stay alive until the very end of this apocalypse. The boy raises his middle finger to the cruel world as he prepares to crush every single monster standing in his path today. Minjun screams at the top of his lungs as he shows his middle finger to the monsters chasing him on the roof. He whispers to himself and tries to convince his shaking heart that he is not actually afraid of this nightmare. The student lunges forward into the empty air as he holds his spiked bat like a true warrior of the apocalypse. A scream erupts from his throat as the boy leaps across the massive gap between the tall buildings to escape. Inside the dark building, Han Yena rushes down the stairs and her heavy backpack shifts with every single step. The girl looks quite worried and asks if the lower floor is finally clear of any dangerous infected creatures. She moves toward the exit and prays for her friend to return safely before the heavy atmosphere fills the area. Hakshiel follows behind her as they navigate the narrow corridor since they must stay alert for any hidden threats. Her eyes face the darkness as she wonders if the path downstairs is truly safe for her entire group of survivors. Tears almost fall while she whispers the name of her companion and hopes they can both survive this terrible day. A sudden burst of energy pushes the boy forward as he attempts a legendary leap that seems totally impossible. High above the ruins, the boy feels the wind before he desperately tries to bridge the gap to the next roof. His feet land with a heavy thud, but the momentum is way too strong for him to keep his balance on the edge. Unexpectedly, his body begins to fall into the darkness of an open window as he reaches for something to grab. He crashes into a classroom filled with old desks and lets out a pained groan as the wooden furniture breaks. Minjun hits the ground hard and lets out a painful sound as his body fails him after the recent struggle. Desks and chairs surround the poor student since he remains still and his vision starts to get blurry and dark. Someone whispers that they are glad he is still alive even though he pushed his limits way too far today. Sharp pain shoots through his legs because the boy realizes that he landed wrong and might be seriously injured. Sudden laughter fills the quiet room and makes the protagonist look up with a face full of total shock and fear. A mysterious man wearing a skull mask stalks forward since he thinks it was a lucky day to find his targets. Terrified on the floor, the boy asks who these people are after the stranger mentions the Gunja Station group. A brutal kick lands right on his chest and sends the young man gasping for air as he struggles to stay awake. Agony consumes the victim and he begs the attacker to avoid hitting his side because the pain is unbearable. The masked hunter grabs his radio and reports that he just captured one of the runaways from the subway group. His hand grips the hoodie as he groans in pain and the attacker talks about getting some information out of him. Drops of sweat run down his face as Minjun tries to understand the situation through the fog of his extreme pain. From the cold floor he sees a heavy boot rising high as the enemy prepares to deliver another violent strike. Furniture shatters against the wall, then the impact of the blow makes the entire room shake with intense power. Past the messy room, a glass door marks the boundary of this dangerous new territory inside the large building. Inside the dark pool hall, the group waits anxiously as they prepare to leave for the dangerous streets outside. Holding the radio tight, Kim Dong-jun confirms his position while arriving at the designated building for the next meeting. Feeling a wave of relief, the large man informs the others that their allies have finally reached the destination safely. Unexpectedly, the popular girl sits on the bench and tells the rest of the group to go ahead without her for now. Everyone is shocked because the main plan was to reach the Gunja Station shelter before the situation gets even worse. Refusing to leave, the nerdy friend declares he will not move until he finds the whereabouts of his missing buddies. Turning to each other, the women decide it is smarter to find help at the shelter first instead of staying in the dark. Looking very serious, Yena explains that the safe zone is only 2 kilometers away from their current location today. Moving through the quiet hallway, the colored glass reflects the dim light as the building remains hauntingly silent. Red stains cover the tiled floor near the restroom area while abandoned trash bags pile up in the corner of the room. Darkness swallows the sign for the men's toilet as the heavy atmosphere in the corridor becomes truly terrifying now. Looking from above, the street is filled with survivors and a mysterious man who is part of the Gunja Station group. Inside the cramped bathroom, a nervous student stands on a stool while a mysterious man questions his true identity. Sweating from the intense pressure, the young man in the hoodie tries to lie about his connection to the other group. Wearing a skull mask, the stranger warns about a fire in the building next door but claims they are safe for now. A mysterious guy in a skull mask explains he is waiting for a colleague who was chasing Minjun friend before. Flipping a sharp butterfly knife, the killer threatens to finish Minjun if his partner does not show up by midnight. Staring coldly through his mask, the stranger tells our hero to start praying while noticing something weird about his face. Minjun looks totally drained as the kidnapper wonders if the boy is actually turning into a monster right now. Tied up with zip ties, the protagonist tries to deny the infection while the thug laughs at his miserable condition. Suddenly, a loud knocking sound comes from the door and the masked man stops talking to check the entrance. Turning around quickly, the villain stays alert while wondering who could be visiting this dark room at this hour. From behind the heavy door, a voice whispers a strange word like a secret code to identify himself to the group. The stranger stays silent while listening to the password, and the atmosphere becomes extremely tense for everyone. Our hero is completely confused by the word and wonders if that weird name is actually the key to opening the door. Responding with another strange word, the skull mask guy confirms the identity of the person waiting in the hallway. Relieved that his partner finally returned, the criminal lets out a curse while thinking his wait is finally over. Opening the door with a loud creak, the man welcomes his friend back without knowing the nightmare waiting outside. Unexpectedly, the fighter Hakshiel aims a massive weapon at the intruder while showing a face full of pure rage and pain. Blood splatters everywhere as the warrior delivers a lethal strike that finishes the masked man in a split second. Minjun freezes in total shock after finishing the most intense moment of his entire life. Heavy footsteps echo through the empty room as a mysterious figure approaches the tired survivor. Wide eyes reveal the terror of the protagonist as he stares at the shadow looming over him. Hakshiel appears with a massive rifle and yells his name since he feels relieved to find him alive. The boy asks with a trembling voice how his friend arrived so fast during this chaotic nightmare. Blood splatters the walls of the karaoke room where the warrior finally ended the threat of the bully. The student wonders if his savior belongs to the special forces since he acts like a deadly professional. The fighter says that the people from Gunja Station already rescued Yena and the others from the area. The hero hears that soldiers and old friends are protecting the subway shelter during the outbreak. The exhausted hero collapses to the floor as his body finally reaches its absolute breaking point. Sharp pain shoots through his leg and the boy accepts help to keep moving through the dark corridor. Sunlight peeks through the bathroom window as the warrior returns the glasses he found on the rooftop. Sunset covers the city buildings as the sky turns into a beautiful yet terrifying orange and purple glow. The nerd fears that the soldiers might execute him instantly because of the dark mark on his skin. Both survivors move into the shadows as they search for the path that leads to the safe zone. Inside a deserted game center, the neon lights reflect off the machines as silence covers the abandoned room. A survivor bleeds heavily on the floor as he begs for mercy after claiming he revealed every single secret he knew. That injured man explains they keep moving their base around and are currently hiding near the river to stay safe. The prisoner looks quite pathetic as he claims to be just a normal person who came from the countryside for shelter. Hakshiel calls out the obvious lie as he asks how an ordinary person could end up in such a violent mess today. That warrior mentions a recent attack where one of his friends was stabbed by a total bastard with a sharp knife. Everything becomes intense as the fighter reveals the weapon used yesterday was actually covered in dark infected blood. Fear consumes the face of the prisoner since he realizes that the virus is already spreading through his entire body. His eyes focus on a fallen helmet as the victim hears that the infected member wanted a cure before the change. The sharp blade gleams under the light and shows dark stains while the fighter explains how the infection works. That fighter holds the weapon and proposes some experiments to see how fast the blood turns a man into a monster. Terrified of the blade, the man shakes after hearing the hero ask about the route the virus takes to enter the system. The criminal shivers uncontrollably and prepares to reveal the real truth behind his arrival in this destroyed city. This prisoner admits they actually escaped from a massive prison after a riot started during the total chaos. This hero claims all criminals are the same and the scared prisoner begs for mercy as he cries on the floor. Professional military gear like this rifle should not be in the hands of criminals who just escaped from a local prison. Sweat and blood cover the face of the prisoner as he admits that he never actually found the weapons by himself today. High in the clear sky, a helicopter dropped a mysterious supply crate that contained 2 rifles and a single deadly grenade. Evidence suggests that these boxes were actually part of a secret plan to distribute power to random people on the streets. Their boss carries a second rifle and another member stole a weapon from the cold body of a fallen soldier in the city. Someone might be dropping these powerful tools to help elite forces regain control of the area during this intense chaos. Near the massive fire truck, the survivors consider the idea that a secret government is intentionally arming the public. Mystery surrounds the origin of these crates, and the boy with glasses tries to connect the dots about who is in charge. A terrifying thought crosses his mind because the idea of a planned massacre feels completely impossible to believe right now. Confusion hits the protagonist as he realizes that the entire apocalypse might be a controlled experiment by the elite. Red liquid stains the asphalt where many people fell during the violent struggle that turned the main road into a cemetery. Ahead of them, a warning banner states that anyone who approaches the barricades will be shot without a single warning. Smoke rises from a burning car as a terrifying warning sign written in red blood looms ahead. Our heroes finally approach the safe zone only to realize that something is terribly wrong. Looking up at the tall building, they spot a lone soldier watching the empty streets from above. Panic sets in as the guard immediately cocks his rifle and aims it directly down at them. Shocked by the sudden hostility, the 2 survivors desperately scream to get away from the line of fire. A deafening gunshot rings out in the silence, causing our hero to instinctively flinch in terror. Savage screams echo through the area as the sudden noise attracts the attention of unseen threats. Rotten monsters appear from the shadows and are instantly torn apart by the sniper high above. Knowing the loud gunfire will act as a dinner bell, the warriors prepare to make a hasty escape. Forcing their exhausted bodies to move, they plunge straight into a dark and narrow alleyway to survive. Knowing he might be immune to their bites, the boy tells his partner to run ahead and save himself. Absolute despair hits the duo as they realize their escape route leads to a massive locked metal gate. Screaming ghouls charge through the alleyway, leaving the trapped survivors with absolutely nowhere to run. The fierce warrior raises his rifle and prepares to take down any creature that dares to block their path. A precise shot obliterates the skull of a charging beast as blood sprays across the dark alleyway. Suddenly, a heavy metal gate swings open as a guard shouts for the exhausted survivors to rush inside. Scurrying across the threshold, the boys escape the incoming horde under the protective cover of armed guards. With a deafening clang, the iron barricade seals shut to keep the bloodthirsty monsters at bay. Relief instantly vanishes as the soldiers turn their weapons on the newcomers and command them to freeze. The guard warns that snipers are watching their every move from above to prevent any sudden escape attempts. Staring down at the discarded military rifle, the suspicious soldier demands to know where they found such heavy gear. Our hero desperately explains they came from the Gunja station shelter, but the guards immediately order him to shut up. Explaining they are just ordinary high school students only makes the guards angrier at their ridiculous excuse. Hakshil calmly mentions the recent shootout with the dangerous prison escapees who were chasing them earlier. Tension skyrockets as a furious guard accuses them of being spies until another soldier steps in to calm things down. The sensible leader explains that they are merely following strict safety protocols after the recent violent attacks. Fear grips the young protagonist when the soldier announces they must undergo a mandatory quarantine test for bites. Looking at his hand, the boy realizes the black veins are fading, but a medical test would still reveal his dark secret. Minjun desperately asks the guards to check the radio for his missing friends who should have arrived earlier. The soldiers exchange looks and realize the mentioned patrol group is currently active nearby. Raising his radio, the guard contacts the main base to verify the status of the 2 students. Both survivors stand tense with their hands up as they wait for a response from the headquarters. Anxiety mounts inside the dark alley as the orange glow of twilight slowly fades behind the tall buildings. Static crackles through the speaker as the situation control room finally answers the urgent call. Radio dispatch confirms only one friend returned alongside a woman and a young boy. Panic takes over the young hero as he protests that multiple people are still unaccounted for. A grim field report reveals one female survivor chose to stay behind to search for her lost companions. Orders echo to lock the newcomers in the isolation building before the situation escalates further. Desperate for answers, the boy begs the guard to confirm if the brave female survivor is Yena. Hakshil confirms that their target must be Yena since she would never abandon her friends in danger. The guard allows them to lower their hands, but Minjun only feels a deep sense of dread and failure. Summoning his remaining courage, the boy declares they must immediately go back to rescue their trapped ally. The guard insists they do not need to go out because a special team will search for their missing friends. Strict curfew rules keep the survivors locked inside the secure zone as soon as the sun goes down. Both boys must immediately submit to a series of medical tests inside the designated isolation building. Refusing any support, the young hero slowly drags his injured leg forward despite the intense pain. The soldier confirms that the woman and the young child are already waiting inside the quarantine room. This massive fortress grew larger over time as more military stragglers joined the main base at the station. Terrifying warning signs painted in red paint reveal that undead monsters still dwell inside the locked rooms. The guard points toward a massive skyscraper that the military is actively clearing to house more survivors. Admiring the impressive scale of the base, the young hero wonders how they built all of this during the chaos. A cold sweat breaks across his face as the realization of an upcoming blood test triggers absolute dread. Staring at the heavily reinforced steel barriers, the infected protagonist feels a crushing wave of anxiety. A massive fire rages in the distance, sending thick black smoke up into the beautiful orange and purple sky. An old bloodied nailbat lies forgotten on the concrete pavement as a silent witness to their brutal struggle. Yena kneels inside the classroom, convinced that her friend survived the fall despite leaving his signature weapon behind. Her cowardly companion begs her to escape before the nearby flames reach their current hiding spot. Turning away, the young woman coldly demands to know why he came back after she told him to leave her behind. Shaking with fear, the boy tries to reassure her by pointing out the military rifle he managed to scavenge earlier. She immediately shoots him down by asking if a coward like him even knows how to fire a real weapon. Stuttering heavily, the boy tries to play it cool by claiming he practiced shooting a couple of times before. The fierce fighter bluntly declares that she only needs her true allies and can easily survive this nightmare on her own. Furious and insulted, the boy wonders how her relationship with Minjun became so close. Suddenly her tone softens as she looks back to offer him a rare moment of genuine gratitude for his concern. Overjoyed by the sudden compliment, the delusional companion immediately assumes she must have romantic feelings for him. A brutal reality check shatters his fantasy as she mocks him for losing his mind over a simple thank you. Despite her constant teasing, she admits she is glad to have him around because she truly hates being alone. Without warning, the young woman freezes in place as a strange sound breaks the eerie silence of the hallway. Heavy footsteps echo right outside the door, forcing the panicked duo to scramble for a place to hide. Behind the locked door, the trembling duo prays the footsteps belong to their lost friends instead of a monster. Night falls over the quiet medical facility where the survivors finally find a temporary moment of safety. Walking through the bright corridors of the isolation wing, the boy desperately wishes his mother was safe here too. Suddenly, a familiar voice breaks the silence as their classmate rushes down the hallway to greet them. Desperate for news about Yena, the young hero is met with stuttering words and anxious faces from his allies. Terror grips Minjun when he learns that the military scout sent to rescue his friends has completely vanished. High above a dark school roof, a discarded military radio crackles with static as the base tries to call for help. Trapped inside Isolation Room 2, the furious teenager demands to be released after hearing the rescue team is missing. The soldier warns that leaving after sunset is pure suicide because the infected completely overrun the streets at night. Another guard heartlessly suggests letting the reckless boy go since he is not one of their official citizens. Former Army Sergeant Hado Hyan finds the entire situation extremely puzzling as he evaluates the desperate teenagers. He notes that of all the refugees who sought shelter here, the young hero was the very first who wants to leave immediately. Minjun sweats profusely under the heavy gaze of the military officer, but his resolve to save his friends remains unshaken. Even his scarred ally Hakchiel tries to talk some sense into him, pleading to wait for sunrise due to his bad leg injury. Refusing to waste a single second, the determined protagonist tells his companion to stay behind, safe in the quarantine zone. Hakchiel remembers his own survival rule about never risking your life for others and realizes he is about to break it. Seeing their absolute determination, the sergeant relents and agrees to let them leave the compound despite the danger. The surrounding survivors watch in stunned silence as the guard details a secret exit route through the western gate. To aid their urgent search, the officer generously offers to lend them a fully charged electric scooter for a silent escape. Hearing the plan, Hakchiel immediately steps up to pack the essential survival gear into his backpack. A fierce look of determination washes over the scarred warrior as he makes a life-altering decision. Turning back to face his stubborn friend, the brave warrior declares that they will face the dark nightmare together. The classmate surprisingly steps forward to join the dangerous mission while asking for his weapon back. Stunned soldiers stare in disbelief, thinking these brave civilians have completely lost their minds. They head out into the gloomy twilight where the faint groans of undead monsters echo behind the fences. An experienced guard guides the team through the quiet alleyways while warning them about the infected ahead. To increase their chances of survival, the soldier hands over a powerful handgun for protection. Minjun expresses his deep gratitude for the unexpected support from the military guards. Speaking into his radio, the soldier coordinates a loud diversion to clear the path ahead. Loud gunshots ring out in the distance, instantly drawing the mindless horde away from the gate. With a heavy creak, the metal gate slowly swings open to let the survivors slip away unnoticed. Armed with their new gear, the boys accelerate on their electric scooters into the dangerous streets. A soldier watches them leave, wondering why they would ever risk their lives for others. He realizes they must be searching for someone incredibly precious under the dark night sky. Far away from the military base, a fancy sign marks the entrance of a mysterious new location. Yenna loses her footing and crashes to the cold floor as the brutal intruders corner her inside the room. A chilling laugh echoes through the silent air, sending a wave of pure terror down her spine. The sadistic convict in a prison uniform grins widely, delighted to find a young survivor trapped in the chaos. The dangerous convicts gather around her like hungry predators, enjoying their absolute freedom in this broken world. Suddenly, a powerful muscular man named Jihu steps out of the shadows and coldly orders them to clear the path. Kneeling down in front of the trembling girl, the mysterious powerhouse stares directly into her frightened eyes. He slowly reaches out his hand and gently lifts her chin to get a closer look at her face. Struck by her beauty, he quietly asks for her age while the other criminals watch in absolute silence. Trapped in a nightmare, she freezes up, completely unable to predict what this dangerous man will do next. Summoning her remaining strength, she defiantly turns her face away and rejects his unwanted touch. His sharp eyes narrow slightly as he carefully processes her fearless reaction in this desperate situation. Standing back up, he unexpectedly commands the bloodthirsty gang to stay away and leave the girl alone. Walking away, he mutters that she is far too young to be targeted by their ruthless group. Refusing to show mercy, Quan Tasik scoffs at Jihu, declaring that morals no longer exist in this ruined world. Even his hardened criminal partner looks deeply unsettled by his boss's terrifying lack of humanity. Jihu reminds the convicts of his brutal past and issues a chilling warning to watch their step. He threatens to slaughter anyone who dares defy him, forcing the vicious criminal to instantly back down in fear. A dark plan escapes his lips as he plots to eliminate the boy and use Yenna to lure the soldiers. Horror strikes Yenna as she desperately begs the monsters to spare her companion in exchange for her absolute obedience. Overwhelmed by her desperate plea, the delusional boy instantly assumes she must harbor deep romantic feelings for him. With illusions of love, the captive dreams of a confession, though Yenna merely wants to prevent her friend from crying. She only wants to keep him alive because she knows his death would deeply devastate her closest friend. The sadistic gang members eagerly agree to torment their helpless captive before delivering a slow, painful end. Locking eyes with the fierce young woman, Jihu suddenly asks if she has ever slain the infected monsters herself. Yenna remains silent under his intense gaze as the terrifying powerhouse ponders how she managed to survive. Suddenly, Jihu commands his men to take the girl and prepare for a twisted test, leaving the convicts completely baffled. An icy shiver runs down her spine as the sadistic criminals laugh at their leader's absolute lack of mercy. Kneeling down before the terrified girl, Jihu coldly explains that she must learn to defend herself against vicious beasts. To her absolute shock, he forcefully presses a sharp metal fork into her trembling hand as a makeshift weapon. The dangerous man whispers chilling instructions to focus on their faces and stab mercilessly to stay alive. Unveiling his identity as Song Jihu, the 26-year-old powerhouse demands that she unleash her raw survival instincts. The heavy door swings open with a loud creak, throwing a panicked Yenna backward onto the bloodstained floor. She gasps in horror at the sight of a completely wrecked luxury suite painted in fresh blood and absolute chaos. Strange guttural sounds echo from behind the heavy metal door. Yenna clutches her small fork tightly as absolute dread consumes her mind. Suddenly, the door flies open and a heavily mutilated monster crashes onto the floor. Jihu casually explains that he chopped off the beast's arms to give her a fair fighting chance. The terrifying powerhouse coldly declares that the weak must become completely unhinged to survive this ruined world. Without another word, the cruel leader shuts the heavy door tight and locks her inside with the beast. Staring at her pathetic makeshift weapon, the terrified girl realizes she is entirely on her own. The armless monstrosity lunges forward with a sickening screech, forcing the helpless student to fight for her life.